Lava Adventure for Kids, Magma Monsters in the Underworld, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. First happiness, then sadness, but as you keep listening, this story turns out to have a happy ending despite all the dangerous adventures of the main character. Gary is a common citizen in a peaceful village. Unfortunately, his wife died when she gave birth to his only daughter. Despite the loss, he works hard and provides for his precious child. But when she gets sick at the age of 14, Gary is desperate. He seeks out the doctor, who shows him a rare herb, an herb that can only be found in underworld fortresses, which are full of dangerous creatures, including magma monsters. Will Gary get the medicine he needs for his daughter, and will he find out what his crazy neighbor is doing? Quickly start listening and find out. Chapter 1. Life as a Single Parent. Gary picks up a book from the closet. He is still figuring out how to read. It seems strange that a 35-year-old man should practice reading, but Gary has always spent his time doing practical things. As a construction worker, he has become skilled at fixing roofs, adjusting the frames of houses in the village, and replacing windows. His methods are well known in the entire village. The worst thing about his life, though, and he has learned to deal with it, is the death of his wife. She was lovely and sweet, but at the birth of his daughter, his only daughter, she died. Gary looks at the words in the book and realizes that if science had progressed farther before that occurrence, his wife might still be alive right now. But she isn't. There hasn't been a moment since that day that Gary hasn't thought of rejoining his wife in the afterlife. Sometimes he feels it. It's as if his wife is encouraging him to go on, to work hard, and to look after Denise, their beautiful daughter. And that is his mission, to protect her at all costs. "What are you reading, Dad?" Denise asks. "It's about medicine. I am learning how to read and learning about medicine at the same time. Someday, sweetheart, we will know the answers to the mysteries of the human body." "I believe so too, Dad. Well, see ya. I'm going to school." "See you later, Denise," Gary says, as he kisses her on the forehead and gives her a hug. He watches for a second as she walks out the door. Then he reads a few more sentences and puts the book down. He looks around him. His peaceful house has a clean, inviting feeling to it. He made sure, after his wife's death, that the place would feel like home. He gets up and grabs a bag full of gear. "Time to fix a roof," he says as he walks out the door with the bag. "Oh, hi, Tyson. How have you been?" His neighbor turns around and greets him back. "Not bad. What are you up to, Gary?" "Just going to work." "Oh, and your daughter?" "She is at school. She left 10 minutes ago. I am surprised you haven't seen her come by." "I was in the house," Tyson says. "But no matter. I wish you luck at work." "Thanks," Gary says. "I wish you the same. What are you up to today?" "Oh, you know, I have my businesses. It's just communicating with people in the foreign lands and stuff. If they ever invent something that takes less than 3 days to send a message, sign me up. Sometimes the couriers are even late, and then it takes an extra day for me to find out what is going on over there." "Tough." "Well, that's life, isn't it?" "Indeed it is," Gary agrees. "Anyway, I should keep going. It was good talking to you again." Gary leaves and heads to the address he received. When he arrives at work, he cannot believe how messed up the roof is. He knocks on the door of the designated house and an old lady opens up. "Good morning, Mr. "Just call me Gary," Gary says. "Okay, did you see what kind of state my roof is in?" "Yes, madam. And I am afraid I will have so much work fixing that I have to charge a bit more." "Really? I don't have more. I am broke. I barely have enough to pay you for the standard service. Will you just kind of fix it then? That way I can still afford you and you don't have to exert yourself. It will at least stop the leaking." "Madam, I will do what I can." With those words, Gary climbs on the roof and starts replacing shingles, hammering nails into several places, and measuring specifics. The day goes by slowly. It's a lot of work. And the old friendly woman comes out every so often to offer him a cup of tea or a small cookie. Gary happily accepts the invitation each time, but continues to work until late in the evening. When he is finished, he enters the woman's home and finds her asleep. "Madam," he whispers, "I finished the roof." She wakes up and says, "Sorry, I fell asleep. Yes, let me get your payment." The old woman goes to a different room and comes back with a few coins. It isn't nearly enough to pay for the many hours Gary put into it, but Gary smiles, receives the coins, and heads home. Chapter 2. The Sickness. When Gary opens the door to his house, he finds his daughter on the bed. She doesn't look good, as if she is sick. "What's going on, Denise? Are you okay?" Gary asks. Denise coughs.
"Dad, I think I have the flu or something. I feel nauseous."
"Well, take it easy then. You can stay home from school tomorrow if you want."
"Yeah, I will. Why are you home so late?"
"I had to work overtime. This lady's rooftop was all broken, so I patched it up."
"And did she pay you extra?"
"No, I just accepted the standard payment. I didn't want to charge her too much since she didn't have a lot of money."
"Dad, you're too nice. One of these days, someone will take advantage of you."
"Maybe. But don't worry about that now. You're sick and you need to rest. Let me cook you some soup or something."
"Sure. Thanks, Dad."
That night, Denise throws up. Her father comes to help and gives her something to drink. He looks at her. She looks awful, as if a serious virus has taken over or something. "How are you feeling?" Gary asks after giving her some water.
"Still pretty bad," Denise says. "I don't know where this illness came from. I mean, some of the other kids at school were sick too, so whatever it is, I am not the only one."
"I wonder how severe it is," her dad says.
"I have no idea, but I don't like it."
"Makes sense." Gary watches as she lies down again. He cleans up the mess and sits down by her bedside until she has fallen asleep. He sighs and closes the curtains. Before he does, he stares at the moonlight and imagines his wife giving him advice about what to do when their child is sick. He smiles. "She would know," he mumbles. "I wish I was a bit more educated about these kinds of things." The next day, Gary takes a day off to care for his daughter. She is still sick, and it won't go away. Her face is looking paler, and she shivers when she even steps out from beneath the covers for a second or two. It is obvious that she has a fever. She can't eat much, and has to drink water constantly. It pains Gary to see his daughter that way, and although they don't have a lot of money, he is considering talking to the doctor, the only doctor in town. As he walks back and forth, Denise wants to know what's on his mind. "I am debating," he starts, "whether or not I should let the doctor come here. Your illness isn't going away."
"Just wait for a few days," Denise says. "We don't have to spend that much money. I'll be fine in no time. I am sure of it."
Chapter 3. Information. After a few days, the disease still isn't gone. It got worse, and Gary worries more every day. He hasn't been working much since he doesn't want to leave his daughter home alone for long periods of time. So even though he puts in the occasional hour, he still comes home very often. "Sorry I had to leave," he says when he comes back after an hour of work. "How are you now?"
"Still the same, Dad."
"That's it. We have been waiting for days and your health hasn't even improved yet. I am going to get the doctor."
"Okay," Denise says. "We've been waiting for some time now, and we did everything we thought we had to. Go ahead."
Gary goes to the doctor. It's all the way on the other side of town. He passes by the medieval village homes and finds himself in front of a huge mansion, decorated with complicated patterns of baby angels and dragon tails. The facades have beautiful twirls and circles on them, and the front door seems to be made of porcelain. The yard is decorated with a tiny fountain, some flower beds, and bushes cut into animal shapes. The entire place must cost a fortune, or so Gary assumes. "Rich guy," Gary mumbles, after which he walks through the yard and knocks on the doctor's door. A blonde woman opens up.
"Yes?" she asks.
"My daughter is very sick," Gary begins. "I need the doctor to come to my home as quickly as possible."
"The doctor will be there in about 45 minutes, the lady says. "He is still busy, but he'll be done by that time."
"That's fine, thank you." Gary gives the woman his address and walks home. When he gets there, he is surprised to see his neighbor there. "Hi, Tyson. What are you doing here?" Gary asks.
"I'm just visiting your daughter. I heard she is sick. I'm sorry I didn't wait for an invitation, but you don't mind, do you?"
"I don't," Gary says. But he doesn't mean it. He doesn't like it when people enter his home without his permission. "Now, if you'll excuse us," he continues, "the doctor will be here soon, so I appreciate the gesture of coming over, but we would like to be alone for a while."
"Sure," Tyson says. "Goodbye for now."
Denise and her father wait for about 45 minutes, and, just like the lady said, the doctor arrives on time.
"So, what do we have here?"
he asks after greeting the both of them.
"Tell me, what are your symptoms?"
After Denise explains what she has been feeling, the headaches, nausea, and other symptoms, the doctor rubs his chin and looks a little scared.
"I am afraid your daughter is suffering from apocalyptus," he says to the father. "May I have a word with you alone?"
"Of course," Gary says. The doctor takes him to another room and continues his explanation.
"Apocalyptus is a severe disease that can result into death if not treated properly. Unfortunately, the cure is rare and rather difficult to accomplish."
"What is it?" Gary asks.
"It's a rare herb you'll need from the underworld. It only grows there. It looks green, and it's obtainable when you go to the fortresses in that awful place. Every fortress has one. I'm sorry, but it is the only cure. I don't know what else to say."
"What? What do you mean? Just tell me that my daughter will live. Don't you have anything else?"
"There is a small chance that her body will fight the disease and that it will blow over. But it's probably only a 3 to 5% chance. I've seen this disease before. It's not pretty."
"And you're saying that the only option I have is to take that risk or descend into the underworld?"
"Yes, I am very sorry for your loss. I will make this visit free, as I cannot feel right charging you for delivering such a message."
Gary sits down and buries his head in his hands. The doctor pats him on the back and apologizes again for not being able to provide a better solution. Then he leaves, and Gary is left alone in the room next to his daughter. How is he going to tell her this? Chapter 4. Paving the Way. Gary gets up. The underworld, he mumbles. "I know where it is, but I also know that nobody wants to go there. Certain death awaits me there. It's a dangerous place. Evil lurks there."
"What's happening, Dad? Are you coming back or what?" Denise shouts.
"Sorry," Gary says as he enters the room where his daughter is lying down. "I just ended up thinking a lot. Listen, Denise, I think I am going on a journey."
"Where to?"
she asks. "Don't you worry about it. All I can say is that I have to fetch a medicinal herb, and then it can be found out of town. It may be a few days walking."
"Oh," Denise says, thinking for a few seconds. Then she says, "No problem. Just do it. I will be fine by myself. I am a big girl, you know."
"I know," Gary says. "If you were a few years younger, there would be no way I would leave you by yourself. But I think it will be okay. Just don't open the door to strangers."
"Of course not," Denise says. "When will you leave?"
"Tomorrow," Gary says. "We have no time to lose." That night, the hopeless father can't sleep. He sure wants to, knowing that he has a long journey ahead of him, but the thought of losing his only daughter after losing his wife worries him. It's keeping him up. He dives into a book about the environment. It has a map, as far as it could be updated in that time, and reads some information about the horrid place he will visit. The underworld hides perilous creatures such as skeletons and magma monsters, he reads. Magma monsters? I've never heard of those. Let's see what else it says about them. Man, I have to get to bed. It's getting late. He looks at his daughter, who has fallen asleep. It scares him that the only person in his life he cares about doesn't have much longer to live, according to the doctor. As he keeps brooding over his critical situation, he slowly falls asleep. Chapter 5. Fortresses Burning. Gary wakes up with a jolt. The sun rays are coming through the windows of his cozy home. His daughter is still sleeping. He doesn't want to wake her up. He figures it would be best to leave without her knowing. This way he can avoid the drama of saying goodbye and spare himself some tears when he realizes the journey he is about to go on is in the low parts of the monstrous, infernal gapes of the underworld. He puts his shoes on and takes a backpack with some food and water in it. He makes sure to take a lot to drink, since it will be hot in that realm. Just in case he gets confronted with an enemy, he puts a machete in the back. Then he takes off. In his head, he says a little prayer. It's the only chance he's got, whether he likes it or not. He steps forward, far from fearless, but determined to save his daughter from her terrible fate. As he exits the village, he looks back one more time and takes a deep breath. Then he looks at the map and heads into the direction of the underworld. The days after that are long. Luckily, it only takes 2 days to get there, but when he does, he cannot believe his eyes. The entrance is covered in melted stone and marble. Once he walks through it, there is nothing but rocks and lava. The platforms in front of him are tricky, but he manages to move along. Then he sees it. Right in front of him is a big castle, a fortress, something that stands out from the rest of the environment. It's black, red, gray, and brown on all sides, and the spiky rooftops and decorations that look like claws make it an eerie-looking edifice. Who would build something like this? Gary wonders. Anyway, the roof needs some repairs for sure, but I'm not going to be the one who will do it. He takes out his machete. He doesn't trust this place. Then he hops onto the closest set of rocks and walks over the bridge to the fortress. He notices it's even hotter when you're walking above the lava, as if the fumes ascend up into your nose, making it hard to breathe. He decides to increase his speed and gets to what could be considered the yard around the castle. He goes inside, hoping for the best but expecting the worst. He holds his machete in front of him, not afraid to use it if he has to. The first room he enters is a hallway, with stairs leading up to other rooms and rooms on the side. It's almost like a big mansion. Perhaps the herb is upstairs, Gary says, after which he climbs the stairs and opens the door to one of the rooms. The room is empty. There is nothing in it. He opens another door to another room and finds himself in the same situation. Empty again. What is going on here? Suddenly, he hears a sound from downstairs. What could that be? Without hesitation, he speeds to the hallway and looks beyond the railing. Is that a magma monster? He has read about these things when he was so worried that one night. Better stay out of its way, Gary thinks. But it's already too late. The magma monster has seen him. With its fiery eyes, it is looking straight at Gary. All of a sudden, out of the blue, it hops so high that it reaches the second floor, where Gary is standing. Whoa! What the? He says as he almost loses his balance. As quickly as possible, he runs downstairs, and the magma monster follows him by hopping down to the first floor. Bam! When it hits the floor, the entire foundation of the fortress shakes. Gary falls over and crawls to another door. He stands up, opens it up, goes inside the room, and quickly closes it behind him. Panting heavily, he holds his back against the door to prevent it from opening. He can feel it. The magma monster is bumping against the door, trying to break through. It won't be much longer before it actually does. Gary thinks of a plan. He looks at the window opening, which has no window in it, something typical of the underworld fortresses, apparently. He doesn't doubt his decision. He runs to the window opening and looks through it. Whoa, just lava. Lava is everywhere. He looks behind him, seeing and hearing the thuds by the magma monster against the door. It's now or never. He turns around and walks on a ledge next to the building, a narrow ledge, very narrow. Bang! The magma monster breaks through and hops towards him. Gary is holding on with 2 arms. The magma monster is getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Gary dives inside, evading the magma monster in a split of a second. The magma monster accidentally ends up jumping through the window opening and falls into the lava. Gary looks down. "What?" he says, as he watches the magma monster hop out again. "Are they immune to lava?" His time is up. He has to get out of there quickly. There is nothing to find in this fortress. No herbs, no plants, no medicine, nothing. But Gary hasn't given up yet. He will get that medicine, no matter what the cost may be. Chapter 6. Pointless. As soon as he exits the fortress, he sees a rock float by. It is going extremely fast because of the current. 1, 2, 3, Gary says as he jumps onto the rock, barely making it. He stays low to make sure he doesn't fall when the rock follows the fast, heavy lava stream. The magma monster is gone. It's not fast enough to catch up with him. "On to the next fortress," Gary says, keeping an eye out for the next place to leave the rock. It doesn't take long. Gary passes lava falls, burning objects, and creepily shaped rocks. But within minutes, another fortress appears in sight. "Next stop, even creepier fortress," Gary tells himself, trying to add some humor to his desperate attempts. He jumps off and finds himself in front of another huge building. The walls look like charcoal, and the spikes look like claws from an infernal abyss. He notices that there are 2 towers this time. "It must be in one of those towers," he says. "I couldn't imagine anyone putting something so valuable anywhere else." Taking courage, he walks to the front door and opens it. He goes inside and looks around. The pattern is almost the same way. Empty room and window openings without windows in it. He is amazed by the details in the decorative railing this time, something he didn't see in the former fortress. But no matter how much longer he would love to stick around and admire the architecture of this place, he has a daughter to save. A daughter who could be dying any minute. And up we go, Gary thinks. He runs up the stairs and barges into a room on the 2nd floor. This room takes him to greater heights as he runs up the winding staircase to one of the towers. When he finally reaches it, he is shocked. Nothing! Absolutely nothing! "What?" Gary says out loud. "You're kidding me. That doctor could have been a bit more specific." He runs back downstairs and repeats the same process in the other tower. Again, nothing. Weird. He clearly remembers that the doctor told him there was a medicinal herb in every fortress. This doesn't make any sense. He descends to the 2nd floor again and leans a little over the railing, looking down at the giant hallway. Where could that herb be? But before Gary can think it over, he sees another magma monster. "Oh no," he says. "Not again." The magma monster bounces up and down, ready to make the big jump to the 2nd floor. But before Gary can anticipate his moves, another magma monster shows up, and another, and another. "Holy macaroni," Gary says. 4 magma monsters are hopping on the 1st floor, prepared to jump onto the heroic father. "You're not going to get me," Gary says. "Come on." He draws his machete and walks down the stairs with determination in his eyes. The magma monsters are not impressed. Each of them tries to jump on Gary, knowing that if they managed to do so, it would kill him. "Gotcha!" Gary yells as he rolls away and chops the first magma monster in half with his machete. The other one tries the same thing, but this time, Gary isn't fast enough to roll away, so he holds his machete above his head, pointing upwards. Tsack! The second magma monster splits in half. Then the third one. It comes closer and jumps into Gary's direction. "Die, stupid cubes!" Gary exclaims as he slashes through the cube, leaving only one. "Are you scared yet?" he asks. The magma monster shudders. It suddenly realizes that the desperate dad is not that easy to kill. Shaking with fear, it jumps out the window into the lava. "And stay gone!" Gary yells. He looks at the environment. He is alone. No herb, no medicine. What next? Try another fortress? He opens his backpack. His food supply is running out, and he already drank most of the water. "If I stay here much longer, I will die," he finally concludes. "The best I can do is look after my daughter. Perhaps the 5% chance the doctor was talking about is enough." With his head down, he leaves the fortress, being aware that he probably just doomed his daughter to definitely die. He finds his way back to the underworld gate and hikes into the direction of his hometown. A courageous man entered the underworld. A broken man leaves. Chapter 7. Solving the Problem. As much as he can muster the strength, Gary hurries home to see if his daughter is all right. When he sees his house, it surprises him that the front door is standing wide open. "Odd," he says. "I thought I taught her to always close the door." He runs home and enters the front room. "Denise!" he shouts. "Denise, where are you?" No answer. "Denise!" The room is a mess. It's as if she left in a hurry, or as if people came in and trashed up the place. Oh, why was he so stupid to leave a young teenager by herself? Gary bonks his head against the wall, feeling like the most irresponsible adult in the world. It's giving him a headache. But then he sees a note. "Hey," he says. It reads, "Not sick. Neighbor, kidnapped. Harbor." What? That stupid, mean Tyson. I knew he was weird. He was always hiding what he was doing. Is he in the S.L. Gary business? It wouldn't surprise me. Well, if my daughter is smart and fast enough to write a short note before she gets taken, then I must have the courage to go after her. The harbor, huh? Better get going. Gary runs out of the house, closing the door this time, and goes to the harbor as fast as his legs can carry him. On the way there, though, he runs into the doctor. Boink! Gary runs the doctor over.
"Oh, Gary," the doctor says, "I did not expect you back."
Gary is angry. He knows the doctor must have been in on this conspiracy. He leans over the doctor, who is lying on the ground, and grabs him by the collar. "You knew about this, didn't you?" Gary says. "You sent me to the underworld to look for an herb that doesn't exist, to cure a disease that will go away by itself. I am on to you, Doc."
I don't know what you're talking about,"
the doctor says. "No? Well, if you don't want to talk, perhaps you'll talk to my fists." Gary raises one fist and is about to punch the doctor in the face.
"Wait," the doctor says. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it."
"What exactly did he offer you? Was it Tyson?"
"Yes, it was Tyson. He has been in the kidnapping and S.L. Gary business for years. Human trafficking is huge at the borders. He promised me a small cut from the profit he would make. At first I didn't want to do it, but then he threatened to kill me, so I complied. He made me tell you that the only medicine that could heal your daughter would be in the underworld. This would give him enough time to take her away, and even the chance of you dying. I am so sorry. Please let me go. I will never do anything like this again."
"You're right," Gary says. You won't, because I am going to kill that sick jerk. He throws the doctor's head back on the ground, releasing his grip, and runs towards the harbor. When Gary approaches the harbor, which is a few hours away, he sees a few guards walking around. They are armed with swords, making sure nobody comes near their kidnapped children and teenagers. Gary hides behind some crates. He thinks about his actions for a moment. Should he kill these guards as well? Well, if they are supporting the transportation and slave labor of innocent children and teens, Gary thinks, then it would be better to take them out for good. Whether they deserve it or not is not the question. What's important is to protect future victims from these evil men, so let's get rid of them. He sneaks around the first guard and slits his throat with his machete. The guard drops down, falling onto the ground, without making a sound. The second guard is a piece of cake too. Gary looks for a pattern, observing the route the guard is walking, and then stabs him from the back. That's two. Now where is the third one? He turns around and sees the last guard run at him, holding up his sword and trying to stab him. Whoa, easy, Gary says as he evades his attack. The man comes at him again. Gary ducks, holds up his machete, and hacks into the man, who falls down and dies instantly. Hey, what are you doing here? He hears another man say. Gary turns around and looks into the eyes of his nemesis. There he is, the little rat, the filthy betrayer of their friendship and kidnapper of his daughter. How did you find me? Tyson asks. I just did. It doesn't matter. You're going to die, Tyson. But first, tell me where my daughter is, and then maybe I'll let you live. Ha ha! You'll never find her, Tyson says. What are you going to do? Search all the cargo in the port? That will take days. She might already be dead from starvation by the time you'll be done. Then tell me now. No way, Gary. You're going to have to get through me. Tyson draws his sword and waits for Gary to attack. Gary runs at him and endeavors to cut Tyson with his machete. Tyson is a skilled fighter, however, and blocks a lot of his attacks. Take this, Gary says after some moves. With one strong hit, he gives Tyson a lethal cut. Gary falls on his knees, bleeding from his chest. Now tell me, Gary says. But even now, Tyson is too wicked. Good luck, he says. If I die, then they will too. Gary is sure Tyson is talking about all the children he kidnapped. He watches as his enemy drops on his face and dies. Gary looks at the crates and the containers in the harbor. There are hundreds of them. He doesn't know where to start. Let's stop thinking about it, he tells himself. He opens a container with his machete. Nothing. He opens another one. Nobody. It goes on like this for a while. After opening the 10th container, Gary is exhausted, but his daughter's life is at stake. Denise, he yells. Where are you? Denise! But then he stands still. All he can hear is the wind, the waves of the sea, and a small, quiet thud. There, he says. He gets closer and closer to the ticking sound he hears from one of the containers. He opens it up with his machete and gets tears in his eyes from happiness. Denise, he shouts as his daughter runs out and gives him a hug. Behind her, a dozen other children slowly walk out of the container, watching the relieved family members embrace each other like they never have before. Dad, I am so glad you came. You read my note, didn't you? Yes, I did. It was the only way to find you. Where did you go? You were gone for days. I was wondering if you would ever return. It's a long story, Gary says. I'll tell you about it when we get home. Let me just keep it at the fact that I was confronted with a lot of magma monsters. Magma monsters? Denise asks. What are those? I'll show you in a book when we get home. Now let's bring all these kids to safety. Do you know where we should take them? I know some of them from school, Denise says. Others, well, I guess we can figure it out. Sounds like a plan. This way, kids, Gary shouts, as he signals the children to follow him. Then he puts his arm around Denise and says, "I am so happy you're okay. First I thought you would die from an illness, and then I thought you would be deported by some slave trader. I can't even describe how happy I am to see you again. I love you, Denise."
I love you too, Dad.
The end. This has been Lava Adventure for Kids, Magma Monsters in the Underworld, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Kids Romance. Diaries of a Boy and a Girl. Kids Adventure Stories. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. In this double diary, you'll get a similar story from two different perspectives, one from a boy and one from a girl. Connor and Katie have just met, and one of them is already having feelings for the other one. The other, however, wants to have none of that yucky stuff. But as time moves on, the roles flip and their personalities develop. Will their friendship stay strong when the village gets attacked by zombies? Listen on and find out. Chapter 1. At First Sight. I still remember the first time I saw her. She was gorgeous, and at my age, I'm 15 years old, I didn't even expect to fall in love right away. I had always shied away from girls because I thought all they did was tease boys and other girls. But when I saw her, I knew we were destined to be together. Do you think that's strange? Maybe. And then again, maybe not. I don't know if it was just a crush or if something higher was telling me not to let this one go. Her name was Katie. She had long brown hair and beautiful brown eyes. Her hair waved in the wind when she walked out of the school building. The elegance in her steps surpassed all understanding. The surface of her eyes was reflecting the sunlight, and her smile made me melt like a candle. It was as if the whole world stood still for a second and then continued in slow motion. Nothing could come close to such an aesthetic transcendence. It was heaven. It was beauty. It was... "Hi," she said. "My name is Katie. We have a science project together. The teacher paired up all the students, and he told me that you and I would make a good team. Does that sound like fun?" "Uh-huh," I confirmed, nodding quickly. "Well then, I'll see you later, Connor." She waved with 3 fingers, a halfway kind of wave that's typical for girls, and then she turned her head and continued talking to the other girls walking next to her. My mouth fell open. She talked to me. She talked to me! And she knew my name! This was the best day of my life. Now I really knew this was destined to become something more. I felt it with all my heart. I felt a tingling throughout my body, something a lot of people describe as butterflies in your stomach. It was something I had never felt before. My first time, my first crush. Here I was, always acting so tough, and now this sweet, kind girl swept me off my feet completely. I was nervous and happy at the same time, and I felt like a total wimp, standing there with nothing else to say than, "Uh-huh." I looked so dumb at that moment. If only I could have done those few seconds over. But it was too late, and maybe I was making it a bigger deal than it really was. I went home that day and did some of the most common things kids do when they are in love. I tried to draw her, but none of my limited skills did her tremendous beauty justice. I wrote down my name next to hers and drew a heart in the middle, tried to compare last names and see if they were a good match, and daydreamed about holding hands and telling everyone at school about it. In the evening, one of my friends came over. His name was Darius. "Hi, Darius," I said when he entered my room. "Hey, Connor. What's going on?" "Not much. Did you like school today?" "It was all right. How about you?" "I loved it. It was one of the best days of my life." He got curious. "Really? Why?" "Do you know Katie?" I asked.
I think so. Is that the brunette?
Yes, that's the one. She is beautiful, isn't she?
She's not bad looking, I guess. Where is this going?
I think we're destined to be together, I said.
I don't know why, but I have this gut feeling. It's something spiritual or divine or something.
He laughed.
Or you just have a crush on a pretty girl, he said.
I got a little angry. You just don't understand, I said. It's more than that. I know she'll like me back. She just has to.
Okay. If you want her to like you, just tell her that.
Just go over and say that I like her? No, that wouldn't work.
Hey, at least then you'll have a shot, was the answer.
That night we played Swords and Heroes, a pretend game we made up, in which monsters were attacking the village and we were the good guys, trying to defend our hometown. It was fun, but I couldn't keep my mind off Katie. The name echoed through my head. Katie and Connor and Katie. Sounds good, doesn't it? I couldn't sleep that night. Wow! The face I saw that day would change my life forever. Those breathtaking eyes, that wavy hair, that splendid voice, such perfection! The next day, the science project started. I was a little anxious because I would be close to the girl of my dreams. I would see her, smell her, talk to her, listen to her voice, and maybe even touch her hand. It would be amazing. I entered the classroom. There she was, sitting in the back, looking even more gorgeous than the day before. I quietly sat down and listened to the teacher's instructions. Then we all got out the equipment and started experimenting.
Hi again, she said. Let's get started. The teacher told us to create a potion of healing, a potion of fire resistance, and a potion of invisibility. For the first one, it says right here we need some glowstone dust and some other stuff. Okay.
I listened a little, but I have to admit that I was just staring at her face, imagining what it would be like to pick flowers, go swimming, or sit in a roller coaster together.
Connor, are you listening? She finally asked.
Huh?
Oh, yes, of course. I got it. Let's create the potion of healing first. Okay, she said. Good idea.
Good idea? Did she think my idea was good? It wasn't even that good, so I was pretty sure she was flirting with me. It couldn't be a mere compliment. She was into me. I knew it. My love was returned. Yes! We started putting the glowstone dust and glistering melon with other ingredients, but for some reason, the amounts didn't add up well enough. Maybe we misread it, or maybe the instructions were unclear, but for whatever reason there was, it started sizzling. Not a good sign. "It's gonna blow!" I shouted, and I pushed Katie over. I was right, because after a few seconds of sizzling, the mixture blew up. Boom! I mean, it wasn't too big, but it was still an explosion that could have caused some harm. I landed on her. She was on the floor on her back, and I was lying on top of her after rescuing her from the explosion. The rest of the class was looking at the ruined table. We were underneath it. She smiled and said, "Thank you for pushing me away and saving me." That was it. I knew she loved me. This was the opportune moment. I closed my eyes and leaned forward, loosened my lips a little, and waited for her to get closer too. But instead, she moved away and pushed me off. "What are you trying to do?" she asked. Uh-oh. Did I misread the signs? She was standing up, and I was the only one still lying on the floor. I looked up. She looked insulted. I wasn't expecting that. The expression on her face told me to leave her alone, and after the stare, she walked out of the classroom. Some kids were laughing at my embarrassing endeavor to kiss her. Others continued with their own project, or helped clean up the mess. After school, I was outside. I saw her walk down the stairs in front of the front entrance again. I looked at her, but she didn't even see me. But that was okay. It wasn't her fault I was standing in the shade under a tree. That same evening, I would declare my love again. I went to the store and bought some flowers. I wrote a poem, the only one I had ever written, so I am sure it wasn't that great. But hey, it's supposed to be romantic, isn't it? And I had heard somewhere that girls like poems. Around 8 o'clock, when it was dark outside, I snuck out of the house and knocked on her door. Then I left the bouquet with my note and ran away. I knew she would warm up to me after that. Chapter 2: Stalker. My name is Katie. I am 14 years old and I go to school with Connor. And that's where the whole problem started. I thought I could easily hook up with him as a team. He was kind of a background figure anyway. It's not like I looked down on him or something, but he just seemed like a nice guy. Not the kind of boy that would be romantically interested in me immediately. You see, I had just seen my oldest sister breaking up with her boyfriend. It was awful. I had to listen to her stories while wiping away her tears. She talked about how guys can be so stupid and superficial, and how they are too quick to assume things, and that hopefully there would be a sensitive, caring guy out there someday who truly loved her. It made me suspicious, to say the least. I had a pretty face. I admit, I wasn't arrogant about it, but I heard people say it. Friends and family who came over sometimes complimented on my facial features and my beautiful brown hair. But that wasn't all. Boys already approached me when I was younger. It started when I was about 7 or 8 years old, which I consider extremely young for such matters. And it continued on from there. Boys would ask me to be their girlfriend, go on a date, kiss them, or hold hands with me. I guess there are less innocent ways to approach a girl, but I only found out about those later. I was always flattered, but also a little annoyed. I wasn't ready for that kind of thing anyway. And seeing that everyone was just looking at how I looked, it didn't appear to me that they truly wanted to get to know me. I still remember the day I met Connor. He was shy, but he seemed nice. After school, I went over, introduced myself, and I was confident that our chemistry grades would skyrocket. But that didn't happen. Instead of a true partner who was sincerely interested in creating powerful potions, I got someone who was staring at my eyes all day. Sometimes I had to snap my fingers to make him pay attention. It was as if he was just daydreaming and wasn't all there. That one time, I still remember how embarrassing it was. We blew up the mixture. It was an accident, but I was glad he was there to push me to the ground. I don't think it would have ended well if he hadn't done that, so yes, I was grateful. Thank you for pushing me away and saving me, I told him. And then he didn't even answer me. He just stayed on top of me. Hello, get off me already. I'm okay. You don't have to protect me anymore. And then the worst moment of the day, he tried to kiss me. No way, dude. I am not that quick. I thought you were my friend, and now you're abusing that relationship to get your own gratification, and in the middle of class of all places. So I left class, but he didn't seem to get the hint. That very evening, I received a bunch of roses and a poem in terrible handwriting. I appreciated the effort, but I wasn't ready for that yucky stuff, and he didn't seem to understand that. The note said the following: Dear Katie, this is Connor. I won't try to sound posh. I love you for who you are. You are my heaven, my shining star. Please become my girl. I will end with a swirl. Wait, that didn't make any sense. Oh well. You will be happy in my arms. I will be waiting at the farms. Was this guy stalking me? He didn't actually expect me to meet him behind some farm and start kissing and holding hands, did he? Come on. We hardly knew each other. In my eyes, he was the same as all the other boys who were just interested in my looks. The answer to my question came the next day, and the next day, and the next day. He really was stalking me, because he kept sending me notes each day. I hated it. Chapter 3: Oh, if only. Oh, if only she would return my notes. I kept sending her notes by knocking on her door and leaving them on the doorstep. I couldn't buy any more flowers since my money ran out, but that's okay. I just had to take it step by step. I wasn't sure if she was interested in me, seeing that she didn't give me a lot of attention after that. She never said hi again or smiled when we walked out of the school. I didn't understand it. I thought we were destined to be together. Was my first love going to end up in a broken heart and a lot of tears? No, never. I wasn't going to cry. I was just going to keep trying. I couldn't do much more in chemistry class because all she did was talking about substances, potions, and other boring stuff. I just wanted to get to know her, learn more about the amazing person she was. But she didn't allow it. She didn't reveal anything about herself. In fact, the harder I tried, the more distance I felt between us, as if she was avoiding me or something. I daydreamt so many times during those hours, listening to her going on about this or that potions, but secretly wondering what it would be like if we actually kissed, played on the same swing set together, or told everyone about our relationship. I was already picturing her in a bathing suit, in a ballroom dress, a warm winter jacket, a white top, and in some tight gym clothes, not necessarily in that order. But reality hit me every time she got down to business and created another successful potion. So I had to do something. This wasn't going anywhere. I had to take action and stop messing around. The notes weren't helping our relationship, and neither were the many suggestive remarks I made about her beautiful eyes during chemistry class. I had to go big. I went a little overboard. I got a megaphone, a trumpet, and a fancy outfit to go with it. I was going to surprise her in public. Then she would see how devoted I really was. That day, I stood on a huge rock when she walked out the front doors. It was unfortunate that it had rained a little and that it was slippery everywhere, but it wasn't going to stop me from fulfilling my mission. She was talking to her friends again, and she didn't have a clue what I was going to do for her. I saw her, and my heart started beating faster. There she was. Would she appreciate my gesture? "Katie," I said through the megaphone. Everyone turned towards me. Any time there was something going on at the school, the kids would watch. Nobody had ever done this before, so I guess they thought it would be entertaining. Katie didn't look very happy to see me, though, but she listened nonetheless. "Katie, I want you to know how much you mean to me. I love you with all my heart. That's why I composed this song for you." I put down the megaphone and picked up the trumpet. Then I played a cheerful tune on the loud instrument with the hope to win her over and make her see my devotion to her. But it went wrong. It went terribly wrong. The muddy rock I was standing on turned against me, that evil, stupid rock. It made me slip. I fell and dropped the trumpet, ending up on the ground in a big pool of mud. All the children laughed, and when I looked up at Katie, who was standing on top of the stairs, I think I even noticed her giggling too. It was even more embarrassing than my failed kissing attempt in the chemistry room. I felt awful. I wish it had never happened. Chapter 4. So funny. I was getting tired of all of Connor's notes. I had already been throwing them away since they all said the same thing, that we were meant to be together and that he wouldn't let me go. Well, that all sounded very romantic and all, but everyone could write a note like that. It didn't prove anything. And then there was that one day, the day he decided to act like an idiot in public. I stepped out of the school and heard my name. "Katie!" What? Who was calling my name? Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. It was Connor. What was he doing? He got out a megaphone and declared his love for me, after which he fell flat on his face in an attempt to play the trumpet. I felt a little sorry for him. Not much, but just a little. After all, it wasn't his fault that it was so muddy that day, and he was trying to be sweet by performing his song for me. I felt flattered. I kind of liked what he did, but at the same time, it was pretty funny too when he slipped and ended up in the mud. He made me laugh, and I liked him for that. When I looked at his face, I couldn't help but notice that he felt completely embarrassed. He didn't know what to do with himself. Poor guy. Hopefully he would get over it soon, because he didn't deserve to be laughed at. Chapter 5. No more crying. I had it. It was over. The moment I slipped on that muddy rock, I was discouraged and disheartened. Why was I going through so much effort to get a girl that wouldn't even give me a chance? My heart was broken, and I have to admit I even had to fight back tears that evening. This gesture was supposed to be the one to convince her to love me back, and there she was laughing at my misery. It was over. No more Katie. I was going to let the pain settle and get over her. I didn't need her in my life. Just because she had a cute face didn't mean she was meant to be my partner. Maybe it was just a crush, something that a lot of guys go through. A bunch of hormones playing with my brain and making me nervous. Who did this girl think she was for treating me like that? It wasn't like she was any more special than the next girl. So yes, I was going to let it pass. I figured I would have to take some time to heal, but if that was how it was going to be, then I wouldn't care. I didn't care what she thought of me. I was handsome and nice and cool and smart. I didn't need her to tell me that I was worth something. This was it. The very next day, some of the children still looked at me and laughed, but not everyone thought it was funny, which surprised me, to be honest. I entered the school hallway, and a couple of girls came to me and said, "We think it's really sweet what you did for Katie, and the least she could have done was help you up. We think she is mean, but you're a nice guy. Just wanted you to know that." Really? Did I just become popular for making such an embarrassing mistake? Maybe slipping and falling into the mud was the way to climb the social ladder. I thought it was hilarious. But it didn't stop there. A few minutes later, another girl came and said, "Hey Connor, I thought it was really courageous what you did for Katie." She handed me a note and said, "My name is Margie. If you want to come over sometime, then just go to this address. That's where I live. It would be awesome to have you in our home." Was she just doing this to mock me? Was she feeling sorry for me? Or was she actually sincerely interested in me? Girls, I didn't understand them. But hey, I loved the attention. I mean, who wouldn't have? And no, it didn't stop there either, because after class, another girl came to me and did the same thing. She handed me her address and smiled, telling me to come play with her sometime. By the time school was over, I had collected 17 addresses from girls who had been approaching me. I was standing on the playground again, listening to Darius, who was telling me how lucky I was to be so popular with the girls. Some other friends reaffirmed the same fact and expressed their desire to be in my shoes. Within a few minutes, some more girls came to me and complimented me on my musical skills, my guts, and my fancy outfit of the day I fell in the mud. They said I looked hot in a suit and asked me questions about my hobbies and interests. Katie was exiting the school. I glanced at her from the corner of my eyes. She was looking back at me, but neither of us were smiling. There was nothing left. It was over. Chapter 6. What was wrong with me? The next day, I got mean looks from some of the girls in school. Did they blame me for not returning Connor's love? Seriously? It wasn't my fault that he made a fool out of himself, was it? No, I wasn't going to have these girls manipulate me. But something else happened that shocked me. Connor got a lot of attention from some of the girls. They all went to him and told him how awesome he was after doing what he did for me. I just didn't understand it. "Why is everyone so interested in Connor all of a sudden?" I asked. "Don't you see?" my best friend Tara said. "Every girl would feel special if a guy went overboard like that to declare his love for her. What he did shows that he was courageous and that he put effort into a romantic gesture. Do you know how many of the guys here at school have none of that?" "Yeah, I guess you're right," I admitted. But I still thought the girls exaggerated. I mean, it was just Connor. It wasn't like he was that much more special than the other guys. Or was he? I felt the green monster become stronger and stronger. Every time I saw Connor talk to another girl, I was boiling up inside. I didn't mind him feeling a little better about himself. I mean, I thought he was a nice guy, so maybe he deserved the attention for once. But why did the girls make such a big deal out of it? I couldn't stand it, and for some reason, I caught myself looking again and again, seeing if another girl would go up to Connor, who had just found some new confidence in the popularity game. And although I had a hard time admitting it at the time, I even tried to look at him from the corners of my eyes when there weren't any girls around him just to see him. Maybe they were right. He was kind of handsome. Ugh, what was wrong with me? We're talking about Connor here, the boy who was so desperately stalking me a few days earlier. Come on, Katie, get over yourself." That night, Tara came over. "So, what is happening with Connor?" I asked. "Excuse me?" she said. "What are you talking about?" "Connor. Did Connor go to any of those girls yet?" She smiled. Then she laughed. "What?" I asked. "You are so in denial, girl," she said. "You are into Connor." "No, I'm not," I said, trying to hide my own smile. "Yes, you are. You are falling for him." "Ha ha! I guess his little gesture with the trumpet worked, didn't it?" I thought for a moment. I didn't like that Tara saw right through me. "But to answer your question," she continued, "I don't think he went to any of those addresses. I think he's still not over you. It takes time, you know." "I guess so." "So what are you going to do about it?" Tara asked. "Me? What do I have to do?" "Well, now that he is Mr. Popular with the girls, your chances have reduced significantly. Love is like chess. He made a move and you did nothing. It's your move, Katie. So what are you going to do?" That was an excellent question. I didn't know. I had barely discovered my own feelings for Connor, and still had a hard time admitting them. Chapter 7. Not Certain. It was Friday. The school ended early. I wasn't expecting much, besides maybe a few more names and addresses from girls. And even though the sun was shining, I encountered one of my worst fears. "We have to talk," Katie said when she saw me. I didn't really want to talk. I was done with her. She had insulted me, laughed at me, and left me alone when I was hurt. I wasn't looking forward to this conversation, but I just went along with it. We walked around the school building and stood under a tree, away from the crowd and invisible to the other kids. For a personal moment, this was definitely the best spot. "I like you," Katie said, "and I don't mean just as friends. I didn't realize it at first, and I guess I wasn't open to your gestures and moves. But now I am, and I want you to know that." Okay, I said. I felt so awkward. "So what's it going to be?" she said. "You know," I said, "you're very forward. I actually don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? You said you were in love with me. Everybody in the whole school heard you say it." "Yes, but that's before you laughed at me and rejected me," I said. "Now I am not so sure if I want you anymore." But why?" she asked. I didn't have an answer, but I saw that she was getting very upset. A few tears streamed down her face, and I almost felt bad for making her feel this way, but I had to stick to my principles. It was over. No second chances. If she didn't want me back then why did she want me now? Was it just because she saw me with all those girls and became jealous? Did she just want what nobody else could have so that she could show me off to her friends? Since her motives were questionable at least, I was reluctant to respond. "I will think about it," I finally said, after which I went home and did what I said. So many things went through my head, and I don't know if it was good timing, but my friend Darius showed up again. "So, how have you been?" he asked. "Did you choose one of the girls from school yet? There are a lot who are interested in you. And since you have an entire list, you have the power of choice. Personally, I would go for Margie. She is super cute." "Katie talked to me," I said. "What?" "She wants me. She just said it. And now I don't know what to do." "Listen, Connor, I've known you for a long time now, and I honestly think you can do better than that. She rejected you and now she wants you? Sounds fishy to me. Just close the chapter already." But I really felt something. It wasn't just a crush. I know it. I only put her out of my mind because she was so uncertain and had to warm up to me. Then again, you're right. I don't have to go for her. She didn't want me, and that's what she gets. We talked a lot more that evening, but you know how it is with boys. They don't just talk, so we didn't either. We played games, played sports, and sometimes made a few remarks about my controversial situation. I just didn't know. It confused me. I was crazy about her and angry at her at the same time. How could those two emotions exist in the same mind? It didn't make any sense. Chapter 8. Come on, please. I wanted him back. Well, I never had him in the first place, but you know what I mean. I wanted him to love me again, even stalk me if he liked doing it. I missed being flattered. I missed the attention. I noticed how jealous I was when other girls talked to him, and I couldn't bear to think him being in a relationship with another. But that was not all. I had come to know him during all the chemistry projects. He was smart, he was sweet, and he certainly made me laugh sometimes. I guess I just didn't see what kind of guy he really was at first, but now that he had opened my eyes, I didn't want anyone else. I loved him. So after school, I went to talk to him. I opened up my heart. I was desperate to get another chance, to have him see me again for how he saw me at first. He kept saying that I had laughed at him, and that I had been ignoring and rejecting him. But why couldn't he have given me some more time? If he had been just a little bit more persistent, I would have warmed up to him, which I eventually did anyway. Why was he so impatient that he needed me to return his love within days? I couldn't make a rash decision like that. It's not fair to ask that from a girl. Ugh, boys. Will I ever understand them? Anyway, I was heartbroken. I couldn't believe he had to think about it. Now that I finally liked him back, what was he waiting for? He had been so eager to be with me, and now he didn't know what he wanted? It just didn't make sense. I was so sad that I wet my pillow that night. I cried for an hour. No boy had ever been so sweet and attentive. None of them had respected me the way he had done, and no other guy had been so creatively romantic as Connor. Oh, Connor, why didn't you want me anymore? Couldn't you see that you just had to wait a little while? I would have given anything for another romantic note at the doorstep that day. Chapter 9. More Than Friends. This is Connor's dad. I have been following this whole love drama between these kids a little bit, and I just wanted to finish it up to let the readers know what happened after these two were both confused. These are the things I heard according to how everything unfolded. Things have a way of solving themselves, because who would have thought that that very same Saturday, another zombie horde attacked the village? I am saying another because it happened a few times before that year. They came in hordes and would start destroying stuff and beating people up. It was never pleasant, but we always killed them all off. That Saturday, a few hundred zombies came. Connor was outside, and when the alarm came, all the other villagers rushed outside. They were carrying rakes, pickaxes, shovels, and swords. The zombies were coming, and the villagers were ready to face them. Here, son, I said. Now you can finally live up to all those moments you pretended to kill evil monsters. I handed him a sword, and he smiled. Thanks, Dad, he said. He wielded it perfectly, as if he had some kind of special talent for it. He killed one zombie after another, along with the men who were making sure my son would stay unharmed. Sometimes I laughed a little when somebody behind him would bang a zombie on the head and Connor wouldn't even notice. Then he would look at the ground, see the zombie being knocked out, shrug, and keep fighting. Of course, I did the same thing, helping out where I could, killing zombies and preventing any tragedies. There were no fatalities, a few wounded men, but these zombies were a piece of cake. However, after a while, they were all gone, from our street at least. Dad, Connor said, I made my decision. I have to protect my girl. Go ahead, son, I said. I was proud. He understood what it meant to be a real man, although I wasn't sure anymore which girl he was talking about, thinking of the more than dozen addresses and names he had on his bedroom desk. I wasn't just going to let him leave. What kind of irresponsible parent would I be if I did that? So I followed him at a distance, making sure he wouldn't see me. He went to Katie's house and yelled, Katie, where are you? Psst, he heard from behind a dumpster. Katie's family was hiding behind it, avoiding the hordes completely. "Oh, I am so glad you are unharmed," Connor said. "I wanted to tell you something. I have been thinking about all the things that were happening between us, and I just wanted to say that I—" He stopped. Why did he stop talking? "Watch out!" he suddenly yelled. A big zombie was attacking the family from behind. They didn't even see it at first, but Connor did. I was so proud of him. He ran over and stabbed the zombie in the chest. The zombie groaned and fell dead on the ground. The family was still shaking a little from the sudden surprise, but Katie was delighted. I could already see it coming. They were finally going to be more than friends.
"Thank you for saving my life. Again," Katie said. "So what were you going to tell me?"
"Well, I was just going to say that I love you." But before Connor could end his sentence, Katie gave him a big fat kiss, as if she read his mind and had become impatient. It was the "shut up and kiss me already" gesture that seemed to be a happy ending for this girl who had completely flipped. And Connor? He considered himself the luckiest guy in the world. The end. This has been Kids Romance, Diaries of a Boy and a Girl, Kids Adventure Stories. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Kids Fantasy, Legend of the Sword, Kids Adventure Stories. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. When grandmother tells her grandkids a story of a heroic young man who saved the kingdom, they find it hard to believe that it really happened. But whether it did or not, they love the adventures she mentions. Legend goes that a brave adventurer was faced with the elimination of his entire race. An evil curse had come upon the inhabitants of Soraya, the country in which they lived. Nobody had seen it coming, and none were saved except for this young fighter. Confronted by the various challenges on the path to rescue, his future and that of Soraya is in his hands. Attacked by dark creatures and tested to the core, he ventures through fields of zombies and skeletons to retrieve the magical Sword of Honor to break the curse. Chapter 1. Untold Legends.
"Legend goes," grandmother begins, "that a long time ago, when your grandfather was still alive, a young, handsome guy saved everyone in the lands of Soraya."
"I thought the army came in and destroyed all the enemies," Carl says.
"That's not true," Chantal says. "It was the firemen. They blew all the zombies away with their distinguishers." "Where do you kids learn such nonsense?" Grandma asks. "Of course that's not how it is. Do you want to know the story or not?" "Will it be scary?"
Arya, the youngest of the three, asks.
"That depends on what you think is scary, Arya," Grandmother answers. "All I can say is that it has a happy ending. Do you like happy endings?" I do, Arya says enthusiastically. "Good, then don't worry about any of the monsters in the story. They're not real and they don't win in the end. In fact, you may even discover along the way that they're not all that bad. Some monsters are just confused and victimized by the terrible mess that was caused. Do you think you want to listen to this story?" "It sounds like fun," Arya says as she shrugs. "Go ahead and tell us." "Okay, listen carefully. It all started with a young man named Valerius. He was handsome and happy, but he wasn't very rich. It didn't matter to him. He lived in a peaceful town. Someday, he said, he was going to marry his sweetheart, whoever that would be, and no matter where he would meet her."
Chapter 2. Escape from Fate. Valerius was a farmer's boy. His parents taught him to work hard every day. Each morning he woke up early. He milked the cows, herded the sheep, and fed the pigs. His favorite time was in the afternoon when his dad gave him a break and he was able to climb the mountaintop. He loved sitting there and staring at the amazing view from the peak. It always took him an hour to hike up and about 45 minutes back since it was downhill, but he would happily spend the time doing it. One day, an eerie wind blew over the fields and crops. It was an icy, vague feeling that came over Valerius as he looked to the direction where it came from. He didn't have a good feeling about this. Something was wrong. He just had no idea what. When he went back inside the house, his parents were gone. He looked in every room downstairs. "Mom? Dad?" he yelled. No answer. He went upstairs. He checked their bedroom, the hallway, and even the storage room. "Where did they go?" he said out loud. "Maybe they went into town." He shrugged and went back outside to watch over the animals, but some of them were acting strange. They were skittish and nervous. It was as if they were sensing something was wrong. He looked at the cows that were shivering, the horse that was walking back and forth, and the chickens which were flapping their wings more than their usual. Still, the cold, creepy wind whistled in his ears. Valerius decided to head towards the village center. That was the only way he could find out what was happening. Perhaps some of the other villagers knew more about it. He walked into the back alleys of the village and came to the big square in front of the town hall. Nobody. "Is anybody there?" he shouted as loud as he could. "Hello? Anyone?" No answer. "Odd," he said. "Normally there are tons of people here during this time of the day." He turned around the corner and went inside a butcher's shop. Big pieces of meat were hanging on the ceiling. Bloody chopped lamb and pork were on the counter, and a butcher's knife had fallen on the floor. Besides the mess in the corner, with papers and wrappers stacked up in a small space, there was nothing abnormal about this place, except that there was nobody there. "Hello? Is anyone in there?" Nothing. He left the shop and went into the bakery next door. The delicious smell of baked bread welcomed him in as he followed his nose to the main sales table. There were cakes, pies, and loaves of bread piled up on each other, but there was no baker. "Can anyone hear me?" Valerius asked. This silence was starting to annoy him. He was desperate for answers, but nobody could give them to him. They couldn't have all vanished, could they? Where were all these people, including his parents? Suddenly, he heard a soft sound from outside. It was as if someone was whispering to him and trying to catch his attention, so he went outside again. "Psst," he clearly heard. It was coming from behind the wall of the shoe shop. Hiding with his back against one wall, a scrawny midget was putting one hand next to his mouth to make his whisper louder, and using his other hand to beckon Valerius to come closer. His outfit was tattered and dirty. His shirt was blue and his pants were brown. He looked as if he hadn't done much with his life, except for begging and scavenging. "What? Who are you? What's going on in this town?" Valerius asked. "Not here. Follow me and I'll explain it to you. The walls have ears. We shouldn't draw any attention to ourselves, not with what's at stake." Valerius wasn't too certain about this shady figure, but he figured he had nothing else to do, nothing to lose, and he wanted to know why everybody was gone, so why not? After passing through a few streets, the midget asked him to take off his shoes and come inside. When Valerius entered, he saw a tiny living space. Some stuff was piled up in the corner, and this midget's personal hygiene was anything but perfect. It stunk a little, and it was obvious that he was even poorer than Valerius and his family. "By the way, my name is Vexor. I am not from Soraya. I came here years ago looking for a guild, a job, and a way to make a living. But I got turned down by so many professionals that I ended up on the streets begging for food. Fortunately, it has paid off. I am able to go through each day with a somewhat satisfied feeling in my stomach, and a few friends I have made along the way." "I am Valerius. I live on the outskirts of the village, on a farm," Valerius said. "And were you born in Soraya, Valerius?" No, I was born in Milford, actually. How did you know that?
It's just like I presumed, Vexor said. The stories are true. It has happened.
What has happened? Will you please explain it to me? I don't understand any of this, Valerius said impatiently.
Everybody is gone, because they all turned into monsters.
Valerius looked at him for a moment. This guy was serious. He tried to keep it in, but he couldn't. Suddenly he burst out laughing.
Don't laugh, the midget said. It is true.
Sure, dude, Valerius said. Did a little fairy tell you that?
A lot of people knew about the curse, Vexor said. I am surprised you never heard of it. Do you have any clue what happened before you came here?
Okay, smarty pants, then how come you and I were not transformed into monsters?
Because we were not born here. The curse doesn't apply to us.
Let's say you're right. Why is it that everybody is gone? And if everyone is gone, then why are you being so secretive anyway?
They aren't all gone. That's why you need to keep your voice down, Vexor said. Most of them went to other lands, but some of them are still lingering in the village. So don't talk so loud, please.
Valerius still found it hard to believe. At least he stopped laughing, but the explanation of this supernatural event still required an elaborate explanation. Chapter 3. The Quest. Here he was, standing in front of a midget who was dead serious about the fact that each civilian in Sariah had turned into some kind of monster. Valerius was perplexed. He didn't know what to think anymore. So go ahead and explain, he said after he sat down on a crate in the left corner of the room.
Long ago, a few decennia at least, that's how the story goes, there was a robbery. A slick thief had entered the home of an innocent peasant and stolen various golden treasures. His shadow was seen, a man with a black hat. The next day, police officers and guards were roaming the village, looking for the criminal that had committed the terrible, dishonest act. When they came across a man with a black hat, they accused him of the robbery and threw him in prison. The man kept insisting he had done nothing wrong, claiming that the hat was just part of his daily attire, but nobody believed him. He was in prison for more than 10 years, always staying true to his claim of innocence. Eventually, the man became seriously ill and was about to die. In his anger and with his sorcerous background, he cast a vengeful curse on the inhabitants of Sariah, saying that one day only the sword of honor could restore their sanity.
The sword of honor? And what would that do? Valerius asked.
Don't get ahead of the story, Vexor said. Let me explain. The sword of honor is made of diamond. Any creature touched with that blade will turn into its original life form. The curse was that all males would turn into zombies, and all females would turn into skeletons. This would reveal their true nature and show the world what kind of spiteful beings they really were. Later, the village guards found another black hat. They traced the person who possessed it and found all the stolen treasure in his basement. The village was shocked. They had judged the wrong person. The newfound criminal went to prison instead, but it was too late for the poor man who was falsely accused. He had already died. The villagers were upset, but there was nothing they could do about it. Since then, numerous explorers and brave individuals have attempted to find the said Sword of Honor to reverse the curse, but none of them have succeeded.
It's an interesting story, I give you that, Valerius said. But as much fun as it was hanging out with you, I still have things to do. So please excuse me. I'm on my way to find my parents. Next time, come up with something more plausible. I don't have any pocket change anyway.
No, you don't understand. The story is true. The day of the curse has arrived. You must believe me, Vexor said.
Sorry, gotta go. See ya.
With that, Valerius walked out the door.
Crazy, weird midget, he thinks. As if I have nothing better to do than listening to stories about zombies and magic swords. Convinced about the irrationality of the person he just met, he stepped around the corner and continued his search. Suddenly, something attacked him from behind. The monstrous person growled.
What the?
Valerius turned around and looked into the eyes of a vile, reeking zombie who was drooling from the corner of his mouth, showing his fangs, and lifting his hands while pointing his claws towards his newfound victim.
Ah!
Valerius screamed in panic. He turned around and ran towards the tiny house where the midget lived.
Let me in! Let me in!
He yelled as he banged on the door. Finally, Vexor opened up. Valerius left no time to explain. He stormed inside, knocking Vexor over, and locked the door.
What happened?
Vexor asked.
Ha! As if you don't know. Please, don't take this personally or start thinking you're so great, because the compliment means nothing, but you're right. Sorry, it was just a weird story. I believe you now. With my own eyes, I just saw a freaky zombie that was about to eat me, Valerius admitted.
Ah, so you concluded that the rest of my story is probably true, too, didn't you?
Yes. Tell me where I can find the sword, and I will undo whatever that prison guy has done to this village.
I was waiting for you to ask me. Let me get my map. It will be easier to show you. Vexor got a map out of the cupboard. He blew off the dust of the old piece of paper and placed it on the table. We are here, he said. See, this is the village. The zombie lands are here. The skeleton lands are there. Do not kill any of these monsters. They are humans. And by retrieving the Sword of Honor, you can reverse the curse and turn them back into humans. Understood?
Of course, it makes sense, Valerius said.
I am glad you get it. I know it requires a lot to walk through these territories without slaying a single zombie or skeleton, but you'll just have to find a way to avoid them. I never said it was easy, but it will definitely be worth it to be called a hero, won't it?
You're absolutely right.
Now, the Sword of Honor is in the Black Mountains. You'll have to go through the zombie lands and skeleton lands to reach them, but I saw from the beginning that you're the kind of person we can count on.
And why do you think that? Valerius asked.
Because you're the type of guy who sets his mind on something and then goes for it until he accomplishes what he has planned. I can just tell. Don't disappoint me, Valerius. I know you can do this.
I can definitely give it a try, Valerius said.
That's the spirit, Vexor agreed. Here's the map. Go get some rations at home.
Wait, aren't you coming with me? Valerius asked.
Of course not. I would be eaten alive. I am too small and too slow. I would only hold you up. Valerius said goodbye to the little midget and went on his way to a new adventure. Before he took the route on the map, he stopped at his parents' place and gathered some food. He put everything in a bag and left. Chapter 4: Zombie Territory. The zombie lands consisted of a dark forest with creepy branches and rotting leaves. Valerius wasn't very happy about the atmosphere. A zombie could appear in front of him and jump at him from any corner, tree trunk, or perhaps even from the tree tops. With a shovel in his hand that he took from home, he snuck through the woods, trying to find the right direction to the Black Mountains. A zombie said. The zombie hadn't noticed him yet, but he could hear that the undead monster wasn't far away. Then he heard the sound almost next to him. He hid behind a wide tree, with his back against it and his curious face leaning around the edge, trying to catch a glimpse of the approaching zombie. The zombie passed him without seeing him. That was close. Crack! Suddenly, and accidentally, Valerius stepped on a dead branch on the floor. The sound startled the zombie, which turned around and looked at Valerius.
Whoops,
Valerius said. Gah! The zombie yells as it sprints at Valerius. Zigzagging through the trees and almost tripping over other loose branches, Valerius managed to evade him, but bumped into 10 other zombies. They all screeched and screamed, gnashing their teeth and chasing after the scared villager. Bang! Bang! Valerius hit a couple zombies on the head with his shovel. Knocking them out seemed to work, as long as he didn't kill them. Bang! Another hit. Unfortunately, a somewhat smarter zombie ducked and pushed Valerius against a tree. Ouch! This wasn't working well enough. The hordes of zombies kept coming. Bang, bang, bang! He kept hitting zombies with his shovel, but it seemed like only more of them were coming. It frustrated him. He had to find a solution. After a while, and a dozen more zombies smacked in the head, he got an idea. I wonder if zombies can climb trees, he thought. He ran to one of the trees, a tree with sufficient branches to climb on. Quickly yet accurately, Valerius grabbed one branch after another, moving towards the top. He looked down. Nobody followed. They were all scratching the tree with their nails. Too stupid to even know what to do, he thought to himself. At least he was safe for now, but where could he go from here? Did the zombies still see him? Were they going to keep hanging out by the tree? He looked down again. The zombies were still there, trying to climb the tree but failing miserably. Valerius decided to wait. He waited and waited. An hour had already gone by. Aha! That's what he hoped for. The zombies started to give up. One by one, they left the tree and began to wander in different directions. The part where he would sneak past them again would come up, but this time, he wanted to make sure he went into the right direction. Let's see. The village is over there, he thought out loud as he put his hand above his eyes, trying to get an overview of the whole area. The Black Mountains must be that way, according to the map, past the Skeleton Lands. It's pretty foggy over there. Let's hope I can find my way through that thick blanket that's hanging in the air. After seeing the last zombie departing from the tree, Valerius slid down and snuck past the other zombies. No more mistakes. He was on his guard more than before, and the end of the woods was near. Chapter 5. Skeleton Territory. So these are the Skeleton Lands, he said. I can understand why they are called like that. The thick fog made it almost impossible to find one's way, but what was clearly visible were the bones and skulls on the ground. Half of the plains were covered with them. It made a spooky impression, revealing another ugly face of the undead. Valerius had the feeling that any of those bones could get together and form an entire skeleton that would attack him by surprise. The thousands of bones, rib cages, and skulls didn't exactly make it easier to avoid making noise during his journey across the plains. He stood at the rim of the gigantic field, not looking forward to traverse it, but he knew he had to. The fate of the villagers rested upon his shoulders. Valerius began to walk, even though he could only see about 5 feet in front of him. After a few minutes, he hears a sound. Something or someone was walking in his direction. He fell flat on the floor, face down. He looked up and saw a creepy skeleton walk by. But because of the thick fog and the bones around him on the ground, it could not see him. He hated lying on the floor with the macabre sight of bones all around him. It was a sickening environment, and the disgusting odor from the totality of this place didn't exactly make it a pleasant journey. But he was determined to get done what needed to get done. I have to find that sword, he whispered, encouraging himself. On his belly, he continued to crawl through the dead, smelly mess, making sure that no skeleton that would pass him would even catch a glimpse of him. This was the safest way, he thought. Hundreds of skeletons passed him. None of them even thought of extending their gaze to the ground to see the crawling hero. They were all oblivious to his presence and kept going wherever they wanted without noticing him. Then a skeleton saw him. It screeched, coming at him with both hands as if it were about to choke him. Several other skeletons heard the noise and gathered where Valerius was now running away from the undead monsters. A chase began. Valerius ran as fast as he could, deviating from his course to the left and to the right to lose them in the fog. One skeleton stood in front of him. He held his shovel in place and banged it on the head. The skeleton fell over, and Valerius kept running. Bang! Bang! 2 more skeletons fell because of his direct hits. He ran, and eventually the screams of the pursuers were only heard in the distance.
Time to take cover again, he decided.
Chapter 6. The Mysterious Friend. Valerius continued to do what he had done before. He knew he was closer to the Black Mountains. All he had to do is keep going and keep a low profile. He crawled through bones and muddy puddles, trying to see in front of him. But suddenly, one skeleton stood still and stared at him. The skeleton didn't do anything, just stared. Valerius was quite surprised. Why didn't it attack him? The skeleton held its hand down as if to beckon him to stand up and grab it. At first, he wasn't sure, but for some reason, this particular skeleton appeared to be harmless. Valerius grabbed its hand and the skeleton pulled him up. Then it looked at him and pointed into the direction of the Black Mountains. Obviously, this skeleton knew where to go, even through the thick fog. This skeleton could come in handy. He reached inside his bag and took a necklace out. It had tiny gemstones surrounding a big blue crystal in the middle at the bottom, at its lowest point. It had been there since his mother accidentally dropped it when he was on his way to school. Since he was a kid, he never took the time to pull it out or give it back to his mom. He just forgot. Every time. Apparently she didn't care either. She had always been busy and didn't even remember the necklace. But now Valerius thought it would be a good idea to hand it to this skeleton to show his trust in it. Also, it would help him distinguish this skeleton from the hostile ones. The skeleton took the necklace and gratefully put it around its neck. After that, it pointed to the mountains again and beckoned Valerius to follow. Both of them hurried into that direction and reached the point where the fog faded away a little. They could see farther in front of them, which was beneficial in a way, but in another, it also allowed the hostile skeletons to see more. "Uh-oh," Valerius said, as he saw roughly 100 skeletons gazing at him. As soon as they realized he was there, they ran at him and screamed loudly. The chase had commenced yet again. Valerius ran for his life, with the friendly skeleton following him. It couldn't keep up, and Valerius wondered if the hostiles would attack the friendly skeleton too if he would leave. But he had to keep running. He ran towards the edge of a rocky cliff, jumped on it, and started climbing. The skeletons couldn't follow him. Just like the zombies, they didn't know how to climb. Valerius climbed higher and higher until he reached a mountain path. He pulled himself over the edge and looked down. Hundreds of skeletons were grouped underneath the mountain cliff, but none of them were able to follow him. He looked a little closer and tried to find the friendly skeleton. Somewhere in there, he saw a distant blue gem, and he knew it was his female friend. At least the other skeletons didn't attack her, and he was thankful for her assistance. Perhaps they would meet again, someday. Chapter 7. The Sword of Honor. Valerius hiked up the path and found that it had been there for a long time. His conclusion was based on the old signs, the ancient handwritings, and the pebbles piled up on both sides of it. It didn't take him long to reach the distinct location as indicated on the map. He was there. He looked around and saw something glimmering in the distance. He kept walking and came closer. There it was. It was a sword in a stone, covered in ivy and bushes. But through the green plants he could easily distinguish the glittering handle, the diamond blade, and the inscription on the stone. "Sword of Honor," it read. Yes, this was it. No mistake about it. Hey, what else did it say? "Only for those who use it for others." Well, I am certainly not getting this sword to sell it, if that's what they mean, Valerius said out loud. Hopefully I can pull it out and turn everyone back into human beings. He walked towards the sword, got some of the surrounding plants out of the way with his shovel, and pulled with all his strength. At first it didn't seem to budge, but as he continued to pull, it slowly gave way, and he was able to get it out. Aha, Valerius said. Time to transform some skeletons and zombies. He descended to the foot of the mountain and climbed down the rocky sidewall. The mist had faded. The field was clear. The skeletons were wandering in the distance, all at their own pace and in different directions. One skeleton, however, was not too far away. Valerius decided to attack that one first. If he would just stab it with this magical sword, the transformation to human would take place, right? He got the sword, held it in front of him, and ran at the skeleton. Stabbing it between the ribs, he held firm to the magical weapon and watched as the skeleton crumbled to dust, still bubbling in on the ground. It looked as if there was still going on. Perhaps it would take a while before the transformation would be complete. Either way, this was the sword he would rely on. It was his only chance. Valerius looked at the roaming undead in the distance. "Come on, you ugly skeletons! Let's see what you're really made of!" he yelled. Within seconds, dozens of skeletons were storming at the hero, who slashed and dashed the numerous creatures with his blade. One by one they fell, crumbling and boiling on the ground. It didn't take long for the whole field to become one big, boiling soup of bubbling skeleton remainders. The skeletons were easy to fight. They didn't show too much resistance. Valerius had to exert himself for a while to stab all these bony monsters, but eventually they all fell victim to his combat skills and his mysterious sword. "Phew," he panted. "That was a good workout." He looked at his body. A few skeletons had scraped him and scratched his arms. He was bleeding, but just a little. It wasn't so bad. Valerius clearly knew how to defend himself. "Now the zombies," he said with a determined look on his face as he moved forward to the creepy forest. After finding the dark and dreary woods, he did the same thing, yelling and taunting the zombies, the supposed males of the village. Like customers who are offered a free sample, the zombies ran towards the young farmer and tried to choke or punch him. Some of those attacks were a success, but most of their feeble attempts were futile. Valerius moved his sword from left to right, from up to down, stabbing, slashing, cutting, and evading. He chopped off some zombie heads, stabbed some in their rotting hearts, and punched several zombies to the ground. Each zombie touched by the blade showed the same chemical reaction, crumbling and boiling in the soil as if it was going through the transformation process of turning back into something else. Valerius wasn't too sure if his actions had the desired consequences. Nonetheless, what he did know was that the problems with the undead would soon be over. He just hoped he would see his family and friends soon as humans. Having stabbed and cut a few hundred zombies, he leaned on his sword, exhausted, allowing himself to take a quick rest before returning to his home. The forest had turned into a giant puddle of boiling corpses, not so pleasant to walk through, although it had been necessary to perform this act. He continued through the woods and arrived at his old farm. Having wrestled through these hordes and being utterly fatigued, he let himself drop on his bed and fell asleep within seconds. He didn't know how long he slept. It must have been hours, maybe even a whole day. He slept like a rock for a long time. When he woke up, he saw his mother and father standing at his bedside. He jumped up. "Mom, Dad, I'm so happy you're here," he shouted as he went over to give them a huge hug. They embraced for a while, the three of them, finally united. Their joy was indescribable. "What happened?" Valerius asked after some time. "You did it, son," his father said. "You turned every monstrous creature on those fields and in those woods into perfectly healthy human beings, including us." "All I remember is that the skeletons and zombies were boiling on the ground," Valerius said. "Then you didn't see everything," his mother added. "It took a few hours before everybody turned back. The boiling was the first stage of the transformation. Either way, I am so glad you're awake, son. You were asleep for more than 15 hours. We were a little worried." "Tomorrow will be your big day," his father said. "The mayor will honor you and give you a medal for your heroic performance at the town square." Really? Valerius asked excitedly. Of course, you're the one who helped us out. It's the least they can do. But before we go downstairs to eat, I have a little surprise for you. Well, 2 surprises, he said as he winked at him. He moved aside, and the midget who had told Valerius about the curse in the beginning stepped forward. Vexor, Valerius said. He thanked Valerius and complimented him for his bravery. Then Valerius was introduced to a beautiful girl his age, who stepped forward and told him her name. She was wearing a light pink dress and a white undershirt, topped with red decorations, patterns, and golden edges on her short sleeves. Valerius was astounded by the gorgeous appearance of this young woman, who looked like an angel to him. Have we met? Valerius asked. Of course, she said, but I understand if you don't remember me. I didn't exactly look the same back then, if you know what I mean. Then Valerius saw it. She was wearing the necklace with the blue crystal he had given to the skeleton that had helped him. Chapter 8. The Secret.
But Grandma, Chantal said, if she was the skeleton, then why didn't she tell him? Well, she didn't need to, Grandma said. The fact that she was wearing the necklace was enough.
What if the necklace got stolen by a different skeleton, and she was just faking it? Carl asked.
Oh, don't be silly, Grandma said. Of course not. She held on to that necklace for life. It was like she fell in love with him at first sight when she saw this dashing young farmer's boy in through the fog. He looked like a young hero, the man of his dreams, with his strong arms and his shovel.
Grandma looked up and became a little dreamy. It seemed like she was in her own world for a few seconds, before snapping out of it.
Wow, you really know how to describe her feelings, Grandma, Chantal said. What happened to them? Did they really fall in love after that?
Ha ha, Carl snickered. In love with a skeleton. Imagine that.
Oh, you, Chantal said. I think it's romantic. So tell me, Grandma, did they get married? I'm hungry,
Arya said sporadically, interrupting everyone.
I guess I will tell you that story at a different time, Grandma said.
She took the children to the kitchen so she could fix them a snack. They all walked in front of her and left the room. Grandma took a deep breath and smiled at the necklace with the blue crystal that was hanging on the wall.
Until we meet again in the afterlife, Valerius, she said with a smile.
The end. This has been Kids Fantasy, Legend of the Sword, Kids Adventure Stories, written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins, copyright 2017 by Jeff Child, production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Love and Romance for Kids, a child-friendly chick lit for girls, Kids Adventure Stories, written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. Do people ever fall in love? Apparently they do. This is the account of Sharon, who loves her job and becomes competitive to reach the top. But when she meets Russell, she discovers she loves something or someone else even more than her work. They quickly get to know each other, but they don't like each other that much at first. But as time goes by, and each time a new day begins, they discover each other's strengths and weaknesses and fall in love. The romance lasts even when problems occur, and they make plans to stay together. Listen to this somewhat funny and dramatic story with all the ingredients of a typical chick flick about a couple of villagers who fall in love. Chapter 1. Work. Get those sheets in here quickly. I'm sorry, madam. I will be right there, I say. Hurry up or you'll lose your job. My job is hectic. It has its ups and downs, but mostly downs. I'm not crazy about it, but as a servant in some rich lord's castle, what could I say against it? I had to survive too. A few years ago, I came to this town, hoping for a better future. Surrounding regions had trouble with a drought, cold winters with villagers starving everywhere, and attacking zombies. It was no picnic, except for the ones who ate the humans. In search for a solid job, I had come to Mine Valley and applied at Lord Ulrich's castle. They hired me as a servant, and now I left scrubbing toilets and replacing bed sheets. Other tasks include laundry, of course, and helping out in the kitchen. Every night I go home with the hope of a better position in the castle. Servants talk. They discuss everything that happens, and one of them mentioned the annual servant contest they held to determine who will get a higher position and order the other ones around. You see, there are servants who get close to Lord Ulrich, who tell other servants below them what to do. They get more privileges, like good food, more time off, and recognition of a higher status. And once per year, or so I was told, they measure the servant's performance by paying attention to made-up beds, meals cooked, and customs maintained. I am going to compete. It sounds like something I want to achieve to improve my lifestyle. Chapter 2. My Colleague. His name is Russell. His job is to serve in the kitchen. I know because I come there every so often to bring in the dishes. Sometimes we have to take turns cooking, and although I am no chef, I certainly think my dishes are out there, if you know what I mean. Anyway, Russell is different than the other servants. Well, first of all, he is quite the looker, with his brown hair and brown eyes. I have caught myself staring at him several times, but we haven't said much to each other. Well, one time we said something. It didn't mean much, but it was something. "Could you hand me the pepper over there?" he asked. "Sure," I said as I handed him the pepper. "Thanks." Yes, that was it. We don't even know each other, but the funny thing is that I just think he lacks initiative. Why do I think that? Because I caught him staring at me, too. I know it when a guy stares at me. Some try to hide it, but most times they aren't really good at it. Besides, did I mention I am not all that ugly either? I've had several guys in my hometown propose to me, and I am a little proud of it. But none of them were what I was looking for. Most of them were simply weird. There was one who had a huge beard and a low IQ, another who was completely in his own world and was the biggest pushover I had ever met, and another one, well, I guess he wasn't so bad, but I found out later that he hates kids, and since I wanted a whole house full of those, I told him it wouldn't work out. So looking back, I don't think I did anything wrong rejecting those losers. I don't know if I was too picky, as some villagers called me, but I certainly liked this Russell guy. There was just something about his smile and his way of working that appealed to me. Chapter 3. Competition. Today is the contest. I am thrilled. All the servants are lined up in the great dining hall. The hall is one of those places that looks posh but doesn't have many positive connotations in my brains, since all I do there is work and watch others eat. However, this time it feels exciting. It feels like a spark of hope. As I said, we line up and stand in front of the big, arrogant servant who has been in charge for a year now. Her name is Elizabeth, and she always likes to nag about a speck of dust, a crumb on the table, or a tight deadline we don't reach. They say that money and honor are some of the most sought-after things in life. Well, to some it's power. The freedom to order others around or get your way by being bossy or manipulative. Elizabeth is such a person. "Stand up straight, you monkeys," she says as the 12 castle servants stand next to each other. Oh yeah, did I mention she likes to call us names and insult us? Here you go, now I did. "Good job. You actually did something right," she says sarcastically, not noticing that I am boiling up inside, ready to punch her in the face. "Now, you have all heard of this contest to help one of you look like you're worth something, despite of how it appears to be. This year's contest is themed cooking. You are all going to create a dish that will soothe Lord Ulrich's taste buds. His approval or disapproval will determine who is going to rise to the top. Any questions?" We don't have any, so before we know it, we begun. The ingredients are all over the kitchen, and we each start making our own dish on a different stove. I know Lord Ulrich, and I know he likes meat. So the first thing I do is get the chicken out of the storage space. Russell has the same idea, but fortunately there is enough chicken for the both of us. Our hands touch when we reach for the chicken in the cellar. We look at each other but don't say a word. It's pretty awkward. We both rush back to the kitchen with a piece of chicken in our hands. Then the seasonings and the other ingredients. There is a time limit, so we work as fast as we can. When the clock strikes 1, it will be time to get our meals finished for the owner of the castle, so we do our best to hurry. It's almost time. I can't wait for him to taste my dish. It's going to be delicious. But then something terrible happens. Russell runs into the kitchen with a bowl of gravy mixed with garlic herbs. I didn't see him, so I turn around, reaching for the carrots on the counter. Bang! He runs into me. The gravy shoots through the air and lands in my previously perfect chicken soup. At the same time, I drop the carrots and hold on to his bowl of soup, which looks like, ironically, he had the same idea. Soup. His dish too gets ruined because, clumsy me, I accidentally pull the soup over the edge and spill it all over the floor. Chapter 4. Arguments. Look at what you did, he yells.
Look what I did? You ruined my soup. You walked into me first, I say.
If you would have just watched where you walked when you turned around.
Well, who was the one running through the kitchen? I asked accusingly.
Time is up, we hear. Great, now we both lost, and I was so eager to win. I just knew my soup was delicious, and now it got destroyed by this fool who wasn't watching what he was doing. He looks angry. I know he feels the same about me. And just to think that he is so self-righteous about it, as if I am the one who messed up.
I guess you lazy bums did something in that kitchen without abolishing the whole area, huh? Elizabeth says. The winner will be determined by Lord Ulrich, so just wait here and watch his final decision.
Then she turns to me and Russell and says,
Where are your dishes, you crazy pigs?
They fell on the floor, madam, Russell says. She rolls her eyes and then adds,
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Let's just say that I will be happy to see that none of you got promoted.
And that's it. After trying out all the different meals, a winner is picked. It's my best friend, Cammy. She screams in excitement and jumps up in the air when she hears her name called. It's a joyous moment after all. I like Cammy a lot, so I am glad that she gets to boss me around. She isn't power hungry and treats everybody with respect.
Congratulations, I say. I'm happy for you.
Thanks, she says shyly.
Of course, I could have won too, I tell Russell after Cammy has left the room. That is, if a certain someone hadn't been running in the kitchen and ruined the one dish I was more proud of than anything I had ever made.
Oh, boo-hoo. Do I need to feel bad for you now? He sneers back. It's not like you had to grab mine in the process. How do I know you didn't do that on purpose, just to get back at me?
What are you accusing me of? That's ridiculous, I yell, stepping closer to get a little into his face,
his handsome but oh so annoying face. Well, all I know is that we're even, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't care if we don't see each other for a while, he says while getting really close to me.
Good, I say. It's not like we talked a lot in the first place. We see each other enough, but it's like you're completely ignoring me.
Cammy had left the room, but the others are still there. They look at each other in disbelief. One of them smiles a little with her eyebrows raised and says, "Awkward." All of them leave together, and I was happy to follow them, leaving this frustrating episode in my life behind me. Chapter 5. Distance. It's the end of the day. I am tired and agitated. I don't even feel like warming up a meal for myself anymore, so I go inside my tiny house and fall on my bed. That feels good. The soft blankets and pillows are exactly what I need. I sit there for a few minutes, but then I hear someone knocking at the door. Knock, knock. I walk to the front door and open up. "Cammy!" I shout out as I give her a hug.
"Good to see you too, Sharon," she says calmly. "I am just coming over to check if you are all right. The others said you were upset. I saw what happened. Do you want to talk about it?"
"Oh, that would be nice. Please, come in." I let her into my small living room and get her something to drink. "Yes," I say. "I mean, don't get this wrong. I'm really happy for you, but I was doing so well. I was so certain that my dish was going to help me win the promotion, and then this irritating jerk comes in and ruins everything." "I would be upset about that too," Cammy says. "Did he do anything else to annoy you?" "Well, just the fact that he is, arrogant and mean and weird and handsome and clumsy and dumb," I say. She starts laughing. "What?" I ask. "Did you just say that he is handsome?" I open my mouth and cover it with my hands. Oh no, did I really say that? What was I thinking? She can't know about that, not after what he did. No, I said. "But even if I did, that doesn't mean he is a good guy. Just look at what he did to me." She laughs again. "You know, Sharon," she says, "for someone who is such a detailed perfectionist, you're not very good at hiding your feelings. Don't think I didn't notice you two. You've been exchanging stares for days. Everybody is talking about it. The girls already began to make jokes about the both of you starting a relationship, but after what happened in the kitchen, that may take a while, won't it?" I blush. I didn't know they saw us looking at each other. I guess we had such a strong vibe that we were accidentally giving everybody else the impression we liked each other. But I kind of hate him right now, even though I like him. Does that make sense? I don't know. It feels weird. "Well, I would rather avoid him," I tell Cammy. "I think he is a jerk. He needs to apologize for what he did." "I understand," she says. "Perhaps in due time, but I am not going to push you in that direction." "You better not. I want nothing to do with him." She smiles. "Sure, we'll see about that. I am glad you're okay, though. I just want you to know that if you need someone to talk to, I will be here for you." Cammy is so nice. Chapter 6. The Threat. The next day, I end up having to work in the yard. Elizabeth made sure that I would be punished for wasting all that food in the kitchen. Russell is there too. He usually has kitchen duty, but now he is assigned to work on the other side of the beautiful castle garden. I glance at him. He is a hard worker, I give him that. He is putting in that shovel with his big hands. I have to admit that although I am still angry at him, I can't stop looking, and the results suffer because of it. I am putting a few flowers in the right spots, but most of my work is sloppy because I get so distracted. The castle garden is outside the castle wall, and I guess this very fact makes it so that this perilous situation I am about to describe. Like I said, the castle garden stretches far, and the border is pretty far away from the castle itself. No wonder the fences don't hold back all the wildlife. Well, it just happens to be the thing that put my life in danger. Apparently there is a hole in the fence somewhere, and a ferocious beast snuck through. A wolf. I hear it growl, but I don't see it anywhere. I looked around me, not realizing that Russell has left his spot. I think I am alone. There is nobody else. It's like everybody intently left me there to become a prey to this wild creature. Then I see it. Its piercing eyes stare right at me. It jumps at me, ready to devour my body. I scream as loud as I can and close my eyes. I feel like its sharp claws can rip my flesh apart any moment, but all I hear is, bong! I open my eyes and see my rescuer. He is standing up straight with the shovel in his hand. The wolf lies at his feet, knocked out by his saving weapon. I am amazed. I don't know whether to tell him thank you, roll my eyes and tell him he is a show-off, or simply embrace him and kiss him. It takes me a few seconds to decide. I walk towards him and look at him with big eyes. He doesn't look prideful or conceited. His eyes look sweet and kind. It is as if he is just relieved that I am safe, and that he cares about what I think. With that look on his face, what else should I do than hug him? So I do. I give him a big hug and thank him for saving my life. He puts his one arm around me and says I am welcome. "Are we even now?" he asks. Chapter 7. Talking. "Of course we are even," I say. "I am indebted to you, silly. How did you know to react so quickly? How did you even know the wolf was here?" "I've been observing you for a while," he says, "and I knew the yard isn't always safe. Appearances of the local wildlife have been rare, but they have definitely occurred. I just didn't want to risk it." "Are you still angry at me?" I ask. "No," he says. "I just really wanted that position. But so did you, and I get it. Shall we go for a walk?" "Do you think Elizabeth will allow us to?" "She doesn't matter right now. First of all, she is not here, so she may not even notice. And secondly, she can go take a hike. You just almost died. I think you deserve a little time for yourself." After that, I feel great. We walk into different parts of the garden and talk each other's ears off. The garden has beautiful flowers and shiny objects, as well as broken columns and bushes with fruits and berries. We are really enjoying each other's presence. We talk about the work, our dreams, our goals, and our family. Chapter 8. Empathy. "So tell me something about your background," I say. "Where did you grow up?" "Just in town," he says. "I always wanted to be a blacksmith. I have a passion for swords, metals, tools, and fire. And I started learning some of the tricks and techniques from the one in the village. But when he died, there was nobody else to teach me. I practiced a little on my own, but never refined the process or implemented a necessary set of skills into it as to start my own business. With this promotion, I thought I could use the money to quit working here eventually and do it anyway. But now I guess I will have to wait another year." "But isn't there a way you can still practice and then just start up?" I ask. "Maybe. I don't know. How about you?" "My dream is to have a big family. I want to be the kind of mother who has fresh bread for her kids when they come home from school, or who reads stories to them." "Nice. I appreciate that. So why did you want the promotion so badly?" "I don't know. Perhaps I was just trying to prove myself that I could do it. I just wanted to be proud of myself." "Ah, but nobody else has to tell you that. You know that you made a delicious dish. You tasted it, didn't you?" "Yes, of course. The thing was that I also came to town to look for a better future, and this job hasn't been paying that much so far. I was just going to make things better. But don't get me wrong, I am happy for Cammy." "Haha, it sounds like something you feel you are supposed to say." I go silent. It's interesting how much you can start caring about each other when you empathize with one another. It's one of the most bonding emotions between human beings, and at this moment, it starts working for us. We connect more and more as we talk. I love it. Chapter 9. A New Beginning. After a while, I notice we look each other in the eyes even more. I can't stop smiling, and he seems happier than ever, too. It's like the loss of the promotion doesn't bother us anymore. We are just content with each other. But it is only at the end of the tour around the gorgeous gardens that our hands touch, and he takes the initiative to hold on to my hand. It excites me. I didn't think it would go this fast, but it feels like I am ready for it. This handsome young man who just saved my life is actually holding hands with me. Ah, so wonderful. Then he asked me a question. "Sharon, I hope I am not going too fast, but I would love for you to come over for dinner tomorrow. Would you be inclined to do so?" What a gentleman. Are you kidding me? Of course I would like it. "Yes," I say with a smile. "Great. I will make preparations and I will see you tonight." "Yes, I'll see you tonight," I say. I almost feel like kissing him, but for some reason I think it is too fast, so I control myself. Such a nice guy after all. I never expected that after the kitchen incident. And to think that he is just doing it so he can quit and become a blacksmith. A little strange, but in a way, still charming. Sometimes I am a little scared that the damsel in distress situation has blinded me, as if an unreasonable jerk turned out to be my prince on the white horse, just because he banged a wolf on the head with his shovel. But the more I think about it, the more I conclude that it has just opened my eyes when I was judging him for something he didn't do on purpose. That night I can't think of anything else, and I stand in front of the mirror for more than 30 minutes. Okay, 40. No, 50 minutes. Okay, I admit it's over an hour, but I'm making sure I look my best. an off-white dress with yellow and peach patterns on the sides. It's not an expensive dress since I don't have any, but it's the most beautiful thing in my wardrobe, and I think it will make me look better. Almost time. It's almost 7. I hear someone knock on the door again. That must be Cammy. I walk to the door and open up. "Hi, girl," Cammy says. "So how are things? I heard you had quite the adventure in the garden." "Who told you that?" I ask. "Oh, you can't keep much a secret in that castle," she says. "So how about it? Is he still a jerk? Is he still handsome? Tell me everything." "He is really sweet, actually. He just got upset in the kitchen because he wants to start his own business as a blacksmith and doesn't know how to start without capital." "Interesting," she admits. "And when he killed the wolf, he talked with me a lot. We got to know each other, and we even held hands for a little while." "Oh, so exciting! What else?" "Well, he asked me to come over for dinner," I say. "That explains the dress. I am so happy for you, Sharon. Let's hope he is a good one, huh? Okay, I want you to keep me updated. Let me know how the dinner went. I want to talk about it again tomorrow. And don't worry, if there is anything you don't want me to tell the others, just let me know and my lips will be sealed." "No problem. Thanks for coming by." "You're welcome. Now go so you don't come late." Chapter 10. Romantic Dinner. I put on my jacket and take off. After a circa 15 minutes walking, I arrive at this place. It's a little out of town, but still within reasonable distance of the farthest house. He stands at the front door, or in front of the door actually, waiting for me to come. His hands are behind his back as if he is hiding something. He smiles. "I love your dress," he says, "and I love that smile even more." I blush a little and keep walking towards him. From behind his back, he puts a towel in front of him. "What's that for?" I ask. "It's a surprise," he says, as he puts the towel around my head to cover my eyes. "Come and follow me. It will be more exciting this way." He takes my hand and guides me to, I don't know where. I kind of like the blindfolding idea. It does make it more of a surprise. Trusting that he won't do anything stupid, I gladly follow his lead into his house. "Ready?" he asks. "How can I be ready if I don't know for what?" "I take that as a yes," he says laughingly. He takes off the blindfold and I open my eyes. How amazing! In front of me stands a table with one long lit candle on it. The silverware is precisely organized, and the plates are covered with delicious foods: steak, mushrooms, peas, and potatoes. On the side, there are glasses with pure apple juice from the farms. The tablecloth is the same color as my dress, off-white, and the simple but beautiful ribbons around the edges finish off the scene with a touch of elegance. I gasp. I don't know what to say. "It looks fantastic," I say. He walks to one of the chairs and pulls it back, signaling for me to take a seat. I sit down and he sits down in front of me. That night, we have the most fun by talking and pretending to be rich with this well-prepared, fancy dinner in the back of his little house. Chapter 11. In His Arms. When dinner is over, we move to the living room. At first, I sit across from him, but then he gives me this look as if to say, "Why are you sitting so far away? Come closer." I walk to the bench he is sitting on and lean against him a little. This feels nice. It's super comfortable. I am feeling safe and sound, and I put my head on his shoulder. He puts his arm around me and holds me tight. I have never felt so in love before. We cuddle a little, say sweet words to one another, and then he leans over. Oh, is this it? Is he going to kiss me? This is what I've been waiting for. Yes, he is going for it. He is closing my eyes. Well, I won't let the guy wait. Let's kiss already. With these thoughts in my mind, I close my eyes as well and lean towards him. Bonk. Our noses bump into each other. Ouch, we both say at the same time while rubbing our noses. We laugh. That was awkward. This isn't a bad omen, is it? Of course not. It was just a funny accident. Besides, when I look him in the eyes, he seems confident to try it again. But this time, we don't close our eyes until our lips almost touch. This is our first kiss, and it is wonderful. That night, he takes me home, saying that there might be zombies or skeletons out there, and that a pretty girl like you shouldn't be put in harm's way. He walks next to me, and I put my arms around his right arm, holding on as if it is my arm, and I won't let go of it. I had a great time, Sharon, he says before I enter my home.
Me too, Russell.
We kiss one last time before I go inside. Chapter 12. The Dad. Russell and I have been dating for several days now, and we consider it time to meet the rest of the family. My family lives too far away, but for Russell's family it's easy. They live in the same village as we do. So we go there and knock on the door. There is a cold breeze, and I hope to be let in quickly. It's dark outside. They are coming to the door. "Hello there," the father greets us. "Come in before you freeze to death." We go in quickly, and he gives me a hug. "Welcome," he says. "I heard a lot about you from my son. He is very impressed. And now when I look at you, I have to admit you are quite the looker."
"Thank you, sir,"
I say. "Let's get to know each other a little more. I am all ears. Tell me anything you want. Please, come in and hang your coat on this rack." I hang up my coat and follow Russell's father inside the house. He shows me the living room and sits me down on a comfortable chair. He offers me a cup of hot chocolate, and he asks me so many questions that it almost feels like an interrogation, but I can tell that he is sincerely interested and has been practicing to become a good listener. I smile at Russell, completely enjoying the warm welcome I am receiving from his dad. He smiles back and comments on some of the things we talk about, content with the way his father respects me. But then his mother comes in. Not what I expected. Not what I was hoping for. Chapter 13. The Mom.
"Who is this?"
the mother asks.
"Oh, this is Sharon. Remember I told you about her, Mom?"
Russell says. "A fine young lady with highly sophisticated manners, dear," the father says.
"I'll be the judge of that,"
Russell's mother says as she sits down.
"So, Sharon, right?" she asks.
"Yes, madam."
"How well have you done in school?"
"Actually, madam, I dropped out of school to come to this town and look for better opportunities."
"So, what you are saying is that you didn't develop any other skills besides simple reading and writing? Can you even write your own name?"
"Yes, madam."
"Okay, let's forget about that topic. Obviously, it isn't going anywhere. What about your family? What are they like?"
"Well, my mom and dad separated. They live on the other side of the country, so I don't see them that often."
"Preposterous. Are you saying your parents aren't even together anymore?" she asks rhetorically.
Russell's father rolls his eyes.
"Yes, madam," I answer. "That's just how it is. I wish it wasn't that way, but that was their decision." "Well, let's hope you don't go down that path," she says. "What about your father's job? What does he do?"
"Oh, he has his own farm."
"A farmer's girl. Interesting."
The tension in the room in this conversation is something I don't want to experience again. With every question, there seems to be something wrong with me. This woman thinks a little too much of herself, I think. It's unbelievable how some people elevate themselves above you. The evening goes okay, but since this haughty woman is doing whatever she can to put me down, I don't enjoy it as much. That night I go home with a heavy heart. I don't like the way it went. Chapter 14. The Broken Heart. The next day, Russell comes to me as I am doing the dishes in the castle kitchen. He has a serious look on his face and asks me if we can talk somewhere, private. All the other girls in the kitchen look at us with big eyes. They are used to seeing us greet each other with a kiss every morning, but this time, something is wrong, and they know it. "Sure," I say. I put the dishes down and follow him into another room. He closes the door, sighs, and then grabs my hands. "This is not a breakup," he says.
Oh my goodness, he is serious. What is he saying?
Why would we break up when things are going so well between us? This is terrible. How can he do this to me after all we've been through? Don't leave me. I love you. Okay, better let him finish. I'm getting ahead of myself. But under the current circumstances, he continues, it would be better if we don't see each other for a little while, until things improve. I am about to cry. Why doesn't he want me anymore? Sharon, I love you, and this has nothing to do with you. It's my mother. She has to warm up to you, and the best way to do it is by limiting our contact. I am devastated. I can't believe he is doing this to me. What is he doing now? Is he trying to kiss me? Forget that. After rejecting me like this? I turn away and walk out the door. I am offended, which is probably not the best thing, but I just have a hard time controlling my emotions. Chapter 15. Lonely. I feel lonely. It's evening and I am just sitting in my bed, being bored, feeling sorry for myself. I hate the way our relationship developed, or undeveloped, really. It's dark and windy, and the heat in my home hasn't been sufficient for my needs. I am cold and I'm sitting under a blanket with the chills, hoping for a miracle. It's awful. That miracle, however, comes in the form of Cammy. I hear a knock on the door. I go and open up. "Hey there," she says with a big smile on her face. "What's going on? I haven't even seen you today. It's like you're avoiding me." "I know someone else who has been avoiding me," I say. "Do you want to talk about it?" she asks. "Sure." She comes inside and looks around. Then she shivers and makes a remark about the room temperature. I tell her that I just didn't feel like getting wood for the fireplace. "Oh, I'll get some," she says as she walks out the door around the backyard and comes back with some wood. She lights the fire, and before we know it, we are sitting in a cozier, warm living room. Tiny, but nice. "There we go," she says contently. "Now tell me, what is on your mind?" "It's Russell. He doesn't want to talk to me anymore." "Why not?" Cammy asks. "His mother doesn't accept me." "Oh, I know how that is," she says. "I've been married for 4 years now, and my mother-in-law is still hard to cope with. She is constantly nagging about how I never clean up, or that I am late sometimes. She doesn't like my cooking, and tells me I would look better if I would wear my hair in a different way. So listen, I know all about that stuff." "Thanks for empathizing with me, but what am I going to do?" I say. "Just give her some time. She just needs to accept the idea her little boy is growing up and moving on. She is like a lot of those moms who can't let go when their children get married." "Married?" I say, a little embarrassed, but still smiling shyly. "We never talked about getting married." "Well, would you marry him if he asked you?" she asks. I think for a few seconds. I mean, I am head over heels about him, and I have thought about it, of course, but I never considered it for serious. "Come on, I know you want it. Would you say yes?" she asks again. "I think so," I say with a smile, looking at Cammy. "Ah, I knew it! You're awesome. Trust me, girl, you're going to be great. Just give him some space, let him get over the fact that his mother can't control him any longer, and then he'll come crawling back to you." Chapter 16. Kiss and Make Up. Cammy was right. The next day, Russell comes to me and apologizes. He tells me he was confused and that he wants me back. I am happy, but I make sure I don't get overexcited. I stay calm. I play it cool. "So now what?" I ask. "If it's all right with you, I would like to start," but Elizabeth interrupts me. She storms into the room and opens up her rude, obnoxious mouth. "What are you two doing in here?" she asks. We were just discussing tonight's dinner for Lord Ulrich," Russell says as he walks away. But before he walks away, he whispers, "Meet me in the castle garden." Elizabeth continues to order me around and tells me I did an awful job mopping the floor. I endure it silently and obey her commands, hoping to see my love after I am done. It takes some time to mop the whole floor again, but when I am done, the evil dictator is too. I sneak out and leave the castle, approaching the gardens. There he is, waiting for me. I am so sorry, he says. I know I should have stood up to my mom. She is more okay with you now than in the beginning. But even if she isn't, I want to be with you again. Can you forgive me? I already did, I say as I give him a kiss. Our kiss turns into another kiss, and another, and another. The romantic scenery and singing birds help set the stage for our little makeout session. Then he says, "Meet me at my place tonight. I have another surprise for you." "Yes," I say, while giving him another kiss. Chapter 17. The Beautiful Lights. This night is one of the best nights of my life, besides the romantic candlelight dinner he organized. I arrive at his place and notice the many tiny candles he put in front of it. It's like a path leading to his home, with tiny tea lights on each side. It looks amazing. I am amazed. I don't have any other words for it. "Wow," I say when I meet him, standing in front of his home. "It's so beautiful. I am speechless." He shows me the inside of his house. There are candles everywhere. "Russell," I say, but he doesn't allow me to finish my sentence and kisses me on the lips. "This is to make up for my distant behavior," he says. He goes to the kitchen and gets a cup of hot chocolate. He puts it on the table in front of me and gets a blanket for my feet. This evening is fantastic. I am swept off my feet again by this hopeless romantic hunk of a man. After some talking and the hot drink, we watch the sun set behind the mountains. After the sun is set, we talk for another 2 hours, gazing at the sky breathlessly and counting the myriad of stars that shape a Milky Way above our heads. Chapter 18. Patience. Something is bothering me. I don't know how to explain it because somehow I think I am too demanding. On the other hand, it is a serious issue, at least to me. Maybe I was too eager, but I really expected Russell to ask for my hand in marriage last night. He prepared all those wonderful lights, but he didn't take any initiative. Was he still doubting? Did he think it was too soon? Does he even want to marry me? And today he isn't even here. The other servant girls in the castle say he left the region and went on a long journey. But where to? And why didn't he tell me before he left? He didn't even say goodbye. I am frustrated. I feel abandoned again. Is it someone else? How could he choose some other dumb girl over me, and on the other side of the country? I don't understand it at all. It must be something I overlooked. Maybe I was too clingy, or maybe I wasn't forward enough about how I felt about him. And now he is fleeing the country like a scared rabbit, trying to escape from my attachment problems. Oh, me and my assumptions. I wish I could get over myself and just let it go. I have no clue what got into him, but I cannot linger on all these false conclusions. I have to wait. I have to wait for a long time. Chapter 19. The Proposal. 5 days and he still hasn't returned. I can hardly believe the sudden turn of events and the neglect of informing me about his departure. What am I supposed to do? Just sit here and wait until he is back with some new announcement? I am doing laundry. The sheets from Lord Ulrich look filthier than ever. I scrub and scrub, attempting to get some of that aggressive energy out of my system. Oh, that vague, elusive, ignorant, apathetic... Sharon, I suddenly hear. I stop scrubbing and turn around. There he is, the wanted man himself, the traitor, well, you get how I feel about him. What do you want? I ask, putting my one hand on my hip. I have a question for you. Oh yeah, and what is that? I say skeptically. Before I ask you, I want you to know that I left the region to seek out your father. I wanted to ask him for permission before I asked you this important question. I am startled. Perhaps I was wrong about him. Perhaps he does care and he just needed to see my father to talk about me. Can we go outside? The other girls in the laundry area all stare at us, but I am a little fed up with all his secrets. I demand clarity. No, I say, looking at him with a stern face. Whatever you have to say, I would rather have you say it right here. Okay, he says, but don't let any of their opinions influence your decision. I'm asking you, and you only. Oh my, he is getting down on one knee. Is this what I think it is? Is this the best spot? Am I ready for it? Oh, why don't my thoughts leave me alone? He takes my hand with both his hands as he kneels and looks me straight in the eyes. He opens his mouth. He is about to do it. I think I am going to faint. This is the moment, the one I've been waiting for. I'm getting a little sweaty. I almost don't have the guts to look back, but then I look at those gorgeous eyes down in front of me and melt away. Sharon, will you marry me? He says in all sincerity. Yes, I shout, throwing my arms around his shoulders. He is trying to get up to balance our weight, but then falls backwards with me on top of him, in the laundry tub where we were washing the castle lord's underwear. Splash! The others are laughing out loud while clapping at this awkward, cute, romantic scene. But no matter how wet I get, I don't let go. I cling on to him for life and kiss him. He grabs the back of my head and kisses me back. It's a moment I will never forget. Chapter 20. Happily Ever After. The wedding has been planned. A month later, we are dressed in beautiful attire, surrounded by friends, family, and standing amidst the beautiful flower garden flora where we connected in the first place. Lord Ulrich has allowed us to use his backyard for the wedding, and as we say our vows, I wonder if anything will ever take our love away. I look to the corner. I see my new mother-in-law. Even she is smiling and nodding as to approve of our commitment to each other. It's the happiest day of my life. Oh, excuse me. Our lives. The end. This has been Love and Romance for Kids, a child-friendly chick lit for girls, kids' adventure stories. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Killer Bunny, Battle Against the Mighty Killer Bunny. Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. Two farmers face a dilemma. The chickens are being killed, but not eaten. Is there a monster in the vicinity? Is this some sick joke? They go looking for solutions while finding out more about the rumors of the region. When they find what it is, they are determined to eliminate the threat, but they quickly discover that they underestimated the predator they were after. Listen to more about this thrilling adventure about two friends and several fierce monsters. Chapter 1. Chickens. It wasn't pretty. The mess was all over the chicken pen. Chickens were torn in half and feathers were everywhere. The chickens that were still alive walked around it as if nothing had happened. They completely ignored the victims in the middle of the pen. Flynn took his hat off and walked over to Jack. Jack looked at him and felt his pain. "Very unfortunate," Jack said. "I hope we'll be able to find out what caused this." "I hope so too," Flynn agreed. "I don't think any predators have been spotted around the village. It's a mystery. What kind of animal would rip chickens in half like that and not eat them?" "I don't know, man. But one thing I do know, this is messed up." "Well, yeah. I've never seen anything like this. I'll go get the gloves and start cleaning it up, I guess." Flynn walked away and Jack went after him. "I will help you," he said. "We'll have this solved in no time. Don't worry." They cleaned up the dead chickens and went back into the house. Flynn offered Jack some tea and a cookie. Jack observed the silverware and the china on the shelves next to him. He complimented Flynn on his house, saying that it was homey and comfortable. "You really worked hard to make this place cozy and welcoming, didn't you?" Jack asked. I started from scratch, Jack, Flynn said. I value everything I have, but especially my animals. And if something or someone is disturbing their peace, it bothers me, and not just for financial reasons.
I understand, Jack said, while taking a sip from his tea. What kind of tea is this anyway? I love it.
It's peppermint tea, Flynn said. I grow the leaves in my backyard. It's great. It gives you that little spike while calming the mind with its heat.
That's deep, man, Jack said. You're a thinker. I don't think that much. And something is telling me that you worry too much as well. Am I right?
Yes, you are. I hate it, but it keeps me going, Flynn said. They talked some more, and Jack finished his tea. He left the house and walked home. He wasn't worried at all, unlike Flynn. According to Jack, the chickens were probably just killed by some wolf or ocelot that had broken in.
Good old Flynn,
he said as he came home and kissed his wife.
What happened this time? She asked. He is devastated over a few chickens, Jack said. But I am sure we'll catch the predator soon. It must be a bear or a fox or something, or maybe an ocelot or a wolf. Who knows? But then again, who cares? We've had attacks from those animals before, and we took care of them. Yes, we did. No problem. Exactly.
That night, Jack was sleeping. His wife was up. She hated it when her husband snored. She tried to cover her ears with her pillow, but it wasn't effective enough. Jack was loud, and there was nothing she could do about it. She sat there all frustrated, wondering if she should just poke him or slap him and tell him to shut up. But she was too nice. She wouldn't do that to him. But then she heard even louder noises from outside.
Finally, she thought, I have an excuse to wake my husband up.
She leaned over and shook him a little.
Jack, she said, I heard something outside. What is it? Jack mumbled. I heard a strange sound. Could you please check what is going on? Oh, okay, sure, Jack said.
He got up and put on some clothes, and then he went outside. Now he heard it too. The chickens were panicking. He grabbed a machete from the shed and ran towards the chicken coops. The moon was shining brightly, so that he didn't have to take anything to light his way. When he arrived at the chicken coops, he couldn't believe what he saw.
Oh no, he sighed.
He buried his head in his hands and stared at the mess. Almost the same mess as his friend had encountered. Several chickens were ripped apart, and at least 5 more had been slightly hurt, but enough that it was lethal. 10 chickens had been killed. As he stepped into the blood running from the carcasses, he got disgusted and a little nauseous by seeing this horrific slaughter. But the danger was gone. Whatever or whoever did it had left. Jack looked around, but despite the moonlight, he couldn't see anything or anyone that looked suspicious.
Is that all you've got? He yelled. Come and show yourself, stupid animal!
It was dead silent. So after a while, Jack went back and reported the terrible news. The predator had struck again. Chapter 2. Scene. The next morning, half the village came to watch Jack's poor dead chickens. Flynn showed up and saw a big crowd standing around in Jack's yard. They were looking at the body parts that were scattered across the chicken coops. Jack had gathered everyone to take a look and analyze the crime. The discussion had just begun when Flynn arrived.
Does anyone have an idea who or what may have done this? Jack asked.
Well, I can tell you one thing, a young man says. This ain't no ocelot nor a wolf. They don't attack unless they eat what they kill.
If it isn't a regular predator, as you were saying, then what is it? Jack asked.
What if someone in the village did it just to get people angry? A woman suggested.
That could be true, Jack said. But I can't think of anyone who would do such a thing.
Flynn was listening intently, since his chickens had become the victims of this heinous crime 2 nights ago. The people came up with ideas, suggestions, and even some accusations, but none of them understood the nature of the crime, nor the motive anyone or any animal could have to just kill chickens and then leave them there. Everyone was shocked, and after some more pointless arguments, they all became quiet. Suddenly, a voice from the back of the crowd broke the silence.
"I've been telling you," it said. "I've been telling you for years."
Everyone stepped aside and turned to the man who claimed to know more. He was wearing a hoodie and was leaning on a cane, and although his face was somewhat hidden beneath the hoodie, his eyes were piercing and intense. "What have you been telling us?" a woman wanted to know.
"I told you about the killer bunnies," he said, "but nobody listened, and now it's struck again."
Everyone looked at each other for a second, and when the pause was over, they all burst out laughing. Some were cracking up so badly that they almost fell over. "A killer bunny?" someone asked. "Bunnies don't kill, old man. They eat carrots and lettuce. Have you ever seen this so-called killer bunny?"
"I've seen it," the old man confirms, "but I wouldn't try to find it if I were you. It's dangerous."
The crowd scolded him. It sounded like a ridiculous concept. Predator rabbits were unheard of, but the man insisted that he knew what he saw.
"Mark my words," the old man warned. "It won't be the last time it will kill. It will be back."
"Then we'll just kill it," Flynn said. "Where do we find it?"
"Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you," the old man said. "You cannot fight this monster. Its teeth and claws are sharp, and it has a bloodlust you are not familiar with. My best advice? Stay inside and put better fences around your animals. Perhaps even set some traps. But I doubt the killer bunny will be stupid enough to step into them."
"Thanks," Flynn said, a little disappointed that he couldn't get more information out of him. Chapter 3: Face to Face. Flynn returned home. He knew everyone was laughing at the old man with the hoodie, but for some reason he believed him. What an absurd idea! A killer bunny? Who had ever heard of such a thing? But what if the man was right? What if it was true? He couldn't think of any other carnivore that would murder his and his friends' chickens this way. A killer bunny? Really? He poured himself a cup of tea again and sat there thinking about what to do. "Those are my chickens," he said in a low voice. "I have to protect them." That night, Flynn lay down right outside the chicken pen. His axe was next to him, so he could easily grab it if he had to. The sun was setting and it was almost dark. Crickets were chirping, the wind blew, and an eerie fog came over the farmlands. But Flynn was ready. "Let come what may," he said. He waited and waited. The moonlight lit up some of the ground, yet Flynn stayed in the shade, unseen from any trespassers that could come that night. The waiting made him tired. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. He got comfortable and lay back with his head leaning sideways. He fell asleep. The hours went by and nothing happened. Nothing for hours and hours. Suddenly, Flynn heard a sound. It was a chicken. He reached for his axe and ran towards the pen, but he was too late. One of the chickens was dead, slashed through by some predator. Flynn's heart started beating faster. He knew the predator was still around. He looked to the right and to the left. He ran into the field despite the misty air and scanned the horizon. There! In the distance, there were two glimmering eyes looking straight at him. Flynn ran towards the creature and stopped. In front of him was a white rabbit with red glowing eyes. Its facial expression was wild and vicious. Its claws were long and sharp, and the bunny was showing its teeth and growling a little. Whoa, Flynn said. He had never seen anything like it before. He stared at it, and it stared back. Then Flynn ran at the bunny with his axe. But as soon as the bunny saw him coming, it hopped into the bushes. Flynn kept looking. "Come back, you coward! Afraid of an axe!" he yelled. But there was nothing else he could do. Flynn looked a little longer and then gave up. The killer bunny was gone. Chapter 4. Wind. When Flynn went to Jack the next day, his friend could hardly believe it.
"So the old man was right then?"
Jack asked. "Yes, he was. I saw it with my own eyes."
"Wow! Who would have thought that those things existed? Anyway, what are we going to do now?"
"Kill it, of course," Flynn said.
"I agree, but how?"
"I don't know. Just bring a weapon and enough supplies for our trip. The old man wouldn't tell me where to find the bunny, but maybe he can give us a general direction."
"Sure, but how do we find the old man?" Jack asked.
"You don't have to. He found you," a voice said.
They turned around and saw the man with the cane. A little surprised that he would show up like this, out of the blue, they asked him where to look for the killer bunny.
"Don't say I didn't warn you," he said. "I am certain you will die if you go look for it, but if you want, I can still tell you where I think it hides."
"That would be very helpful," Flynn said.
"I've heard that they live at the foot of the mountains. That way," the man said, pointing in a certain direction.
"They?" Flynn asked. "What do you mean? Are there more than one?"
"Oh, I don't know that," the old man said. "Perhaps not, but I can't guarantee that there is only one. Who knows how many of those monsters there are?"
"Okay, thanks," Flynn said. "Come on, Jack. Let's get going. We will find the killer bunnies and make them regret what they did." Jack followed Flynn to his home. They got as much gear together as they could carry, but they still tried to keep their bags light. Jack brought a net to drag the bunny back when they would catch it, and he put some food in his backpack as well. Flynn packed a bow and arrows, matches, and his axe. They took off, walking through the forest into the mountain areas. At first, everything seemed peachy. There was no danger, there were no wild animals, and a path led them to the foot of the biggest mountain in the area.
"What did it look like?"
Jack asked after a while.
"You gotta look at the killer bunny, right? What did it look like?"
"White with red eyes," Flynn answered. "It was as if the devil himself had taken possession of that bunny's body. When it looked at me, it was as if it was looking right through me with those hollow red eyes that glowed in the dark. Creepy, I tell you."
"The more reason to get rid of it," Jack said. "I don't want such evil things around my house, even if they don't kill any chickens."
"It shouldn't be too far," Flynn assumed. "The old man said the rabbit went into the mountains. Sure, that may be so, but I don't think it went too far away, only to make a long trip to the farms each time."
"I think you're right," Jack said. "We must keep our eyes open. Its home could be anywhere near here."
They kept walking, and the wind became stronger. Some branches were already flying by, and the soft breeze turned into heavy gusts of wind, pulling bushes out of the ground and making the environment unsafe. A storm was coming, and it wasn't going to be fun. "This is just going to get worse," Flynn said. "Do you see the clouds? We have to find some shelter."
"Well, we're almost at the foot of the mountain," Jack said. "Maybe there is a spot or a cave where we can hide. Some rocks, some ledge, or something else. What do you think?"
"I think that's an excellent idea. Let's keep moving." The two of them headed into the direction of the mountain and found a cave in the mountain. It took them a while to find it, but with the strong wind, they figured they had no time to lose, so they hurried and went inside as fast as they could. There they were, sitting and watching the storm do all kinds of things to the trees, the bushes, and the sand at the bottom. The two friends weren't certain if they could call this a hurricane, but it sure came close to it. They had never seen a wind as strong as this. And Jack said that if he didn't know any better, he would have seen it as a bad omen.
"Shall we go inside the cave?"
Jack asked after a few minutes. "Let's just hide behind this rock," Flynn suggested. "There is only a small chance something will blow our way, and the cave is pitch black."
"Then just light a match and make a torch,"
Jack said. "I would rather wait until the storm is gone," Flynn said. "The wind could blow out the fire."
"I guess so."
They waited and waited. It took a few hours, and the farmers ate a little snack. Just for fun, Jack told some jokes he had heard from his kids, who had heard them from friends at school. The storm was almost over. Soon, they would go inside the cave. Chapter 5. Bunnies don't do this.
"Now, can we light a torch and go inside the cave? I am super curious,"
Jack said. "Of course," Flynn said. He took the matches out of his pocket and used some dry branches to light a torch. When he was done, he held the torch up and handed it to Jack. Flynn put the matches back and took his bow and arrows. "You never know what's in this cave," he said. "Go ahead and light the way. I'll be ready if there is a bear or a cougar or something in this cave." They snuck farther and farther into the unfamiliar cave. They felt the rocky ground underneath their feet. Sometimes they looked at each other, and Jack moved the torch around a lot. He was a little nervous. Suddenly, he stepped on something.
"What is that?"
he asked. He moved the torch to the ground. It was a pig skeleton.
"Whoa!"
Jack said as he stepped back. When he held the torch in front of him at a low level, he saw that this was only the tip of the iceberg. Flynn's and Jack's mouths fell open when they saw a big pile of animal bones and skulls scattered all over the cave. There were horse skulls, bones from wolves, and cat cadavers. "There must be hundreds of them," Flynn said. "Have you ever seen such a thing?"
"Never," Jack said. "This is shocking. Bunnies don't do this. What prompted these cute, fluffy animals to become massive murder machines? It's a massacre. Look at all these skeletons."
"There is only one thing that could have made them this way," Flynn said. "It's pure evil, that's what it is."
"Let's get out of here," Jack said. "I don't feel comfortable staying here. I am glad we found their hideout, but I am a little reluctant to fight this bunny after seeing this."
"You still think it's only one killer bunny?" Flynn asked.
"There must be more of them. This is insane," Jack exclaimed.
They moved back to the entrance of the cave, hoping to get out of there alive. But when they exited the cave, they stood face to face with something terrifying. Chapter 6. Killer Bunnies. The two farmers couldn't believe their eyes. It was like they were waiting for them, waiting to destroy. In front of the duo were about 20 bunnies, all with glowing red eyes, sharp claws, and grinding teeth. Their appearance was sloppy and wild. The malicious look in their eyes was both chilling and disturbing at the same time. Bloodthirst was apparent in their demeanor, and they were ready to attack. But none of them were white. They were all brown, black, and gray. "These are not the ones I saw," Flynn said while leaning over to his friend.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that I saw a white bunny, remember? There must be another one."
"Oh, come on," Jack said. "You must have seen it wrong. It was dark, it was foggy. You said so yourself."
"I know what I saw. There is another one."
"Well, I don't see it now," Jack said. "So let's just focus on these, shall we?"
"You got it," Flynn said, as he put an arrow on his bow and stretched it back. Jack took the axe and was ready for battle as well. There they were, standing face to face with more than a dozen killer bunnies who were drooling and gnashing their teeth, anticipating to devour some flesh. "Come on!" Flynn suddenly yelled. "Come on if you dare!" He shot an arrow, and killed one of the brutal bunnies. The other bunnies didn't hesitate and hopped towards the two farmers. Flynn kept stepping back and shooting more arrows, and Jack swung the axe he was holding at the monstrous rabbits.
"Take that, and that, and that,"
he said every time he killed another bunny. Some of the bunnies came too close and scratched the two heroes, causing them to bleed. They tried to ignore their wounds and finish the predators off. Hacking and slashing, shooting and kicking, the two managed to kill the majority of the bunnies. There were only 3 left. "Duck," Flynn said. Jack ducked and evaded Flynn's arrow that way. After that, Jack swung back his axe and made it land in the other 2 bunnies.
"That was that," Jack said. "We're done here."
"Don't be so quick to celebrate," Flynn said. "I told you there was another one. But where is it?" They looked around for a minute.
"There!"
Jack suddenly shouted. Chapter 7. Bunny for Dinner. Jack was pointing at the white bunny, which jumped from one of the rocks that was part of the mountain. Before it landed on the ground next to Flynn, it scratched him with its claws. "Ouch," Flynn said, dropping his bow and arrow.
"Flynn!" Jack yelled. "Stupid bunny! You're going to pay for that!"
"Go get him, Jack," his partner shouted. He was wounded, but he was okay, only bleeding a little from his shoulder. Jack held his axe in front of him. The white killer bunny was bigger than the other ones. It looked at Jack, aware of the weapon he was holding. Then it jumped at him, trying to cut him open with its claws. Jack ducked again, but this time he came up with the idea of doing so himself. He watched the bunny jump over him and swung his axe at him. Tsak! It hit the bunny, which died instantly. Jack had killed the killer bunny. "That's disgusting," Flynn said when he looked at the dead bunny on the ground.
"Yes, but it's dead," Jack said.
"Indeed it is," Flynn said. "Well, what now?"
"Have you forgotten why I took the net?" Jack asked.
"Oh yeah, why did you take that net anyway?"
"In contrast to the bunny's bloodlust, I don't mind eating the victims I kill," Jack said.
"Ha ha ha! Good one! You're going to eat these bunnies? What if they have some evil force in them that made them the way they are?"
"I'm willing to take that risk. You?"
Flynn thought for a moment. Although he had no idea why these bunnies had become so wicked and ferocious, he wasn't superstitious enough to think that there was an actual evil force in them, so he shrugged and said, "Sure, let's get them into the net. We'll cook them at home." They gathered all the bunny corpses and put them into the net. After they were done, they headed home. "Hey, Jack," Flynn said, "do you know any rabbit recipes?"
"I am sure my wife will know some," he said. "We haven't had rabbit for dinner in years. By the way, I heard it goes well with peppermint leaves, so you should be fine. The question is, who is going to take the big white one home? That one has the most meat on it, doesn't it?"
"Ha ha," Flynn laughed. "You can have it."
"Thanks. I appreciate that."
The end. This has been Killer Bunny, Battle Against the Mighty Killer Bunny, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Kids Book for Boys. Diary of a Man in a Search for Happiness. Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. This is a story about a man. His name is Adam, and he comes across a wishing well. And although the well grants him every wish, he quickly finds out that he doesn't really know what he wants. His happiness, he discovers, doesn't necessarily rely on fame and fortune or the other desirable things he wishes for. Listen about this inspirational story about a man who discovers his true worth and true happiness in life. Chapter 1. The Wishing Well. I am Adam, simply Adam. I will tell you what happened to me recently, something weird and unbelievable, but it came true. Let me ask you this, reader of my diary. If you could have or be anything, literally anything in life, what would it be? That's the question I got confronted with. I never expected it, but I had to answer it right there and then. I was glad, however, that I received several chances to correct myself. You see, a lot of people don't know what they want in life, or what's good for them at least. They don't appreciate what they have until they lose it, and they somehow think the grass is always greener on the other side. Anyway, just something for you to think about. Learn from my mistakes, so you won't have to make them as well. Enough said. I won't leave you in the dark any longer, and reveal the sequence of events that overcame me. I was living in a tiny village by myself. The big city was only about 20 miles away, but I never went there. Life was fine as it was. I was a glass blower. I made beautiful, shiny objects by applying all the techniques I learned from my father, who passed away. I was in my early 20s, and I lived on my own with my little business. One day, I was blowing some glass for a couple that was getting married. They had been in love for a long time, and had finally made the decision to say their vows and be committed to each other. It was fun. It was a special challenge, because I had never made a male and female figure from glass before. I mean, I had made them separately, but not together, melted as one. I spent hours and hours that day trying to perfect their glass ornament. It would be the centerpiece on their wedding cake, so I would get a lot of attention for my business as well when the guests would come. With the few coins of gold I had saved up, I would be thrilled to see my business grow and maybe even have the word spread to the city area. The glass statue was 3 feet high, and the details in it were exquisite. It was as if I was inspired like never before to make it this way. But something went wrong. Terribly wrong. Creatures from the forest and other realms were always near us. I never cared, for I had never seen one. They were just rumors. But it completely destroyed what I had planned for so long. It was a dark shade with a scar on his face that day. A dark, vile monster from another place. And it came into our picturesque village to disturb our peace. As I was working on the glass, always in my barn, with the door open so that people could observe my handiwork, the dark shade teleported in front of me. I got startled. I fell backwards and knocked over my stuff. "Oh no, I said. I went through the things that just fell on the floor and sorted out the equipment. But before I did that, I discovered, to my horror, that the glass ornament I had been working on all day had broken into 1,000 pieces. I was devastated. I did not have the time to start over. I couldn't give up my sleep, could I? And what about all the overtime? I just knew they weren't prepared to pay for that. The accident hit me hard. It was the end of my amazing opportunity. It was over. Stupid dark shade. Why did he do this? And where did he go? Ah, he teleported. Over there. I grabbed a granite shovel from my shed and ran after him. When I came to the spot where he had teleported to, he vanished again, teleporting to another spot. "There!" I shouted. "Come back here!" None of the villagers saw me, as they just happened to be elsewhere at the time. So I chased the dark shade by myself, running from street to street and after him into the forest. There was a strange fog that day, in the forest at least, and I couldn't see the dark shade any more. "Where are you?" I yelled. "Show yourself!" I held onto the shovel firmly, a grip with 2 hands to make sure I could strike any moment if he would appear in front of me. But he was gone, nowhere to be found. I saw something in the distance. I didn't know what it was, but it seemed like a vague silhouette of someone or something. Mysterious, I thought. Let's check it out. I walked over there and found a well. Weird. I had never seen this well before. Then again, I didn't go to the forest a lot, since I usually kept myself busy blowing glass all day. Who would put a well in the middle of the forest like this? I asked myself. With the climate we are in, you'd think someone would rather put it in the village. I came closer and observed the well. It was made of bricks, and there was a little roof attached to it, with a wooden bar and rope that allowed people to haul up a bucket with water. I looked down the well and was surprised that I couldn't see the end. It seemed endlessly deep, but maybe it just appeared that way because of the fog. I had forgotten about the dark shade. Pursuing him wouldn't help me get my glass back anyway. I punched against the tree out of frustration and sat down. I took a deep breath and calmed down. What now? I asked myself, looking up. Then I looked at the well again. I got over it. There was nothing I could do. So I decided to have some fun and try out the echo in the well. I leaned over the edge and said, "Hello! Hello!" I heard. "You're funny!" I shouted. But instead of hearing back the same words, I heard something else. "Is that what you want to be? Funny?" the well asked. Huh? That's not what I said. What was going on here? I got a little concerned. "Is someone in there?" I asked. "Nobody," I heard. "I am talking. Why would you assume that wells can't talk?" "No reason," I said. That was weird. "I am the wishing well," the well said. "You can wish for anything. I will grant you all your wishes. If you are not satisfied with your wish, you just have to shout, 'I take it back!' Then your wish will be reversed and you can wish again." "Endless wishes?" I asked. "Wow, sounds too good to be true. How do I know you're not lying?" "Ha ha ha," the well said. "Most people wish for dumb things. Let's see if you are any better. It's not too good to be true. You can create your own truth. The question is, what do you want? Do you even know what you want?" I thought for a moment and then asked, "So what you're saying is that I can take back any wish and change it into something else?" "Yes, but the only catch is—" I knew there was a catch. "You cannot blame me for the consequences. You may think you want something now, but it might not be what you expected of it. Whatever you wish for will happen, with everything that comes with it, the good and the bad. So go ahead and test out all the options in life. But if I were you, I would think twice before I would wish for something." "Sounds reasonable," I said. This was great. I could wish for anything I wanted. A lot of lifestyles would be better than what I had now. And it was all available to me instantly. That is, if this was the real thing. What was I going to wish for? I thought of my little business and how impoverished I actually was. I was trying to build it up and spread the word about my glass ornaments to make a living. What if I could just have all that money right away? Then I wouldn't have to work anymore. That would be awesome. "I know what I want," I finally said. "Let's hear it," the well said. "I want to be rich." "You got it," the well confirmed. Chapter 2. Rich. Poof! I was back at my house. I had just teleported from the wishing well in the forest to the front yard of my home. Wait a minute. I have a front yard? I blinked a few times, hardly believing what I saw. The wishing well had delivered its promise. I was rich. Before my eyes, I saw a humongous villa. It was surrounded by a beautiful garden with flowers, grass, and figurative bushes. In the middle, I noticed a fabulous fountain. Wow! Was this my house? I walked towards the front door. The villa was decorated with little angels and sharp and diverse swirls. I looked at the sign on the front door and it had my name on it. Wow, again! This was fantastic! I could hardly wait to see the inside. When I opened the door, I was dumbfounded. The ceilings were covered in complicated paintings. Expensive vases and mirrors were on the walls, surrounded by gold, silver, and diamonds. A comfortable couch made a visit pleasant and didn't do the beautiful table and chairs on the side of the room justice. The entire place was stylish, high class, and posh. The first few days, I just relaxed. I didn't need to do any work, and I just had a good time by myself. I took a bath, enjoyed the view, read a book, ordered some delicious food, and slept on the soft mattress on my enormous bed. But then I got a little bored. I could relax every day, and it was pretty fun, but it just didn't give me any fulfillment. I got a little lonely in my big mansion. So that day, I left the house and walked into the village. The other homes in town were not nearly as extravagant as mine. I figured I was the richest person in the village, and I hoped people would respect my status. Quite the opposite happened. "Hi, Carl," I said, when I saw one of my friends in the village. He ignored me. "What's happening?" I asked.
A lot, he finally said. While you're just being lazy in your giant house, we are actually doing some hard work here.
And then I realized that the wishing well was trying to teach me a lesson. Being rich wasn't everything if you get bored or if people don't even like you. Carl was jealous, obviously, so I invited him over. "Just gather all your friends in the village and then we'll have a big party tonight. How does that sound?" I said.
"Wow, you're willing to do that for me?" he asked.
"Of course. I would be mean if I didn't share some of what I have."
"You bet. I'll be there, and I'll ask some other people to come too."
"I will arrange music and food," I said. The next thing I did was go around the village and inform everyone I knew who could provide me a service, like musicians, cooks, and entertainers. I got jugglers, jokers, and dancers to come. That night there was a party in town. Everyone knew about it. They all loved what I did, and there was much enjoyment. People danced and ate a lot of the free food I provided. They socialized and had a good time. My loneliness was gone, at least partially. People smiled at me and thanked me, but when it was over, I felt it again. I knew some of them were sincere, and they certainly didn't mean to offend me, but I saw a lot of them who were just there for themselves. Some of them stuffed the food into their pockets. Others said hi, but didn't show that they were really interested in me. Status wasn't everything. Nobody asked me about my success or my family life. It was all just a shallow presentation of what could have been some real friendships. I went to bed that night, feeling a little better because the party was at least somewhat fun, but still empty inside because it was not what I expected it to be. I fell asleep. I dreamt about being liked better, something I was lacking at that moment. But then I woke up by the sound of the front door. What was that? I thought. I got up and went downstairs, tiptoeing all the way to ensure my safety from whatever it was that opened the door. When I was at the bottom of the stairs, I saw a man with a face mask. He was digging through some stuff in the drawers of a cupboard in the hallway. A burglar. I knew it. This guy was trying to steal my stuff. I rushed to the kitchen, not making a sound, and got a knife. I snuck back to the hallway and noticed that he had disappeared. I went outside and looked around. He had left the door open and taken what he wanted. Disappointed, I went back inside and discovered that some valuable items were missing. This rich thing wasn't working out. I just wanted people to like me, not wallow in self-pity, surrounded by luxury and boredom. With my hand, I stroked the surface of one of the mirrors and let myself fall down on the couch. I sighed. I looked at the beautiful paintings on the ceiling. I wasn't even going to miss those. Then I shouted, "I take it back!" Chapter 3. Famous. The next thing I knew, I was back at the well again. I looked around me. The fog was still there. It was almost like a magical mist from a fairy tale that covered up reality. I bent over the edge and talked to the well again. "What went wrong?" the well asked. "I don't think the being rich thing is for me," I said. "What's wrong with being rich?" the well asked. "Oh, it's not really bad. I guess a lot of rich people are happy. I don't think being rich makes you miserable, but to me, it didn't do much. People got jealous, some just pretended to be friends when they weren't, and I got robbed." "Classic mistake," the well said. "A lot of people think that if they are just wealthy enough, all their problems go away." "Well, I noticed not everyone liked me. In fact, some people despised me for being rich." "So what do you want instead?" the well asked. "I want to be liked," I said. "I want to be loved. Make me famous, then everyone will like me." "You're sure?" the well asked. "Absolutely." "Your wish is my command," the well said. "Just remember, you can always take it back." "Oh, I am certain I don't want to take this one back," I said. Poof! I was back at my house. It wasn't looking so fancy anymore. It looked like a decent place, but nothing over the top. When I was about to enter, a guy came to me and said, "I can't believe it. Where have you been? The media have been looking all over for you." "Oh, yeah?" I asked. "Of course. I'm going to tell them you're here. Just stay here and don't go anywhere." "Okay," I said. As he ran away, I sat down on a bench on my porch and waited for the time to pass. Within minutes, hundreds of people appeared in my yard. Some of them looked like they wanted to interview me, so I allowed them to step forward. "Mr. Adam, can you give us a few words about how you got so far?" a woman asked. "Hard work, I guess," I said. "Do you realize you have inspired thousands of artists across the country with your glass statues and ornaments?" "I did not know that. Thanks," I said. "What are your thoughts on that?" "I am glad I was able to share my creativity with others," I said with a smile. The rest of the interview went smoothly. People asked me to sign their documents, and some of the artists made drawings of me, after which I signed those as well. I was popular, and it was a lot of fun. Little children came to me and asked me to give a demonstration. I went to my workshop and started blowing glass. The whole crowd stood amazed at my skills. They were taking notes, discussing how I did it, and encouraging their sons to become like me. Afterwards, people stood in line to shake my hand and have the honor to meet me. I felt great. I lay my pillow on my head that night, thinking that I had made it. Everyone liked me. This was great. I was a celebrity. One of the reporters told me there were advertisements in the city to buy my handmade glass items, and that the distribution was going well. I looked at some of the things I made. They symbolized the inner power in human beings to create something worthwhile. The next day, I left my home to buy some food in the village. I came to the butcher. There I met a woman I had never seen before. She was gorgeous, and I wondered if we were meant to be together. It was love. Well, more like attractiveness at first sight. I was hesitant at first, but then I took courage and walked over. "Good day," I said. "Good day to you," she said. "Have we met before?" I asked. "I don't think so, but I have heard of you," she said. "You have?" "Of course, you silly. Everyone has heard of your glass objects. They're beautiful." I felt flattered, but I don't know if she was flirting with me or if she was just being nice. So I asked, "How would you feel about getting to know each other a little better and grabbing a drink this afternoon?" "Thanks," she said, "but I'll pass. Nothing personal." Man, I thought this would be easier. After all, I was a celebrity. I accepted her rejection and said goodbye. I was a bit confused. Why would she not be interested in me? Did she already have a boyfriend or a husband? I kept walking home, but then I saw Carl. "Carl, how's it going?" I asked. "Not bad. I heard you were doing well in business," he said. "You became pretty famous." Yes, a lot of people are impressed. That's true, he said. But there are others who went bankrupt because they couldn't compete with your handiwork. I paused. I had never thought about it that way before. My success would diminish the success of others and eliminate the competition. I wondered if everyone really liked me or if just some people did. I was becoming more aware of the fact that celebrities are both hated and loved, depending on who you talk to. It wasn't my intention to put others out of work, I said. I know, he said. I don't hate you for it, but then again, I am not in the glass-blowing business, am I? You're right, I said. Hey, I have another question. Go ahead. The woman at the butcher's place wouldn't even go out with me. Why do you think that is? Is she in a relationship? I don't think so, Carl said. But just think about it this way. Just because you're famous doesn't mean every woman is looking for someone like you. I felt insulted. Are you saying I'm ugly? I asked. Not ugly, he said. But maybe you're just not her type. Oh, okay. Yes, maybe not. Well, see you later, Carl. I went home feeling inadequate and unsatisfied. Being famous was fun, but just like a lot of people liked me, there were also those who hated me. Being well known had two sides, apparently. Moreover, I didn't feel like I could get the other gender to be interested in me after being rejected so harshly. No, this wasn't it. I wanted something else. I take it back, I shouted. And before I could think of anything else, I was back at the well. Chapter 4. Handsome. What's wrong this time? The well asked when I arrived. Not everyone liked me, I said. Was that what you wanted then? The well asked. Well, if that's the case, then I would advise you to give up. It's simply impossible to make everyone like you, even if you live a perfect life. There are always those who hate you, no matter what you do. And it's just because they can't stand another person being better than they are, or because they are insecure or bitter about life. It's how it has always been. Well, you could have told me that, I said. I tried to tell you, but you were too eager to be famous. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Now you've had the experience. You've got endless wishes, so don't worry about it. I'm not. I just want you to grant me the next wish. Can I get another one? I already told you that you could, the well said. Speak up and I will do it. I want to be attractive. To whom? The well asked. Mosquitoes? No, to women, of course. I want to be hot and handsome and irresistible. Sure, the well said. Poof! There I was again, standing in front of my home, at the same place as with all the other wishes. I wondered what would happen this time. My house didn't look that rich anymore, not even decent. I hadn't wished for riches or popularity, just for attractiveness. I went inside and noticed that I was just as poor as before the wishes. But when I looked into my mediocre mirror, I was in shock. Whoa, I said. I look stunning. I mean, I like looking at women myself, but I could see how this face and this body will work in my favor when I ask a woman for a date. Even though I thought the butcher's daughter was beautiful, still, somehow I just wanted to explore my possibilities. So I took some food and headed to the big city. I hadn't been to the city for a while, so it was interesting to look around a bit and observe the rustle and bustle of the big metropolis. There was a market in the streets, and I liked just going for a walk and taking a look around. There were clothes, fruits and vegetables, bread and knickknacks for sale. Every vendor was doing his best to get rid of his stuff and become a little better off. Suddenly, someone tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around. Hi, a pretty woman said. What's your name? My name is Delilah. Adam, I said. Nice to meet you. But before I could end the conversation or say anything interesting, a big man came and stood behind her. Are you trying to flirt with my girl? He asked. No, I said. She just said hi and I said it back. Uh-huh, he said. Well, next time, just ignore her. She doesn't know what she wants, so I need to tell her. Come on, woman. Fine, sorry, I said. He left. I realized that it wasn't good to be handsome if people in a relationship were attracted to them. It wasn't my intention to break up people's relationships. I better check next time if they're available, I thought. I walked around some more and noticed some young women staring at me. This was great. I was the man. All these women thought I was attractive. I could choose whomever I wanted. That's what it felt like, at least. In the evening, I went into a bar. I knew I would be able to socialize there and get to know some people, especially girls. When I entered the room, I immediately felt the difference. In the village, before my handsomeness wish was granted, not a lot of people paid attention to me. Now it was like I was the center of attention. I walked upright and confident to the bartender and ordered a drink. It didn't take long before I was surrounded by women. Some were flirting with me and were very forward. Others were subtler and stayed at a distance, but still wanted to be around me. I felt wanted and important. When I left, some of them wanted to go home with me, but I said I would see them the next day. I wasn't ready for a solid relationship yet, and still one of them followed me. I will see you later, I said. But I still want to talk to you, she said. Okay, let's get to know each other better, I said. What do you like to do for fun? She giggled. I like to be spontaneous and meet people. Okay, what else? I don't know. How about you? I am a glassblower. Oh, nice, she said. Nothing more. I wondered if she was really interested in me, or if she was kind of superficial, or perhaps just very shy. I didn't give up yet. I kept digging deeper. So, what do you look for in a guy? I asked. Strong muscles, lots of money, good-looking face, which you definitely have. You know, that sort of stuff. She didn't ask me back what I was looking for in a girl. She just kept flirting and became a little clingy. After a while, I concluded that perhaps I hadn't started a conversation with the brightest young lady in town, and said goodbye. It didn't just stick with this experience. Every time I met new women, I attracted the shallow, dumb types for some reason. It went on like this for days, and I never felt the desire to get really close to them, no matter how beautiful they were. I wasn't just looking for a good pair of lips, pretty eyes, and some hair waving in the wind with a hot body underneath it. No, I was looking for something more serious. And after a while, all that attention started to bother me, because it wasn't sincere or deep. It always stayed at small talk and discussions about looks or money. One day, I had another frustrating evening at one of those places in the city. I was fed up with it. This thing about being really, really ridiculously good-looking wasn't everything. I longed for a better, deeper, long-term relationship. I sat on my bed and thought about it. Then I said out loud, I take it back. Poof! I was back at the well, ready to explain my dilemma. Chapter 5. Smart. Back already, huh? The well said. Yes, I just couldn't take it anymore. If I want to attract a woman into my life, I want it to be something that lasts. Some of those girls in the city were so stupid, not to be condescending or something, but they were not what I was looking for. I think it's fun to be handsome, but I think there is a downside to it too. It's kind of like being popular or rich. All that superficial attention by people who don't actually care about you. I am surprised how fast you're understanding what it's all about, the well said. So what would be your next wish? I was turned off by all those dumb folks, to be honest. I want to be smart, intelligent, knowledgeable. I think that this will add a lot more to my life than all those other things. It's already done, the well said. Poof! I was home again. I was standing in front of my house. When I went inside, the room was full of books. Ha! Funny. It made sense, though, since there was a lot of knowledge to be found in books. I couldn't wait to get my hands on some of that stuff, so I picked a book from the many shelves that had magically appeared in my living room and began to read. The next few days, I read about Socrates, Shakespeare, and several books on history, science, politics, languages, and physics. I knew a lot, and the information was being sucked up by my brain like a sponge. After some time, I got an invitation. It was to a debate club in the city. Could be interesting, I thought. Several days later, I took off and entered the city. I found the designated building in a considerable time period and went inside. There it was, a group of literates and sophisticated gentlemen who had been educated by the best books and teachers in the vicinity. I was ready to join these fine, distinguished lords from all over the country. The discussion started. It was about politics. But as it kept going, I didn't necessarily gain more respect for these men. It was strange. They knew so much, but their debate wasn't always reasonable.
It's absurd to think of the country as some piggy bank that you could turn upside down and invest into the general population. They are not trustworthy, one of them said.
Just listen to yourself. The old ways of egocentric thinking are over. Divisions have already been made. You cannot deny the fact that only a few % of the people control more than 90% of all equity.
You talk about slavery. It will turn the entire economy into a melting pot. We should celebrate the differences.
And what's wrong with that? What do you call what they're doing now? Just because you have your own set of pushovers who do anything for you, the dictator, the spider in the web, doesn't mean you can minimize the efforts of the majority.
Well, I ought to teach you what it means to be a successful entrepreneur, my good sir. Something you probably wouldn't understand since you're sticking your nose into all that literature rubbish.
And that's how it went on for a long time. They threw a bunch of complicated, expensive words into their lectures, but all they did was arguing. That's when I concluded that knowledge is nothing if it doesn't go together with some manners, kindness, or some actual wisdom. You could be the smartest person in the world, but be the biggest jerk as well. I didn't like it. I was done with all the intellectual thinking and this pretending to be so much smarter than others. I left the room and said, I take it back. Chapter 6. Heroic. Poof! I was back at the well. Now what? The well asked. I thought you liked being smart. Isn't that worth something? Yes, I said. It's not all bad, but it's not everything either. I learned a lot from those books, but how is it going to help me in life? Did some of those guys in the debate room just study a lot so they could consider themselves as some smarty pants who knew more than others? You're getting warmer to what really matters, the well said. I am proud of you. Don't get me wrong, knowledge is great, but if you don't apply it well, it won't get you anywhere. Some of the smartest people in the world are the most miserable ones. So what now? What do you want to wish for next? Well, I began, those men were studying all day, but they were just in their own world, building up opinions and reading about this or that. All that knowledge stayed in their heads and didn't help anyone. So you want to help people? The well asked. Yes, but I think it's important to get the honor I deserve as well. Really? The well asked. Then it sighed. Yes, nothing wrong with that, is there? Wishing well, I wish to become a hero. You know, one of those warriors that saves the population from calamities and gets carried back into the cities on their shoulders. You got it, the well said without hesitation. Poof! I got exactly what I wanted. I stood in front of my home again, but this time, when I went inside, there were all kinds of weapons. I was a warrior with some serious armor and tools. I took a diamond sword, which was one of the best weapons, nearly unbreakable, and started practicing my moves. Surprised that I picked up the skills so fast, I kept training and waiting for that moment when the village needed me. A few days later, that moment arrived. Alarm! One of the villagers yelled. We are being attacked! I rushed to my weaponry and came out with a sword and shield. Where? I asked. By whom?
20 dark shades, he said. They are at the village border.
I'll get to it, I said. Don't worry, I will deal with these pests. As I ran to the spot he pointed out, I became even happier when I realized that the dark shade that knocked over my glass wedding statue could be one of the enemies in their little army. The villagers were hiding. I was the only one there, facing the group of dark shades by myself. I held up my sword and shield and taunted them. They teleported into my direction, but the wish had made me a competent opponent, helping me sense immediately in which direction they would go. I stabbed one behind me, turned around and smashed another in the face, and went on with my killing spree until they were all dead. Only one of them was left, however, and I noticed he had a scar on his face. This was the dark shade I had been looking for. "Try to knock me over again, you monster," I said. He came closer and tried to attack me, but I stabbed him. I looked into his glowing eyes before I let him go. Then he dropped to the ground and died. I was full of myself. I was proud. I had killed these dark shades and protected the village. Additionally, I had my revenge. The dark shade that had caused so much trouble in the first place now lay dead before my feet. The villagers came out and carried me on their shoulders. "Hooray for Adam! He saved our lives!" they exclaimed. "Hooray for the courageous hero!" There was a party afterwards. Men were grateful and women were in love with me. It was another one of those moments I had been craving, honor and praise. But this time I had put my life in danger for others. It was a sacrifice, and it was completely unselfish. Wasn't it? Wait a minute. Was it? That night I went home and thought about my motives. I had done the right thing, but perhaps it was for the wrong reasons. The village was safe, the dark shades were dead, but I still felt hollow inside. And again, I realized that my biggest reason for performing this brave deed was to have others notice me and to feel good about myself by having others admire me. Again, this was not making me happy, and I thought it was because I was thinking of myself again. After a short hesitation, I knew it was the right thing to do. I raised my voice and shouted, "I take it back!" Poof! I was back at the well. Chapter 7. Selfless. I stood there, puzzled because of my own indecisiveness. What was I going to wish for? "You seem confused," the well said. "I guess I am," I responded. "All those times I wished for things that would make me feel better, things for myself. Personal gain was all I cared about, but every time I felt empty inside, and I wasn't content about life." "What are you saying?" the well asked. "I think that what I am saying is that I want to be selfless," I answered. "Then just say the words and it will be done." "I wish to be selfless," I said. "That is the best wish I have heard you make," the well commented. Then, poof! I was back at my house. The situation was the same as in the beginning. My house was small and unimpressive. I walked inside and saw the broken glass statue. I sighed. The dark shade was gone. I was back at where I had begun. But this time, my attitude was different. The frustration was still there, but I knew what to do about it. "This is going to take a long time," I said when I looked at the mess. But I began, no matter how much I hated it. I cleaned it up, got a new piece of glass, and started to work. It became evening. It became night. I did the same as before. I tried to perfect every detail in the statue to make sure this couple would have a beautiful centerpiece for their wedding cake. When I was done, I looked at the sky. The sun was coming up. Apparently, I had been working all night to complete the project. I was exhausted, but I was proud of myself. A few hours later, the groom showed up at my doorstep. He asked if he could see the glass statue. I proudly presented it to him. "How much is it?" he asked. I told him how many golden coins it was. I didn't charge him anything for the time after it got destroyed. The second statue I had made was completely free. But I knew that telling him that would make him feel guilty, so I didn't. "Thank you," he said. "It looks great. This is exactly what I was looking for." "You're welcome," I said. When he left, I felt better inside. I had served this young man in the best way I knew, and I had done it for a normal wage, without making him pay for something that wasn't his fault. I went to bed because I was fatigued. I had to catch up. Later, the whole village heard of my handiwork, and I got a lot more business after that. Even people from the city came to make orders and buy my things. But despite the success, I was especially glad that I was able to help. I knew that what I had done was right, and that was more valuable than anything. The end. This has been Kids Book for Boys, Diary of a Man in a Search for Happiness, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Maze Sprinters, Adventures in a Complicated Maze, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. In a distant land there is a maze. 2 young men are stuck, banished from their kingdom, not knowing what to do. Their only way back is to finish the maze and get to the palace from whence they came. Not sure of where to go, they have to figure out a way to cooperate and defeat the dangerous creatures in their paths. Will they be able to restore what was theirs and abandon this wretched place? Quickly start listening and find out. Chapter 1. Trapped. Rannis looked at the ground. He just barely got up. He didn't remember exactly what had happened, but he knew he didn't feel good. "Oh, my head," he said. "That's got to be the biggest headache I have ever had." He looked over and saw his brother lie down next to him. He watched him breathing. Yes, he was still alive. So Rannis decided to be kind and let him sleep. In the meantime, he wanted to know where he was. He looked up and saw big walls of concrete surrounding him. What is going on here?" he caught himself saying out loud. This is what woke up his brother. When Rannis noticed his brother waking up, he leaned over and asked him how he was feeling. "Giant headache," was the answer. "Where are we?" "I have no idea, Alvis. No idea whatsoever." "Whoa," Alvis said. "Where did these come from?" "Oh, you mean the walls?" Again, no idea. "Is there anything else you want to ask me that I don't know?" "Never mind," Alvis said. "Let's see where we can find an exit." "Simple," Rannis said. "There is one over there." "Yes, and another one over there, so which one do we choose?" "Well, before we do, let's just go over what just happened. How did we end up here in the first place?" Alvis began to think. "Well, first there was the Count. He visited us. I remember my parents were having a good time at the lunch table with him. We joined, we ate, and I don't remember what happened after that." "Did someone poison us? Did someone put us to sleep and then dumped us over here?" Rannis asked. "That's what I'm thinking, brother. But like I said, I don't remember." "Well, we cannot stay here. We need to get back to the palace and figure out what's going on, don't you agree?" "Absolutely." "Anyway, what now?" "Let's just pick one," Alvis said. "If you don't know where you're going, then it doesn't matter, does it?" "I guess you're right." The 2 brothers got up and chose a route. They walked around the corner of the stony wall and noticed they had to make another choice. Left or right? Rannis asked.
Right. Always choose the right,
Alvis guessed. Alvis was usually a bit more determined and sloppy in his ways. He didn't doubt. He didn't question things. He just wanted to get things done without considering all options or being picky about it. Rannis, on the other hand, was all about details, safety, and making the correct decisions by analyzing everything to the core. They were an interesting duo, these two siblings, and they were about to find out that their personalities would clash in this maze. But for now, Rannis just followed his brother, who was pretending that he knew exactly where they were going. They walked around the corner and saw another choice between two paths. Chapter 2. Plant.
This way, to the right,
Alvis said. Hold on a minute, Rannis said, holding him back. If we keep turning right every time, then aren't we just going in circles? Alvis looked at him a little skeptically, raising one eyebrow. Then he said,
You think too much. Let's just go and see where it takes us.
Okay, fine. This time we'll go right again. But with the next choice, I want to decide.
No problem. It doesn't matter to me.
How do you do that? Rannis asked.
Do what?
Not caring. I worry so much I drive myself crazy sometimes. How do you shut off?
Oh, that. Well, I usually try not to overanalyze things. For example, do you see that shrub over there? It may be there because it rains here sometimes. It may be there because someone planted it there, or it's just a pathetic piece of weed. Either way, why would I care? It's just there, and it's not going away.
I guess you're right. It doesn't matter why it's there, does it?
Nope. And that's how you can live a worry-free life, my man, Alvis said.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. When I look at a bush like that, I want to know everything about it. I wonder what it does, how it survives, and most of all, what it feeds on. But you're right, it really doesn't matter. They both walked past the mysterious bush, a plant neither had ever seen before. But suddenly, a long tentacle came out of the dangerous plant and wrapped itself around Alvis.
Hey, he screamed, let me go!
Rannis leaped to the plant and punched it, but it just became worse. Another tentacle came out of the shrub, and another, until there were 5 more tentacles. Whoa, Rannis said as he stepped back. He watched his brother being held up in the air by the monstrous plant. It's a man-eating plant, Rannis shouted.
How do you know it's going to eat me? Alvis asked.
Because of that, Rannis said, as he pointed to something else coming out of the shrub. A large head without eyes, but with a mouth and sharp teeth, rose to the top and was about to devour Alvis, the one who ironically didn't care about the plant they passed. Rannis bent over and picked up a rock. He threw it at the monstrous plant and watched it make painful sounds. The plant screamed. Rannis picked up another rock. Take this, he yelled as he threw it. The plant screamed again, and it let go of Alvis, who quickly ran towards his brother. They were both standing with their backs against the maze wall on the other side, watching the head disappear into the bush. They looked at each other and sighed.
Thanks, man,
Alvis said. You're welcome. Now, don't you think we should analyze the plants a bit more? Rannis asked.
Not really. We just know that this one was a man-eating plant, so don't go near it. If we see other plants, we'll be a little more careful as well. That's all.
Oh, the simplicity of my brother, Rannis thought. You could write a book about it. A very short book. Chapter 3. Split Up. They came to another path that deviated from their course, surrounded by tall walls, like the others. The maze had a mysterious feel to it, almost like they were being watched by some dreary entity, but still feeling lonely between the stark contrast between the gray walls and the yellow-brownish paths they tread. Should we go over here? Rannis asked.
Yes, that way, Alvis answered.
Wait a minute, Rannis said. I don't know about this one.
Now what? Let's just go. Stop complaining, you wino.
What did you just call me? Rannis said, coming closer and clenching his fists.
You heard me, Alvis answered. You make a big deal out of everything. How do you even know where we're going, huh? You don't. So don't pretend to be a little know-it-all because it doesn't suit you. At least with my decisions, we're getting somewhere.
Yes, but where? How do you know we're not going in circles, or worse, farther away from our destination? We need to look for signs of something, anything that will tell us we're going into the correct direction.
And how do you suppose we do that? There is nothing here, nothing. If you don't like my methods, then feel free to go the other way.
Fine, Rannis said. Maybe I will.
Fine, go ahead.
Fine.
Fine.
Will you stop saying fine, Rannis said, who was feeling pretty irritated by now.
I am out of here,
Alvis said, and he walked away.
You'll see that I'm right,
Rannis yelled at his brother, who vanished behind the corner of another big wall. Stubborn, pig-headed jerk, Rannis mumbled. Now let's see. How do we find the right way? Maybe that little spike on top of the wall means something. Okay, so that's a spike. I don't think I've seen a spike before, so if I see it, then it could mean I am back at where I was before. This is the way he was analyzing everything he observed in the maze. He spent hours walking and turning around every corner, trying to attach a meaning to what he was doing. But after a while, he got exhausted. He felt it in his limbs, in his muscles, and everywhere else. Rannis was thirsty, and his eyelids felt like they could close any minute. Still, he kept going. He didn't give up. He pushed himself to turn around another corner, and around another, and another. Ugh, he said after a while. This is it. I can't do this anymore. He dropped to the ground and lay on his back. His eyes closed within seconds. He was dreaming away. He was out, just like that. The long hikes through the maze had taken a toll on him. He wasn't used to this much walking. Rannis's dream was pleasant at first. Lush grass and green hills were surrounding the young lost man. Nothing seemed to get in his way. The air was cool and flowers abounded as far as the eye could see. He climbed a tree and looked over the beautiful landscape in front of him. He squinted his eyes when he smelled the breeze take the flowery scents to his senses, and breathed in deeply. Life was great. It was all looking like a paradise. But then a creature appeared on the horizon. What's that? Rannis asked himself. It was green, and it came in a hurry. Its creepy paws were moving towards the tree. Rannis caught himself being scared and curious at the same time. What is that thing? He said. But he wasn't left in the dark for long. It wasn't much longer until the creature came close enough to be recognized. It was an explosive monster. It was green and ugly. Whoa, Rannis said. A monster! I better get out of here. But it was too late. The monster came to the tree, fully charged, and exploded in Rannis's face. Boom! Chapter 4. Explosive Enemies. Rannis woke up screaming, reaching into the emptiness with his hand in front of him. No! He yelled. Then he realized he just had a nightmare. He felt his head. He had a headache. This was awful. He slowly felt the energy being drained from him, as he also realized he was dehydrated. He needed water, and he figured that the best possible way to find it was to escape from this maze. As he buried his head in his hands, he wailed, "Oh, why did I split up with my brother? How long is this going to continue? Will we ever get out of here?" His self-pity wasn't strong enough to numb his senses, though. Suddenly, Rannis lifted up his head to see what made the sound. It was as if someone or something was crawling through the dirt in his direction. "What is that?" he said, as he stood up and took a few steps back. He squinted his eyes, but this time for real, to zoom in on the thing that approached him. It turned around the corner. It was green and had glowing red eyes. "A monster!" Rannis yelled. But he was wrong. It wasn't just one monster. because as soon as Rannis thought this would be an easy challenge, his pupils widened as he saw an entire army of monsters appear from behind the wall, ready to attack him. "Whoa!" Rannis screamed, and he ran away as fast as he could. "Left, right, left, left, middle, right, left," Rannis said while he was running and panting like crazy. Occasionally, he looked back to see if the monsters were still after him, and each time he concluded it would take a miracle to lose them completely. He looked back and didn't see them. Then he turned around and bumped into someone. "Ouch!" he said as he fell to the ground. When he looked up, he was relieved. "Alvis!" he shouted joyfully. "Wow, am I glad to see you!" "Save the chit-chat for later, brother. Dozens of monsters are following me. We have to go." "Gotcha. They are following me too," Rannis said. "What? Okay, that's it. We are getting out of this stupid maze," Alvis said. "I am dead tired. If we don't think of something, we're gonna die. What do you think we should do?" You're interested in what my opinion is now, are you?" Rannis said, a little sarcastically. "Stop arguing and think of something," Alvis said. "You're good at coming up with new ideas. I know you can do it. But please hurry." Okay, Rannis said, looking at some of the maze walls to see if the monsters were closing in. "Let me think for a second." "Yes, just a second, nothing more," Alvis said. "Hurry up. Do you have an idea or not?" Chapter 5. A Better Sense of Direction. Rannis was thinking and thinking.
Got it," he suddenly said. "We can make the monsters explode the walls. That way we won't have to go around in circles."
"But where do we go?"
Alvis asked.
"Which walls?"
"Those," Rannis said. "See the shape of the mountains behind it? That's where the palace is. If we just have them blow up all the walls on that side."
"But how?"
Alvis insisted. How are your evading skills?" Rannis asked sheepishly. Alvis wasn't sure of the answer to that, because he had never tried to jump away from so many monsters before. The fact was, he had never even faced any monsters before in his life. He had just heard of them and read about them in books, so at least he recognized them. It didn't feel right, though. He had no experience.
"I guess I can use those combat skills I learned at the palace," he said after a while.
"Good, let's do it," Rannis agreed. The monsters were coming. They were running faster and faster at the dynamic duo.
"Split up," Alvis said. "You'll go that way and I will go this way. Try not to evade too many at the same time. We only need the walls blasted on that side."
Rannis ran the other way, attracting half of the monsters to follow after him. Alvis ran to the left side and taunted the monsters on his end to follow him. When he found a dead end, he simply stood still, waited for a monster to attack him, and then jumped away. Boom! The monster had blown a gap in the wall.
"Thanks, buddy," Alvis said.
After that, he ran through the gap and repeated the process with another wall. Sometimes the monsters came in pairs, sometimes in threes, sometimes by themselves. The two brothers were lucky that they didn't try to explode all at the same time. And while Alvis was taunting the monsters and jumping away each time, Rannis was doing the same thing at his own pace on the other side of the maze. Each time a monster or two blasted a hole in a wall, the brothers ran through it and came closer to the mountain area. They couldn't communicate with each other, but still they thought it was better to split up that way to draw less monsters to them at the same time. Eventually, there weren't that many monsters left, only a few. Alvis and Rannis both stood ready on two different sides of the maze, but, and they didn't know that about each other, only one wall away from each other, and not only that, but they were both one wall away from leaving the maze as well. The monsters that were left came at them with raging speed. 3, the brothers counted down in chorus, not realizing they were doing it both at the same time. 2, 1, jump! They both avoided the exploding monsters by jumping aside and landing on the ground. The debris from the explosions fell on their heads, but after a few seconds, the brothers stood up and were happy to leave the maze. When they saw each other so close, they were almost startled.
"Whoa, you're already here," Alvis said.
"I didn't realize you were right there," Rannis said. "Wow, such perfect timing. That's got to be a record, right?"
"Oh, it definitely is. We are encircled by awesomeness, brother. Let's go to that palace up there in the mountains."
"Good idea. Do you know where to find some water?" Rannis asked.
"Ha ha! You can tell that you don't get out much. If you weren't so stuck with your nose in all those books in the library, you would know more about the area."
"Oh, come on, Alvis. I like to become smart. You understand that, don't you?"
"I'm street smart, my man. Street smart, that's what I am. There is a difference."
"Oh, whatever." They went up the hills, following the nearest path they could find. The palace was shining majestically above the rest of the region. The destination seemed close, but it took a long time before they reached it. Rannis commented how ironic it was that the palace appeared to be so close when it actually wasn't, and Alvis snickered, not caring about such theoretical nonsense. They were quite the team when they worked together, but when they didn't, they were like a cat and a dog. Chapter 6. The Palace. When the two brothers arrived at the front gate, they felt at home again. How on earth did they ever end up in that maze? They thought for a minute, reflecting on their previous circumstances.
"Aha," Alvis said. "I remember now. It was the Count. He had planned this all along, but he probably assumed we would die in the maze. Well, time to show him what we're made of, brother."
"Hold on," Rannis said, stopping his older brother. "If the Count really poisoned us like you say you remember, then he must be around. We can't just barge in there and pretend that we own the place."
"But we do own the place. Or have you forgotten that you are a prince, Rannis?"
"Technically, our parents own the place, and you'll probably inherit it since you're the oldest."
"That's okay. I'll build you a summer palace in the countryside. How about that?"
"Deal," Rannis said. "But still, let's plan this first. We can't just walk in. Where are we going to go?"
"Sure we can walk in," Alvis said. "Piece of cake. Once the guards see that we're back, they'll arrest the Count and throw him in prison. Sounds simple enough to me."
"No, are you crazy? Don't do it. You'll get captured, or worse, killed."
"Oh, you're just scared, or too cautious. Either way, I'm going in there."
"Fine," Rannis said. "See if I care."
"Fine,"
Alvis said, as he opened the gate and walked into their royal habitat. Rannis could break a wall at that moment. That's how frustrated he was. Why did his brother never listen? "Well, I'll go around to the other side," Rannis decided. "I'll go through that basement window nobody knows about and see what's going on inside the palace." He walked around the palace. Luckily, there were no guards. He shoved a few bushes and pieces of wood aside. There it was, a window in the ground, built into the palace as a quick emergency exit from the cellar. Rannis tried to open it, but it was locked. "Figures," he said. Then he looked around to find some object to break it open. He tried a stick, a brick, and a piece of steel, but nothing worked. "I hate doing this," he complained, "but a guy's got to do what he's got to do." He took a rock and smashed the window. Clash! Clang! Hopefully nobody heard that, he thought. He climbed down the window and almost got lost in the vast obscurity of the basement. Eventually he found his way to the stairs. He went up the stairs and opened the door to the palace hall. "You're not going anywhere," he heard an annoying voice with a heavy accent say. It was the Count. He was from a foreign country and had been living in the palace for the past 12 years, but Rannis had never felt comfortable around him. The Count had always been trying to impress, but never listened, and sometimes Rannis thought he caught him plotting a revolution or something. And now he had poisoned them and put them in that maze. He was going to pay. "You're not getting away with this," Rannis heard his brother yell. "I already have. Ha ha ha!" Rannis turned his head around the corner to spy on this suspicious scenario. He saw the Count laughing his head off with a sense of evilness Rannis despised. The guards were gone, and so were his parents, but skeletons were holding Alvis by his arms, preventing him from going anywhere.
"Just where did you get these disgusting skeletons anyway?" Alvis asked.
"Oh, I made them. Aren't they great?" the Count asked proudly. "I have been practicing necromancy for years now. I tried to make your daddy realize that it was the future, that he should let me raise the dead from the graves, but he didn't agree. He said it was too risky. Silly him. I have to say, for a king, he is not the brightest."
"You slimy jerk! What are you going to do now?" Alvis asked.
"I only raised about a dozen skeletons. It was enough to imprison all your dumb palace guards. Once I lock you up, I will raise hundreds, thousands of skeletons, and take over the country. I warned your father, but he wanted none of it, and now he has to face the consequences for his stubbornness. Any other questions before I dump you into that dark prison cell?"
"Yes. Why the maze?"
"Ha ha! That was just a little experiment. Didn't you know about the miner's maze? Oh well, I didn't expect you to understand. It was built to test soldiers before you were born, but it got deserted. I figured that if you were a true prince, you would be able to survive it, and apparently you did. By the way, that reminds me, where is your brother?"
"He is,
Alvis thought for a minute.
"He is dead," he lied. "I watched him die in that filthy maze. He went the wrong way."
"Oh, that's so sad," the Count said sarcastically. "That breaks my heart. Oh well." Then he turned to the skeletons and said, "Get rid of him." The skeletons dragged Alvis out of the room. Rannis hid behind the wall and observed the undead monsters from a distance. He knew that if he would free the guards and his parents, they could team up and defeat the skeletons and the Count with his help. So he followed the skeletons to the dungeons below the palace. When they were gone, he snuck into the prison alley between the cells and saw his parents, his brother, and the guards sitting there. "Rannis," his mother said. "Shh," Rannis said. "Quiet. I'll get you guys out. Where are the keys?"
"One of the skeletons has it," the king said. "He's over there."
Rannis's father pointed at a corner wall. Rannis figured the skeleton was probably standing guard behind it. He smiled at his dad and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll have it solved in no time." Chapter 7. The Rescue. Rannis tiptoed to the corner of the prison area beneath the palace. When he came there, he saw a skeleton leaning against a wall, holding a sword in its one hand and a sword in the other. Rannis analyzed the situation, as he always did, and then he took action. He sped towards the skeleton, elbowed it in the head, and grabbed its sword. Then he swung at the skeleton and chopped off its head. The skeleton fell over, and the head rolled into one of the prison cells. "Ah!" one of the guards screamed. "Oh, don't be a wimp," Rannis said as he came back with the keys. "No wonder those skeletons were able to beat you so easily. Come on, man up and free the palace." The first prison cell Rannis opened up was his brother's. Alvis looked him in the eyes and embraced him.
"I'm sorry, little brother," he said. "I should have listened to you."
"It's okay, man." He winked at him and said, "Time to show him what we're made of." Alvis laughed. They divvied up the keys, and within minutes, their parents and all the palace guards were released. The king took control and guided them to the palace armory. When they came there, they armed themselves with all kinds of weapons: spears, swords, axes, shields, bows and arrows, and more.
"Let's get rid of these filthy skeletons," the king yelled, holding up his sword in the air. "We will drive them out and reclaim our palace. Let's go."
The guards all went their separate ways, splitting up in duos to cover the entire palace. Alvis and Rannis went to the highest tower, hoping to find the Count there. Alvis led the way, rushing up the stairs and occasionally looking back to see his younger brother follow him. When they got there, the Count was astonished. "What are you two doing here?" he asked. "Hey, I thought you said your brother was dead."
"I lied. Now surrender. We have taken back the palace."
Ha ha ha, the Count said. Ha 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 ha. He wouldn't stop laughing. Rannis and Alvis raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. This is one happy fellow, Rannis commented as he sighed. The Count got out of it and said, You think you've won? You haven't gotten past me yet. He pulled a sword and held it in front of him. Come on, young boys, give it your best shot. He's pretty full of himself, Rannis said. All right, I will defeat him, Alvis said. Then he dashed forward and tried to stab the Count, who quickly evaded his attack and banged him on the head. Ouch, Alvis said as he fell to the floor. Then it was Rannis's turn. He made some slick moves with his sword, but the Count was too fast. Again, he avoided his attack as well and punched him in the face. Rannis fell down next to his brother. Not as easy as it seems, is it? Alvis asked. No, but he sure is ugly, Rannis said. Alvis laughed. The Count, however, was not entertained. He wasn't too happy with this insult. Alvis confirmed it. Yes, and he is old, he said, and his sword looks like a giant broomstick. Let's get this over with, Rannis said. He's no match for us. We're the perfect two, as long as you and I work together. Let's skip the take turns thing. Let's storm at him at the same time. Sounds good, brother. Ready? Go! The two brothers came at the Count, who attempted to cross blades with them and fend off their hits, but he couldn't do it. The two brothers were finally collaborating, beating up the evil Count, who lost his sword in the process. So, Alvis said, now that you dropped your weapon, you realize we have complete control, don't you? The Count kept silent. He knew he had been defeated. What a loser, Rannis said, feeding us poison and dumping us into that maze. What shall we do with him? Alvis asked. Well, since he said the miner's maze was built to test soldiers, why don't we dump him there? If he's tough enough, he'll survive, won't he? I think that's an excellent idea. No, the Count said. Don't put me in there. There are monsters everywhere in that place. We know, Rannis said with a smile, but I think you forgot to mention there are man-eating plants as well. What? The Count asked. Never mind. The two brothers dragged the Count down the stairs, which, according to the sounds he made, probably hurt a little. They threw him in front of the king, who decided to do exactly as Rannis had suggested. The three of them knocked out the Count and put him into the maze. They dropped him onto the ground and left. As they were walking away, Rannis asked, Do you really think he will survive? I am sure he will, Alvis said. Most of the monsters probably blew up when they were after us anyway. Yes, that must be true. But what if he gets out? Do you think he'll bother us again? I doubt it. I think he learned his lesson, and if he ever comes back, then we'll just kick his butt again, won't we? I love you, brother, Rannis said. You never worry. It's just too funny. It's the good life, bro. The good life. Just taking it easy. The end. This has been Maze Sprinters, Adventures in a Complicated Maze, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Kids Adventure, Secret Keys of Healing, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. There are 3 keys hidden in 3 different parts of the country. They are called the 3 Keys of Heroism. The hero of the story goes on a quest to seek out what he needs to obtain those keys. Moreover, they open doors that will help him lead a better life. Listen to the story of Rupert, a warrior with a strong desire to make more of his life, and a mentor who shows him the way. Along his path, he crosses dangerous lands and faces brutal enemies. Chapter 1: The Mysterious Doors. Rupert is a warrior. He lives by the sword. But since there is no war going on, he finds himself gathering coins here and there to make a living, just by challenging others to a fight. It's all very innocent, really, just going from village to seek out contestants and finding people who will bet on them. His first stop is on the big island of Quanaraville, a quiet town where he stops in the local bar and announces the reason for his visit.
"I am here to see who is braver than I am," Rupert begins. "Whoever you people think is skilled with the sword can step forward and engage in battle with me in a duel. I will be outside."
The men in the bar don't know how to react. This is a sudden change they didn't expect. Nothing ever happens in this village anyway. They come together and discuss the best way to beat this arrogant guy.
"Have you ever heard of him?" one of them says.
"I don't even know his name. How come he forgot to mention his name?" another answers.
"So shall we challenge him? We do have some strong men in this village."
"Largus, how about you fight him?" "It will be my pleasure," Largus says. "That scrawny kid looks like he doesn't know what he is doing anyway." The men step outside and watch Rupert put up a little perimeter. The villagers have already come to watch, and men, women, and children are waiting for the first challenger to beat Rupert.
"Ah, I see you have decided," Rupert says with a smile on his face. "Who is first? You?"
Largus steps forward, and the others cheer. "I'll go easy on him," Largus assures the other men. "I don't want him to be severely wounded, so how much are we betting?"
10 golden coins on Largus," one of the men says.
5 on Largus, another says. 20, another adds. "Very well, I will make this quick," Largus says, as he grabs his sword and holds it in front of him. "Show me what you've got, little man." He comes at Rupert with a sudden attack. Rupert steps aside and avoids his dashing move. Then Rupert waves his sword in different directions, twisting and spinning and completely confusing his opponent. Bam! Suddenly, Rupert hits the sword out of Largus's hands and watches it fall onto the ground. He picks it up and asks Largus politely to surrender. Largus walks out in anger.
"Any other courageous men who are willing to fight me?" "Tisk, tisk," he hears from behind the crowd. "That was just pure luck."
From behind a few women and men comes a giant dude with strong muscles. He rolls up his sleeves and steps forward, taking off his hoodie and looking at Rupert. Then he speaks up again.
"You are just using a few simple tricks," he says. "Nothing more. I already know all your moves, so bring it on. Who is ready to bet?"
"I am," a woman says. 50 pieces of gold on, what is your name?"
"Henry," he says with a heavy voice.
100 pieces, another says. Other villagers make bets as well, while Rupert looks at the humongous guy with a six-pack, who unbuttons his shirt a little and clenches his fists. He has a scar on his face and a big jaw that makes him look even more masculine. Rupert knows that he has to pull out all his tricks to beat this big guy. There is no other way.
"Are you ready?"
Henry asks.
"If you are," Rupert says. "Then let's begin," Henry responds.
He gets a sword from behind his back and attacks Rupert with a powerful move.
"Rah!"
Henry exclaims. Rupert ducks, rolls through his legs, and ends up on the other side of him.
"Nice trick," Henry says, "but I hope you have other moves as well, or else what are you going to do against this?"
He slashes down and pulverizes Rupert's sword to pieces. Rupert falls backwards and looks at his sword, which has been broken to bits.
"Yield,"
Henry says, pointing his sword at Rupert's throat. Rupert nods and gets up, surrendering to the enormous giant. Everybody cheers even more loudly than before. They will all receive some extra money because of the bets they placed. Rupert looks at the villagers with a sad face. He has fought countless street battles and defeated numerous opponents. His winning streak was in the hundreds. but now he has lost, the first time in years. Some of the villagers laugh at him, others pat him on the back and tell him, "Nice try." Rupert looks over his shoulder and watches the people from the village take their earnings and dispense. They each go their different ways again and leave the loser in the middle of the road. But one person isn't leaving. It's like he has something to say to Rupert. It's like he knows things. Chapter 2: The Mystical Keys. "Who are you?" Rupert asks while walking towards the man watching him. "My name is Galvin," the man says. He has a beard and a blue outfit. His golden belt sparkles in the sunlight, and his brown boots look like they are worn, but still sturdy as ever. "Well, Galvin, I am Rupert. I see you have been watching me." "Yes, I have, and I can tell that you have talent," Galvin says. "You have some spirit, kid, I'll give you that. But to become truly invincible, you must develop some skills you don't have, or at least not much." "Oh, and which skills would those be?" Rupert asks. "Come with me," Galvin says. They both leave town and head towards the rocks. The rocky area is situated on the coast, with big splashes of seawater that speed against them. The view is beautiful. Occasional rocks rise above the vast sea, and the sun reflects perfectly upon the water. Rupert still doesn't know what they are doing here, but he is certain that he is about to find out. "Come along, this way," Galvin says, as he signals the young warrior to follow him down. They descend down the rocks and come to an area where the water doesn't reach. There are puddles, and little crabs scurry through the sand. "There," Galvin finally says. "A cave?" Rupert asks. "What's in there?" Galvin beckons him to follow, and within seconds they stand in front of 3 doors. "I never knew about this place," Rupert says. "Who built it?" "The ancients," Galvin says. "The ancient ancestors who were concerned about their posterity. They wanted to make sure that only those who would show to be true heroes would reap the benefits from what is behind these doors." "So what's behind them?" "The finest sword in the world," Galvin answers. "It will give you strength and fighting skills beyond your imagination." "Wow, that sounds like something I could use. Mine just broke." "It would be the only way to defeat that Henry guy." "I think you're right. Let's open them." "Hold your horses, kid," Galvin says. "In order to open these 3 doors, you will need 3 keys, and in order to get those 3 keys, you will need to apply 3 qualities that I think you have." "And what's in it for you?" Rupert asks. "Me? Oh, I just believe in you. I have been to different villages and observed you when I stood in the back. Haven't you ever seen me before?" "No, not really." "Anyway, it doesn't matter. A warrior as skilled as you will come in handy when we defend ourselves against the Galvin stops talking. He realizes that he already said too much. "Never mind, kid. You will be rewarded greatly." "Why didn't you just recruit that Henry guy, especially since he is better than I am?" "He is not better. He defeated you once. That doesn't prove anything. Trust me, I know when I see someone that looks promising. But enough talk. Are you ready to fetch those keys?" "I sure am. And when I get back, I will challenge that big guy again." "Sounds like a plan," Galvin says. "Here, I already drew the locations of the keys on the map. All you have to do is get them." "Excellent. I will leave right away." With that being said, the duo departs and splits up. Galvin goes back to the village and ascertains Rupert that he will wait for him there. The young warrior ventures to the plains, ready to look for the first key. Chapter 3: Key 1. The first key is the closest one. Rupert walks and walks, and comes to an area with green hills and the occasional tree. But even though it looked close on the map, it still appears to be a long journey. For hours and hours, he walks to the next tree to rest and cool off in the shade, only to repeat the same actions again and again. At the end of the day, he sees a small bunker, something that stands out from the simultaneous landscape. He approaches the bunker and reads the inscription on the front door. He who seeks the key of intelligence must first show forth his knowledge and wisdom by solving the puzzle. The puzzle is up and down, left and right. The text is correct. The door doesn't open, so he looks at the numbers next to it. Wow, this looks like a lot of work. It looks like some kind of pattern he is familiar with, but he doesn't remember where he has seen it. Let's see, Rupert says. If there are numbers from 1 to 9, then every number must appear in each row and column and in each big square. The empty spaces allow me to carve a number in there. If I just enter the numbers one by one, then I am sure the other ones will be easier in time. He stands there for a while and tries to figure it out. Slowly but certainly, each number appears in place, as he eliminates possibilities each time. There, he says, I almost have it. It takes another 10 minutes under the scourging sun to solve it, but then he manages to do it. He is sweating and he lacks water. He figures he should have brought more on his journey, but it's too late now. Anyway, he is happy to be done with it. Ha ha ha, Rupert says laughingly. Gotcha, stupid puzzle. He has entered all the numbers and expects the door to open by itself. Nothing happens. Hey, that's strange, Rupert says. Why isn't it opening? He tries the door handle and pulls it down a little. It won't budge. Open up, Rupert yells. Ugh, why does this always happen to me? What did I do wrong? He goes over all the numbers again and checks them one by one. The 4 goes over there, the 8 over there. What? There is nothing wrong with this puzzle. I did it right. Then he reads the inscription again. The puzzle is up and down, left and right, he reads out loud. He looks at the door again. Maybe there is something to the door handle. He moves the door handle up, it clicks. He moves the door handle down, it clicks again. Then he moves it left and right. Then he moves it left and then right. Twice in a row, it clicks, and the door opens up. Oh no, Rupert exclaims, realizing how dumb he has been. I didn't even have to solve that puzzle. It was there to distract me. The only thing I had to do was move the door handle in a certain pattern. Well, that was a waste of time. He keeps complaining a little bit, but then he sees what's inside the bunker. There it is. In the corner of the tiny bunker lies a golden key. Rupert takes the key and puts it into his bag. On to the next key. On to the next key, he says, relieved that he finally got it. Chapter 4, Key 2. Rupert looks on the map and points to the right, as if to tell himself where to go next. That direction. That's where it should be, he says out loud. He walks through the empty hills and ends up on a rock, looking down on a valley with 2 humongous statues and an entrance. The area around it is covered by rocks, and it's inaccessible. It seems like the only way is through that path. But the statues look perilous. They look magical and anything but friendly. Each statue has the shape of a lion, with the head of a goat and a spiky tail. Like mythical creatures, they look like guardians protecting the entrance to the gorge. Rupert also finds a tiny creek, where he drinks and fills his stomach with fluids, but it doesn't help him to move forward. The entrance is guarded, and he doesn't trust it one bit. He is on the lookout on top of the rock and observes everything happening down there. Aha! A deer is going to walk through the gorge. It has to move past the statues. Let's see what happens. It's getting closer and closer, when suddenly, zap! The deer is being shot by some laser from the statue's eyes. The beam instantly kills the poor animal and incinerates the dead carcass for several minutes after the lethal hit. What the? Rupert says. "I am glad I didn't go through there yet. How am I ever going to get past those statues?" But then he sees something else that looks significant. A little dragon moves into the same direction, one that could be considered similar to a giant lizard, typical for that climate and habitat. It doesn't get shot by the lasers. It moves forward freely and pretends that there is nothing wrong. No reaction, no laser beam. "Huh," Rupert says. "I wonder what this means." Is it because the little dragon is smaller than the deer, or because it's a different kind of animal? Rupert's creative brain starts working. He is trying to figure out a way to emulate the shape of that small creature, so that perhaps he would be able to move past these guarding statues himself. He walks around, searching for another of those little dragons. They're not hard to find. They're all over the place. Not much later, Rupert finds another one of them. He sneaks up on the little dragon and hides behind a rock. It didn't see him. Good. Suddenly, wah! Rupert pounces on the dragon and stabs it through the heart. The little dragon dies and falls onto the ground. "Nice," Rupert says. "This is exactly what I needed." He bends over and starts cutting off the skin from the dragon. After about a half hour of cutting and cleaning the skin in the creek, he puts the skin over his body and crosses his fingers. "Let's hope this will work," he mumbles. In his new dragon skin, he moves towards the entrance of the gorge. He drops on his knees and crawls forward. For a moment, he closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, hoping that he won't get zapped by the two lasers. But nothing happens. He keeps moving forward and concludes that the statues see him as a little dragon, now that they have fallen for his disguise. Rupert feels relieved. After passing the statues and looking back, he stands up again and walks towards an altar he sees in front of him. The altar is decorated with symbolic patterns and has a text underneath it that reads, "The Key of Creativity." "That makes a lot of sense," Rupert says. "I had to use my creativity to move past the statues. With the dragon's skin, I was able to trick them into thinking it was just one of those dragons. Now let's take this key and go to the last one." And so he does. Chapter 5, Key 3. Rupert realizes that all these keys are hidden in areas with some kind of test to them. Perhaps that's what Galvin meant when he talked about the ancestors. They only wanted a true hero to have the magical sword behind those 3 doors, and in order to be a true hero, you would have to pass the tests. The last key is the farthest away. Rupert looks on the map and sighs. "Man, that's really far. It's on the other side of the island." He has never been there, and he isn't eager to find out what dangers lie in wait there to take his life. But he takes courage and moves on. After a while, it starts to snow. First a little, then more, and eventually Rupert finds himself in a blinding blizzard. He gets annoyed by the snowflakes landing on the surface of his eyes. It hurts, especially with these winds. He cannot stand it any longer and covers his eyes, opening them only every few seconds as if he is blinking constantly. The wind, the snow, it's becoming too much. The thick fog that comes with it completely blurs his vision. "Glad I don't live here," he complains. "Such bad weather. Yuck." Complaining about it, however, isn't helping him at all. He has to go on. According to the map, the key should be straight ahead. "Maybe I'll just wait for this storm to pass," Rupert decides. He covers his head and his body with a jacket from his bag and sits there. The storm is still there. After another hour, it still hasn't calmed down yet. Rupert looks up and sees the blizzard coming at him with as much force as before, and it's taking all day. That night, the blizzard still hasn't subsided. It's not getting stronger, but it remains a consistent power of nature that isn't going to give in to this young adventurer's demands. It's becoming too much. "This isn't going anywhere," Rupert shouts out in frustration. He has warmed up a little bit underneath his coat, but he can't go anywhere without facing nature's might. He decides to just walk on anyway. I have to get to this last key, he says. I want this sword. It's the only way to defeat that guy at the village and show myself and others what I can do. Besides, I need a new sword anyway. He gets up and runs into the direction of what he thinks will lead to the key. Ah! Take that, you filthy blizzard! He yells while storming forward. He sprints and starts panting, breathing faster and faster, which is draining his energy. He didn't realize before that he was so out of shape, but it just makes him more determined. He wants that key, and he wants it now. After some time running through the thick snow that slows him down, he bends over and leans on his knees, catching his breath. He looks up and sees a sign which shows an arrow and the words, Key of Willpower. The Key of Willpower? That sounds pretty applicable, seeing that he had to force himself to become more determined and persevere through this storm. The arrow is pointing to the left side, so he decides to go there. After another mile of walking into the same direction, he finds a big pile of snow, higher than the snow that is already reaching his knees. Rupert walks over to the pile and brushes off the snow with his arm. Underneath the snow he just removed is a glass box with the key inside it. I knew it, Rupert exclaims, happy that he finally found it. Now let's get these mysterious keys to those doors. He looks around him and opens the glass box by removing the lid. As soon as he touches the key, the blizzard disappears. Whoa, he says. Freaky. But I don't mind it this way. It's as if the storm was just testing him, and decided to vanish as soon as he showed his worth. Chapter 6. What the? Once Rupert regains some of his strength and arrives at the village, the old mentor is standing there, waiting for him. Take a rest, he says. Come in and eat something. They both go inside a tavern and order a meal. And, Galvin asks, were you able to obtain the 3 keys? Yes, I was, Rupert answers. What were the tests? You mean to tell me that you didn't know what I was going to be tested for? I thought you knew everything about these keys. I just knew they were hidden away in places that would test your character. That's all. So did they test your character? They sure did. One of them tested my intelligence, another my creativity. That was a scary one. And the last key tested my willpower. And that last one, I have to tell you, was very exhausting. But you made it, right? So now you are ready to obtain the sword, Galvin says. Yes, Rupert answers. In fact, I am so curious that I want to go immediately after this dinner. Sounds like a good idea. So why are you still talking? Keep eating already so we can go. Rupert finishes his meal within minutes. He is just as excited to discover the sword's magical powers as the old man. When they are done, they hurry to the place near the sea where the 3 doors are. Rupert takes the 3 keys out of his bag. Magnificent, Galvin admits. They put the keys into the doors and open all 3 one by one. The first door shows the very end of a sword, the one thing you can click onto the handle. The second door shows the handle itself. Rupert picks the 2 items up and attaches them to each other. The third one reveals the blade. Careful now, Galvin says. I am sure this thing is sharper than anything you've ever come across. Rupert picks up the blade and attaches it to the handle. Immediately, he feels a powerful rush go through his body. Images of fighting moves flash through his head. It feels as if he can sense every move coming his way, with a myriad of possibilities to deflect them, evade them, or turn them against his opponent. Attack me, Rupert says. No way, the old man says. I know you have that sword now. You probably know exactly what to do when I... Suddenly he swings at Rupert with his stick. Rupert jumps back and blocks his move. Another hit follows, but Rupert rolls underneath him and makes Galvin trip. Galvin smiles at Rupert. He is proud of him. Well done, boy, he says. You are ready to defeat Henry. Let's go see if he is willing to do a rematch. They both head back to the village and see, to their surprise, that it is completely empty. Where did everyone go?
Psst, they hear from a corner. What are you guys doing here?
It was a thin guy with blonde hair and a scared face. Where did everyone go? Just an hour ago, everybody was still here, Rupert said.
They are hiding, and if I were you, I would do the same thing.
Why are they hiding? What is going on? Rupert asked.
Didn't you hear? The zombies are about to attack the village. They have been spotted in the forest. We know they are coming, so just save yourselves and hide somewhere already.
Just as I suspected, Galvin says. You knew about this? Rupert asks. Well, I knew they attack villages every once in a while, and I also knew they were hiding in the forests. I just didn't know when. Listen, Rupert, I needed a firm warrior, a strong, courageous fighter who could help protect the villages. You live by the sword. You fight small tournaments to win money. Work for me, and I will reward you well. This is the life I offer you. Fight the zombie hordes everywhere, whenever they occur. I already presumed you had a second agenda. You almost told me about it. Why didn't you mention it when we first met? Oh, come on. If I would have told you that I was training you to fight zombies, you might not have been so eager to get the sword, don't you think? I guess you're right. Either way, I accept the job. Let those filthy zombies come. I am ready. Let's go to the town square to give them a warm welcome, Galvin suggests. Then it's time. They stand there, ready to face the horde of zombies. It's quiet, awfully quiet. But they know it's just the calm serenity before the storm, and they are right. After about 10 minutes of waiting, they see the first zombies appear on the horizon. The zombies quickly move through the village streets and head towards the town square. Get ready, Galvin says. These zombies are going down. The number of zombies grows exponentially. There are already about 50 of them in the town square, but they don't scare Galvin or Rupert. Rupert has a perfect knowledge of every fighting move, which he gained by attaching the parts of the sword. He is the hero, the chosen one, the man destined to wield the sword. A zombie throws a punch at him. Missed. Rupert evades his attack and stabs the zombie, which falls to the ground. Another one makes an attempt to kill Rupert, but it fails miserably and accidentally hits another zombie. It goes on like this for a while. Galvin is fighting off the horde as well, hitting some zombies with his stick and kicking others away from him. Suddenly, a zombie bangs his fist on Galvin's head, who falls down and tries to keep his offenders at a distance. But it is too late. The zombies are all over him. They are jumping on him and punching and kicking away. Galvin, Rupert yells, hold on, I will be right there. But he cannot get through. No matter how perfect his moves are in a one-on-one combat situation, he has to get through the crowds of zombies to reach his mentor. It seems too late. A zombie lifts up a shovel and goes for the kill. No! Rupert yells. Stab! The zombie which is about to kill Gavin dies and falls down after being stabbed in the ribs. Rupert looks at what just happened. It's Henry. I thought you might need a hand, he says with a big grin on his face. He pulls his sword out of the dead zombie and continues fighting, helping the duo achieve victory. With his size, Henry is able to smack 3 or 4 zombies in the heads at the same time. He swings at some of them and stomps on others. After some time, the fight is over. Zombie corpses are piled up on the square. The 3 warriors look at each other contently. Now what? Henry asks. But before they can say another word, the villagers rush at them and shout for joy. Long live our heroes! They saved the city! Rupert and Henry are carried on their shoulders. Galvin politely declines the offer, saying that he is too old for that stuff. Some of the villagers have a hard time carrying Henry since he is so heavy, but they sacrifice their energy gladly. So, Henry begins, nice sword. I saw you fight those zombies, Rupert, but you still haven't proven yourself. You may have gained some extra skills, but zombies are not the same as men with swords like me. Do you have the guts to fight me one more time, or have you had enough?" Rupert chuckles. "Any place, any time, big guy." "How about tomorrow at the town square at 10 in the morning?" "You got it." Chapter 7. Even Better. The next morning, Rupert and Henry are standing on opposite sides of each other. The whole village has come to watch. After what occurred on the same square the day before, many of the men and women are wondering if the match is going to end differently. Galvin leans over and whispers in Rupert's ear, "Go easy on him. I know you lost last time, but this time it will be a piece of cake. The power of the sword you wield is beyond anyone's imagination. Don't underestimate it." Rupert takes his master's advice to heart and stands ready to fight his opponent. But this time it's not like the other day. The millions of possible moves flash through his mind within seconds, and every attempt by Henry to smash him or stab him is deflected, avoided, or countered in one way or another. After a few intense minutes of battling outbursts, Rupert finishes the job and kicks Henry's sword out of his hand. "Yield," Rupert says, pointing his sword at Henry in the same way as Henry had pointed his sword at him earlier. "I have to admit that you've become better, man," Henry says. "I give up. You win. It's impressive how much you've learned in such a short period of time." "It still surprises me too," Rupert says with a smile, after which he puts the blade back into its sheath. "Well, you earned your money," Henry says, "and how about I treat you all on a drink?" "I wouldn't say no to that," Rupert answers. "Come on, boys. Drinks are on my friend over here." The entire village heads to the bar and orders various drinks. A party starts. People are dancing and playing cards. Music is playing and everyone is having a great time. Galvin enters the building later and takes a seat next to Rupert. "Just before you go too nuts this evening," he begins, "let me tell you about a report that barely came in. Zombies are about to attack the villages in the north, so get ready to leave early tomorrow morning." "You got it," Rupert says, as he raises his glass. The end. This has been Kids Adventure, Secret Keys of Healing, Adventure Stories for Kids. Written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Kids Fantasy, Battle Between the Orcs and Elves, Kids Adventure Stories, written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. Here is a short but powerful story of an epic war between orcs and elves. You will not be disappointed when you read about the main character, Sathrael, a warrior who knows the ancient arts of war and skilled with the sword. Together with his female friend and others, he seeks to restore peace in the land. However, along the way, he has to exchange his sword for another one, a better one. Along the way, he receives help from wizards and dwarfs, allies who aid him in his quest for the golden sword. Deepen your understanding of the fantasy world to escape into a fun and adventurous story. Chapter 1. Elves of the East. Sathrael is an elf, a warrior elf to be precise. He has been trained in his childhood, ready to stand guard and protect the elves' hideout whenever necessary. His father has made it clear that it is the duty of each elf to fight in case of an emergency. So far, an emergency hasn't taken place. The village of Grensel has never been under siege. The inhabitants have enjoyed the peaceful environment and the nature that surrounds them. Grensel is a quiet village in the corner of the mountain. Numerous deciduous trees surround it, making it almost impossible to find for an intruder or evildoer. Spies from hostile races have made attempts to locate the town, but have returned in frustration as failures. No wonder the announcement of a possible war came as a shock. Sethrael is brave. He has taken on monsters from the Midlands before. On various occasions, the village acknowledged his valorous achievements and handed him magical items to use. One of such occasions was when a supply of diamonds was stolen by a traitorous parasite from the underworld. He was a little troll that lived under a bridge in that dreaded place, and he had decided to come out of his hiding place and take what he thought he could get away with. Well, Sethrael didn't think so. He pursued the sneaky thief all the way into the depths of the underworld and confronted his enemy with his sword and daring attitude. The troll was surprised when he learned that he had been discovered.
"Please don't kill me," the troll begged. "I am young and have so much to live for."
"Then give me back the elven diamonds," Sethrael said.
I don't have them anymore. I lost them on the way here."
"Liar! Tell me where they are, or I will let you have a nice little chat with my sword," Sethrael said. The troll insisted for a few minutes that he knew nothing about the whereabouts of the diamonds, but when Sethrael pointed the end of the sword near his throat, he confessed everything. "Now that you will admit what you've done," Sethrael said, "tell me where they are already. If you do, I will leave you alone to ponder your offenses."
"I sure will. Hold on a sec," he said.
In a sinister way, he smirked and then looked the other way. Sethrael didn't trust this troll. He held his sword in front of him, expecting the unexpected. The troll stepped back and put his hand on the ground. What was he doing? He said a few words in a foreign language.
"Shaira kanisha viviapesh."
Before Sethrael could do anything else, the ground began to shake. Sethrael jumped back and watched in awe as a creature from the fiery lava emerged and towered about 10 feet above him. The fire creature had 2 horns, a giant torso, and colossal hands on its muscled arms. Its skin color was black, and sharp spikes were coming out of its arms and shoulders. Its hollow and incisive-looking eyes were glowing, as if flames were devouring its soul. The monster growled and clenched his fist, causing a blaze to shoot up from its hand. Sethrael was eager to defeat this vile piece of underground scum, but he had learned that it is often better to wait for an attack and use their moves against them. So he waited and anticipated the monster's attack. The monster growled again and stormed at Sethrael. Sethrael leaped to the side and avoided the monstrous arms that swung at him completely. Missed! The monster turned around and looked even angrier than before. It was banging its fists against each other before shooting a fireball in Sethrael's direction. Whoosh! Sethrael ducked. "You gotta do better than that, ugly head," he yelled, taunting it.
"Wah!"
the monster exclaimed. Another charge at the elven hero was coming. The monster from the depths of the underworld looked at him, stepped back, and then ran forward with immense speed. Sethrael jumped up and landed on the monster's back. The monster banged against the wall, trying to get Sethrael off its back, but Sethrael held on tightly. It was tricky, but finally, with one hand holding on the monster's shoulders, he was able to free his other hand and hold his sword in the right position. Tsyak! Sethrael stabbed the monster through the head, who fell down abruptly and died instantly. The fall caused the earth to shake a little when it hit the ground. Sethrael jumped off, still filled with adrenaline from the intense fight scene, having a firm grip around the handle of the sword. "Now where did that deceitful troll go?" he mumbled. The troll had been watching from the corner of the cave, hoping the monster he summoned would defeat Sethrael. Full of determination, Sethrael walked to the troll, impatient to get what he was asking for in the first place. "Hand over the diamonds. Now!" he said impatiently.
Okay, the troll said.
It didn't take long before the troll pulled out the diamonds from one of his pockets and gave them to Sethrael, who kept his promise and spared his life, but ascertained him that if he would ever see him in Grenzel again, he would finish him off. Another brave elf in this peculiar village is Alicia. She has long hair and beautiful eyes, and although she is considered a beauty by many, she typically doesn't care much about outward appearance. Her strength isn't as impressive as Sethrael's, but her courage certainly matches his, as well as her accuracy in archery. Since she was little, she always wanted to become an archer. She created her first bow and arrow when she was 5 years old, and hasn't developed any passions that exceeded that one since. As a brave defender of the peace in her hometown, Alicia has learned an appropriate code of conduct, as well as an assertive attitude to help wherever a threat is detected. One example of such assertiveness was when an assassin entered the ruler's court. Sadly, the town of Grenzel hasn't always been free from crime, even when it comes down to its own peaceful citizens. And this was one of those cases that could have ended badly, had it not been for Alicia and her bows and arrows. It was on a seemingly normal night during the week. Alicia had just arrived in town from hunting in the forest. She was carrying a deer on her shoulders and was returning home to help prepare a meal. Her dad was waiting for her, but he would have to wait a little longer, seeing that her routine was interrupted. As she was walking on one of the village streets, she saw a strange figure climb up the Elven King's court tower. "What is that guy doing there?" she asked herself. "This looks rather unusual. It's not like you see someone climb up the tower every day. I have to find out what this is all about." She had been touring the castle before, so she knew a few back passageways, and she decided to follow the climber that way. When she arrived at the castle tower, she saw him sneaking into the elven leader's bedroom. He was wearing black and a mask to cover his identity. His cloak flowed through the air as he vanished into the room. "This can't be good," she thought. She hurried after him and entered the bedroom. There she saw the guy pull a knife and lift it up. "This is an assassin. He is going to kill the king," she thought. Swiftly but silently, she pulled her bow and fired an arrow at the assassin, which scraped the surface of his hand and made him drop his weapon. "Ah!" the assassin screamed in pain. "Huh? What? What's going on?" the elven leader said when he woke up. The assassin elbowed him on the head to knock him out and jumped out the window as fast as he could. "Oh, no, you don't," Alicia said, while running after him. She looked out the window, aimed, and shot another arrow. The arrow sped through the air and went through the assassin's cloak, pinning him to a wooden plank up against the castle wall. He wasn't going to go anywhere after that. Alicia had a satisfied smile on her face when she watched the assassin, who was trying to get unstuck by ripping his cloak apart, but it didn't do any good, since he just got tangled up in his cloak and was hanging a few feet above the ground. Later, Alicia helped the elven ruler wake up and arrest the guy for attempted murder. Her game, the deer she shot, remained in the same place, but what was even better was that the elven ruler donated some food storage items to her family. Alicia and Sethrael are friends. They have known each other since childhood, but they never got romantically involved. They played together, learned how to write and read together, and went to the same trainers to learn fighting skills. Most times they got a little too competitive, trying to show off or make sure they got the most praise from their teachers, trainers, or parents. When people asked them if they were dating, they always looked at each other and say, "Ew, of course not. Why would I want to date him or her?" And that's how it stays. They're friends, nothing more. Their families get along well, and they sometimes go on missions together or perform errands for the royal guards. But then there are also times they go alone, or when life just catches them off guard, forcing them to pull out their weapons to stop evil. They are happy as friends. They are proud of their learned skills and their gained knowledge, but they don't know the dooming fate that awaits them. Chapter 2. Orcs of the West. In the west of the lands, there lives a completely different group of creatures, orcs. These monstrous predators have some form of civilization, but are certainly on the rim of being wild beasts. They are an aggressive species, always trying to conquer other lands around them, never satisfied with what they have, and showing no mercy to their enemies. The city's name is Randrog, a filthy place with unfinished buildings, sloppy houses, and sketchy alleys you don't want to enter at night. The outskirts of the city represent the filthiest lucre the species has gained from robbing trespassers and common travelers. It is built on the foundation of theft goods and collected materials. Their leader is Borgruk, a gruesome orc who claims that nothing or nobody can scare him. He sometimes kills his servants if they don't do as they are told, and he surrounds himself with luxury and dark ornaments. The palace is a dreadful place, dreary and gloomy, with black towers and spikes standing out and penetrating the sky with their filthy appearance. Each room is heavily filled with skulls on the walls and on the furniture. The ruthless tyrant isn't happy, though. He wants more power. He has been planning it for a while now, after finding out where the humans live.
You and you, he says. Get the warlords and my highest-ranking officers together, now!
Yes, my liege, is the answer. The two servants run off all over the palace and inform the generals in the orc army about the meeting. It doesn't take long for these sinister orcs to get together and devise a plan to overcome the humans. When they arrive, a number of 13 orcs has gathered around a dusty table, ready to discuss their means of attack.
Men of Randrog, the orc leader begins, we have sent spies to the south, and they have reported an abundance in gold, jewels, and food storage. The only thing standing in our way is those filthy humans with their high and mighty culture. They deserve to be robbed and they deserve to die. I suggest we think of a plan to obliterate these irrational idiots. I am open to your ideas.
Storm in at night and take what we can, an orc general with a skull hat proposes.
Draw them out and sneak into the city behind their backs,
another one says.
Attack them with small forces and steal small items one at a time,
an orc with a huge nose suggests.
Surround them completely and make sure they have nowhere to go,
is the last idea.
Gentlemen, Borgruk says, I think we have a winner. Let's prepare for war.
Yeah, the other orcs shout.
Well, what are you still doing here?
Borgruk asks.
Get to work immediately.
At least they had a second or two of happiness. Now there is work to be done. Each orc leader separates to their own regiment and assembles their warriors. Divisions of archers, swordsmen, and even artillery get ready to march out of the citadel and organize an assault on the city of humans. It won't be long before their action plan will be executed. Chapter 3. Humans of the South. In the south of what is known territory to these elves and orcs is a city called Volisith, a stronghold for more than 10,000 people. And some may say there are bigger cities out there, but this one is comparatively large for the region it is in. The heart of the city is a busy square with numerous merchants coming from all over the country to sell their goods. Vendor shops are set up around it, as well as weekly markets and various underground trading centers only the locals know about. The humans are at peace with every other race, and their city is fortified by tall walls and holes for archers to take position and fend off potential enemies. There is a wizard. His name is Barloth, a wizard who knows the tricks of the trade. He hasn't learned anything beyond the simple supernatural, but he has a few tricks up his sleeve despite his old age. And although he isn't omnipotent, or else he would make himself younger with magic, he has been studying the art of sorcery for years. Now he is sitting under a rooftop, a little monument on the town square. He watches people come and go and observes their motions. It has been ages since he last saw an orc, but recent rumors have made him edgy, as if something bad is about to happen. He cannot prove it, so he remains where he is, but for some reason he feels like it would be better not to sleep tonight. He will stay on his bench on the town square, ready to intervene if anything or anyone will make an attempt to raid the city. It's in the air, a vague, evil atmosphere, like a prelude to the big bang of a forceful, noisy orchestra, a tragic song amongst the seemingly peaceful singing birds. That night he snacks on the bread he keeps in his knapsack, uneasy at first, but calmer when the evening falls.
"Something is wrong," he says. "Something is very wrong, but I can't put my finger on it."
The sun goes down. The moon is shining brightly. Every inhabiting citizen has gone to their quarters to lay to rest, except for Barloth. It's silent. Silent like a calm before the storm. The deadly silence is almost creepy, as if all animals have ceased to express themselves, and all the rustle and bustle of the city has been muted by the oncoming horrors. It happens in an instant, somewhere after 2 a.m. The war cries of ferocious beasts rip the air and catch the archers on the city walls off guard. Roar! Several thousands of orcs storm the barricade and break the city gate within minutes. Bam! The gate falls. The orcs run into the streets like mad dogs. Their faces are painted with red stripes and demonic symbols to scare off their victims. The archers are shooting to the best of their ability, but they are outnumbered tremendously. Giant orcs with clubs, axes, bows, and swords start breaking barrels, houses, and windows. Some of them break into the homes of innocents and are looting every inch of inside territory. Carts are riding into the city, pushed by several orcs, to pile up the items they can find. Occasionally, a common citizen is attacked and killed, but the orcs are mostly there for the yield. Food, gold, iron, wood, and other valuables are loaded on the carts. Barloth heads to the city entrance and zaps a few orcs with his magic scepter. The lightning bolts are gathered from space into his ancient weapon.
"Get the wizard,"
one of the orcs growls when he sees Barloth. 3 orcs dash forward to attack Barloth, who defends himself with his few fighting techniques.
"Come here, old man. We'll take it easy on you,"
a creepy orc says as he approaches Barloth.
"Stay back," Barloth yells. "I will make you burn like fire if you take one more step."
But before he can say another word, an orc with a club bashes his skull and causes him to faint.
"He's out,"
the orc says. The others laugh and continue looting, and that is the last thing he hears them say. Chapter 4. Dwarfs of the North. Sethrael and Alicia are in transit to the woods in the south, where they heard is much game to find. They are armed like any warrior would be when hunting, but on their way there, they decide to stop in the human city, Volisith. "It's been a while since we were there, hasn't it?" Alicia says. "Yes, it has," Sethrael answers. "It will be fun to see some of those crazy merchants and square entertainers, too. And if I remember it right, the food in the taverns is to die for." "Speaking of dying," Alicia adds when she looks at the city walls, "what happened here?" They both stare at the burning walls of the city and panicking people walking in and out, helping to extinguish the fire and organize their leftover possessions. As they walk a little closer, they see wounded civilians and crying children. Homes are being repaired, while others are left desolate by hopeless families. "Somebody came and attacked this city," Sethrael says. "It makes me wonder who." They are at the city gate, or at least what's left of it, after which they approach the town square. Meanwhile, they observe the damage done by the hostile orcs and change their mission from hunting to helping out.
"Greetings, young elves," Barloth says. "What you see here is something I tried to prevent but couldn't, and your aid is much appreciated."
"Who did this?" Alicia asks.
"It was the orcs from the east. They barged in here in the middle of the night. I kind of felt it coming, but clearly underestimated their numbers. It is a tragedy, and I think they will attack again sometime soon. This time they just came fast and hard. They filled up their wagons and carts and left us alone, but next time I can see a possibility of extermination. We have to get ready for war."
That sounds pretty serious. What is your plan?
The name is Barloth.
I am Sethrael, and this is my friend Alicia, Sethrael says.
Pleased to meet you. Now as for our plan, I don't think we can do this alone. We need the help of other races, but we have to convince them to get involved. Are you willing to come with me?
Well, as for the elves, I am sure we only have to ask. There are brave warriors in our hometown who would give their lives to defend honor and peace, Sethrael says. What of the dwarfs, then? Alicia asks.
Exactly, Barloth says as he points at her. That may be the hardest part.
We'll offer them something in return, like a free trade for a small time period or something, Sethrael says.
We'll figure it out along the way, the old wizard agrees. Let's not linger here. We have to get there, and fast.
The trio leaves immediately. They don't stop for much, and even increase their pace the second day. Along their way are green hills and dark forests, rocky mountain areas and cliffs. On the way there, they stop at the elven city and get their permission to raise an army. It's an easy deal. Even the elven leader knows that. When they leave, the entire city is making preparations for war. They cross a river and walk around a lake. It's farther than it looks on the map, but within a few days they arrive at what they perceive to be dwarf territory.
Hold it right there,
they suddenly hear. From every corner of the gorge they are traveling through, dwarfs with axes and hammers appear, ordering them to stop. Some of them step forward and stand in front of the three travelers.
What is the purpose of your visit?
A small dwarf with a shiny helmet, big muscles, and a long red beard asks.
We seek to get the help from your superior, the leader of these dwarfs, Barloth says.
Oh, no problem. What for?
To help us fight against orcs, Barloth answers.
Orcs, eh? We haven't seen those in years. Come on, what is the real reason? And what is going on with the elves next to you? Why are they here?
Can we speak to your superior or not? Alicia insists.
Hey there, she-elf. Know your place. We will take you to our leader, but we will have to bind you.
Sure, they agree. A fellow dwarf cuffs them and leads the way into the mines they were approaching. 10 or 12 more dwarfs walk behind them, telling them to walk faster. As they enter the mines, they are amazed at the sight of the hundreds of dwarfs working in them. There are platforms going up and down to transport rocks, dwarfs walking back and forth with heavy mining gear and jewelry. It looks like they are rich, like the minerals and stones they find are abundant.
Wait here,
the same dwarf with the red beard commands. After a few minutes, he comes back and says,
Geraint will see you now.
Chapter 5. The Forge. The dwarf king looks more like a warrior. He has a big beard and 2 pickaxes in his hands, which he uses to play around a little and scrape the surface off the uneven floor in front of his throne. The helmet on his head is made of pure steel, showing the most expensive and rare material of the miner's findings. He leans over and takes a good look at the 3 travelers. So you've come to get our help, eh? And what's in it for us?
Well, if you don't help us, Barloth begins, you may be the next victim of their attacks. Alone we are vulnerable, but together we can raise a greater army than that of the orcs. It's just a matter of numbers. We need you so we can combine forces.
Sounds all right, Geraint says. And what of the elves? We already asked the Grenzel to get ready and aid us with their troops, Sethrael says, and they are getting ready as we speak. Well, I don't see why not. But what do we get as a reward, besides the fact that we won't be the next victims? I mean, if I want to convince my servants to join me in a war, you've got to come up with something appealing. Food, Alicia says. We will have a feast with roasted swine, grapes, and lots of good drinks. I will personally help cook the dinner, and we'll have fun and dancing and music. How does that sound?
Now that, my young lady, sounds like a good enough reason to go to war, Geraint says with a smile. You can release these good lads from their cuffs now, he says as he turns to another dwarf next to him.
The hands of the three are loosed.
Yes, a feast sounds like a great idea,
the Dwarf King repeats. Barloth and Sethrael raise their eyebrows. They are a little surprised by the king's party attitude and wonder if these dwarfs take anything seriously in life. Alicia looks at the two dumbfounded individuals and lifts the left corner of her mouth and her left eyebrow simultaneously, as if she were to say, "See, I know how to handle men." The wizard and elven warrior roll their eyes and continue watching what the king is doing.
"Come follow me,"
Geraint finally says. He leads them into another part of the mine. It's even bigger than the one they passed through, with hundreds of mine workers melting metal and cooling it.
"This is the forge," the king says as he points to the right. "Here some of the best blacksmiths in the entire region are working together."
Chapter 6. Weapons of Gold. Geraint continues,
"I am telling you, men, you need golden weapons to have an armor-piercing effect on your opponents. We get the gold from down there, from the deep core of the planet. After that, we melt them and shape them into weapons. These are the most efficient weapons you can have: blades, axes, and arrows of gold."
"Most impressive," Barloth says.
"Aren't those a little heavy to carry?" Sethrael asks.
"Ah, good question. That's the beauty of it," the king says. "They are made of an alloy, iron, gold, and a few other metals mixed together. If you don't believe me, hold this sword for a second."
A dwarf in blacksmith clothes and a practical, sober look in his eyes walks over and hands Sethrael a golden sword. Sethrael moves it around and swings it through the air.
"Ah, what did I tell you, boy? Light as a feather, eh?" the dwarf says.
"You're right, it's easy to wield. I love it." Alicia makes sure she tries the golden bow and arrows. They all explore the nifty handicraft of the skilled dwarfs for a few minutes.
"How many of these do you have?"
Barloth asks.
"Oh, thousands. You don't have to worry about that. Now let's just set up a time and place to meet before we storm these blasted orcs."
"Sounds like a good idea."
Chapter 7. Clash of Races. It is a beautiful morning. Butterflies flutter around and birds sing a lovely song. The grass is green, the flowers are lovely. The sky is blue and the soft sound of crickets echoes through the air, combined with the rustling of leaves and a serene gush of wind.
Roar!
The war cry interrupts the peaceful scenery like an explosion. Elves, humans, and dwarfs have armed their best men to defend their kingdoms and rid themselves of the violent orcs. The men are nervous, but the leaders motivate them with speeches that instill courage in the soldiers. It's their time to invade their city. It's their time to attack, to show what they're made of. It's payback time! The orc city has numerous black walls with eerie-looking spikes and skulls that try to put fear into the hearts of their invaders. But the men of the elven, dwarf, and human cities are determined to fight for their lives. They go forward as one, holding up their shields to block the fiery darts of their adversaries. Every so often a man falls, dies for his country. But with the protection their shields and armor give them, they have the advantage.
"Get the bull! Ram through the front gate!"
one of the human commanders shouts.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
It takes a while, and meanwhile they are being shot at. Sethrael, Barloth, and Alicia are in the ranks. Alicia is shooting golden arrows at the orcs, which kill them instantly with every hit. Sethrael is helping the men push the bull forward, and Barloth is shooting lightning bolts at the archers on the towers. The bull pushes through the gate and the men storm in. Sporadic sword fights and other one-on-one battles are prevalent in the courtyard. Every warrior is contributing to the chaos. Orcs are slaying humans, elves are killing orcs, dwarfs are dashing at orcs with their axes and clubs. Golden weapons reflect the light in every dimension. This is war, nothing less.
"Have you seen the orc leader yet?"
Sethrael asks Alicia.
"Hold on,"
Alicia says as she shoots another arrow.
"What did you say?"
I asked if you have seen the orc leader yet.
No, but I am sure that that is the tower where he resides, she says as she points to one of the towers.
Why, because it's bigger and higher? Sethrael asks as he stabs another orc.
Yes, and because of the symbols on the walls. Something tells me he is watching the fight from over there.
Then let's go to him. Forget this fight. We need to go after the source.
I completely agree.
Together they sneak out of the battle scene and enter the door in the high tower. They go up the winding staircase and arrive at a hallway. The hallway looks dark and only a few torches are lit up. 10 doors are on each side of the hallway, making it difficult to decide where to go. However, one door in the hallway is bigger than all the others.
I bet you he is behind that door, Sethrael says.
Sure seems like it, Alicia says. They tiptoe to the door, hoping not to alarm any guards. It's completely empty, which makes them wonder if they are even at the right place.
Something is wrong. It's too quiet, Sethrael says.
Do you think it's a trap? I don't know, but how would they know we were coming anyway? Still, they open the door and go inside. In front of them stands the giant orc leader, Borgruk, with his back towards them. He moves when he hears them coming.
"Welcome, strangers," he says. "I have been expecting you."
How did you know we were coming? Sethrael asks.
I didn't know you were coming. I only knew that someone would come. I figured at least one of you would be smart enough to come after me, the leader of the pack. So here I am, ready to fight you. Let's see if you have it in you to beat me, he says as he turns around.
Alicia stretches her bow. Take one step and I will shoot you in the forehead, she says.
Ha 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 ha, the orc leader laughs. Silly girl, go ahead and try.
Without hesitation, Alicia shoots an arrow at Borgruk, but Borgruk steps aside, avoiding the arrow completely. Another arrow missed. Another missed again.
See, the big orc says, I am simply too quick for one opponent.
Well, let's see how well you do against two, Sethrael says as he storms at the orc leader. The two slash and stab, crossing blades and almost hitting each other every time. It seems like they are a fair match. But since Sethrael is not alone, the orc leader has to avoid the golden arrows Alicia is shooting at him. He steps back and gets shot in the leg.
Ah!
He screams. Another attack at Sethrael, but the young elf counters his attacks, until... Cling!
What?
The orc says, surprised.
How is this possible?
All three look at the giant sword the orc is holding. It has broken in two, cut exactly in the middle by the golden sword in Sethrael's hands.
You devilish little elves! How dare you take on me, the ultimate ruler of this world! You will pay for this.
I don't think so, Alicia says, as she squints her eyes and shoots an arrow straight through the orc's eyes. Borgruk falls backward, dead as can be. Chapter 8. Victory. After the duel with the orc leader in the tower, the two elves head down and join the rest of the fight in the courtyard. They slay a few orcs, but most of the battle is already over. Some orcs lie dead on the ground, and many more have been captured by the three allied races. The captured orcs are on the floor, kneeling with their hands behind their heads.
So what shall we do with these little monsters? Geraint asks.
Sethrael looks at him with an awkward face, realizing that this small dwarf just called these giant orcs little.
I say we banish them from these lands, the elven leader suggests.
Good idea.
Now how about the feast, eh?
Geraint asks. Feast? What feast?
You mean they didn't tell you?
Geraint asks. I have no idea what you're talking about, the elf leader says. Sethrael and Alicia are gone. They snuck out when they heard them talk about the promise they made, but failed to inform the humans and elves about.
Well, I guess we can have our own feast, Geraint says. Who is going to join me?
The end. This has been Kids Fantasy, Battle Between the Orcs and Elves, Kids Adventure Stories. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Kids Detective, a story about a magical pearl, adventure stories for kids. Written by Jeff Child. Narrated by John H. Feskins. Introduction. An object is stolen, but not just any object. The biggest monument in town. When everyone is panicking and worried, it's up to Garso to be the calm, intelligent detective. He sets out on a journey to distant lands and hopes to discover the meaning of the monument's disappearance. What he finds is something that blows his mind. Chapter 1. The Monument. Garso still remembers the day it was built. The Shining Star Monument portrays a man and a woman in warrior clothes, holding a sword in one hand at the bottom and raising their left hands in the air upholding a star. The man and woman look young and innocent, but have a determined look on their faces. They are the symbol of the nation's youth, the future generation. Its message is that the youth from today will be tomorrow's leaders, and that taking care of them is one of the adults' greatest duties. It's about 50 feet high. The statue is paved with gold. The splendor of the statue surpasses all competing tourist sites and attracts tourists from all over the world. Thousands of daily photographers come to observe the magnificence and symbolism of this monument, which is placed in the center of the giant metropolis. Garso loves the statue. His aspirations to get married and have children someday are still in the back of his mind. He sighs as he looks up and remembers his own heroic days in the army, about 5 years ago, when he was fighting off invading monsters and zombies in the forests, driving back ghastly ghosts to the borderlands, and protecting the offspring of others who relied on the soldiers' true courage. Those were the good old days, he says. And although those moments were filled with death and destruction, he also realizes the adventurous wars have made him stronger. Well, I better go home, he says after finishing his lunch on a bench. He glances at the statue one more time and betakes himself to his apartment. It has been a lazy day, one of those odds and ends days that require someone to fix this, make a phone call there, or sign some boring paperwork. Garso works for the city's main detective office, a place so big that they need 5 floors with co-workers and managers to fill up the place. He is just one of many, and he never received a complicated assignment. Most of the cases he has solved involved finding a missing cat, intervene in marriage disputes, and an actual crime committed by a petty thief. He doesn't mind, though. He is satisfied with his life. Why would he try to do more? He has done this for several years now, and he is good at it. Too bad his superiors don't acknowledge that, but Garso is confident that they will give him some bigger cases to solve someday. He leans back in his comfy chair. It doesn't seem like anything major is about to happen anyway. Reports of crimes have diminished, and the city has been fairly peaceful lately. The more reason to sleep better, Garso says before he decides to close his eyes. Then he falls asleep on his chair after drinking from a big cup of hot chocolate. Chapter 2. Disappearance. The next morning, when Garso arrives at the detective office, everything is in commotion. Employers are running from one end of the room to the other, paperwork is all over the floor, and it seems like half of the people there are on the phone. What is going on here? Garso asks one of his friends, whose name is Marthas. You mean to say that you haven't heard it? Marthas asks. No, that's why I'm asking. The monument is down, man. It's gone, and nobody has the slightest idea what happened to it nor when it happened. The whole department here is preoccupied with it. They need answers before the population goes crazy. And when will that be? Garso asks. I don't know, but you know how it is. Whenever some disaster happens, people get scared, and when they panic, chaos isn't too far away anymore. We've got to do something." Then Garso's boss comes at him. "Garso," he says, "why are you so late? Do you have any idea what kind of a mess we are in?"
"Marthas just told me," Garso says.
"Well, aren't you lucky to have a friend? Now get to your computer and start doing some research to help us out. We are desperate."
"Excuse me, sir," Garso says, "but wouldn't the best way to do research be at the site? What are we going to find here? It certainly didn't happen at the office."
"Oh, so you think you're smart, don't you? Well, in that case, I've got an idea."
Garso is surprised when he hears his boss say the following.
"Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? From now on, Garso is the lead detective for this case. He will be in charge. Thank you. Carry on."
What are you doing?" Garso asks. "I've never solved a case this big."
"Then here's your chance to prove your worth," his employer says. "If you fail, I will fire you, so you better make it a success."
"Great," Garso says sarcastically while rubbing his head and watching him walk away. From zero responsibility to leading the whole department. As soon as he turns around, 5 people stand in front of him. Hi, Garso says. "What can I help you with?" "Garso, where should I put these papers?" one of them asks. "Do you want me to call the mayor again and ask for a public statement?" a woman asks.
"Can you help me format this document I'm working on?"
"Which phone number should I refer the press to?"
"What clues have we found so far, and am I at liberty to reveal them?"
It becomes too much. Garso feels overwhelmed. He isn't sure how to aid all these people, so he says, "That's it, line up. I am going to answer your questions one by one. You first, let's go." After about an hour of answering questions and organizing the department, Garso is finally finished. "That was a big pile of work, wasn't it?" Marthas asks. "Yes, it was. I am ready to get out of here. How about you?" "Definitely," Marthas says. "Let's get some sandwiches for lunch." The duo leaves the office building and heads to the closest lunchroom. Once they are inside, they order a large pepperoni sandwich and a curry chicken sandwich. They sit down and wait for the waiter to bring it over. Garso isn't particularly fond of the hard wooden chairs, but he keeps himself from complaining and sits down to listen to Marthas. "We have to get some clues," Marthas says. "I agree. I don't think the office is the best place to find anything." "Right. So after lunch, shall we check out the monument site?" "You got it." They finish their sandwiches, Garso a lot faster than his friend, and go to the location of the monument that has just vanished that night. "Wow," Garso says when they arrive. "I didn't think it was possible." They look at the empty square and stare at the spot where they saw a 500-plus feet statue the previous day. "Unbelievable," Martha says. "Nothing is left." "Something must be there," Garso claims. "There is never a crime without evidence." "Still, how can you make an entire monument that big disappear in one night?" "Well, let's go over the possibilities," Garso says. "There is knocking it over and transporting it with the help of a semi-truck." "Nearly impossible." "Correct, so perhaps a helicopter." "Too heavy." "Also correct. Then there is the possibility of exploding the ground beneath it and having it drop into the sewer." "Which didn't happen because there is no hole in the ground." "And that brings us to—" "Absolutely nothing." Garso agrees. They've got nothing, but he still wants to look around. He walks back and forth and puts his magnifying glass on the ground. Police officers are standing in the back, chatting away and taking a break. Garso looks at the sky. "Still," he mumbles, "we've left out one final possibility." "Which is?" Marthas asks. "That the thief made use of magical items." "Oh, come on, Garso. You know there is no such thing as a magical item." Garso looks surprised. "I have fought magical creatures in the Borderlands. Don't tell me you don't believe in that. The world is mysterious. There has been proof of fire shovels, golden wings, magical potions of healing, and ultimate balls of power. Those are all realistic testimonies from reliable people."
I guess you're right, but what kind of item are you thinking of?
No idea, Marthas. I have no idea. I think we should question people and find out more about this sudden mystery.
Let's start knocking on some doors over there,
Marthas suggests. Chapter 3. Searching. Garso and Marthas start in the closest streets to the monuments. They knock on dozens of doors, but they can't get much valuable information from the city people.
One day it was there, and then it wasn't,
a big man says.
We were in bed. How should we know?
Two little girls ask.
Yeah, I've seen it,
a man who smells like alcohol claims.
It was a magical moment, you know. The statue has risen to heaven, the symbol of justice and mercy, the ultimate beacon of truth for the nation. I told them it would happen. As soon as the city would become wicked, the statue would disappear. But did they listen? No. They said I was crazy. But I haven't slept for 3 days now, and I last ate 2 days ago. Does that sound crazy to you?
Another door they knock on has a big, loud dog behind it.
What do you want?
The owner yells.
We would just like to know if you've seen anything happen to the statue,
Marthas shouts back.
Why? What happened to it?
Never mind. Another house is inhabited by an old woman.
You boys shouldn't bother peaceful civilians in this neighborhood. Shame on you, she says. Look at me, for example. When I was young, we didn't have telephones or computers. All you young people are spoiled. I had to walk to school for 12 miles every day. I didn't have any shoes, so I made a pair of wooden shoes with my bare hands, only to make 2 cents per day after milking the cows and doing 5 hours of homework when I came home. You never heard of text messaging or technology back then? That's when people actually connected.
Well, that's very nice, Garso says. But do you know anything about the disappearance of the statue?
No, the old woman replies. In fact, it was about time that ugly thing was gone. Do you know how many times that shiny silver shone in my eyes? One time I was walking on the street, and the reflection by the statue was...
Good afternoon, madam, Marthas says, interrupting her and walking away. They both walk into another street. The two detectives look disappointed. What are they going to do next? Then Garso's phone is ringing. He takes it out of his pocket and answers it.
I think we found something,
he hears one of the co-workers from the office say. I'll be there as fast as I can, Garso says. He hangs up and says, Come on, Marthas, let's get to the bottom of this. Back to the office. When they arrive at the office, they receive a report from a witness.
This is Alex,
the co-worker says.
He says he saw something last night.
Speak up so we can all find out what is happening, Garso says. They sit down, and Alex begins. I saw someone walk towards it. I was just coming back from my night shift at the hospital when it happened. I don't live too far away from the statue, and I always take a little detour to see how well it's lit up. But this time, I observed a shady figure. Garso and Marthas chuckled. What exactly does a shady figure look like, Alex? They ask. Well, he looked up to no good, and he had a black with yellow hat. Very ugly, Alex answers. That doesn't mean anything, Garso says. But please continue. What happened after that? He stood in front of the monument and got something out of his pocket. It was a shiny object, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Then he threw it at the statue, and the statue disappeared. What? Garso asks. It just disappeared, just like that? That doesn't make any sense. I know it doesn't, Alex says, but that's what I saw, I swear. After the statue had vanished, the guy with the hat walked towards the empty spot and picked up the shiny object, after which he put it back into his pocket. I was angry. I ran towards him, but before I knew it, he had already jumped into a car that pulled over and had the driver take him out of sight. It all happened so fast, there was nothing I could do. Okay, thank you for the tips. Is there anything else that we should know about? Garso asks. No, that was it. That was all. Thanks. We will continue this investigation with the new information. You may go home. Chapter 4. The Precious Pearl. What did you get out of Alex's testimony? Garso asks.
What do you mean? Exactly what you did, right? Martha says.
I guess you didn't get it, Garso says. The black and yellow hat is only being worn by people who live in Devra country. The one who made the monument disappear is clearly from that region, and the shiny object that makes things disappear. Any idea what that could be?
Like I said, Garso, Martha begins, I don't know much about those magical objects. It could be anything for all I know. But if you have any clue of what it might be, then please share your knowledge with me.
It's a pearl, Garso says. They are very rare, but when you throw them against an object, it makes that object teleport.
To where?
Anywhere you're thinking of at the time you do it, Garso says. It's a truly remarkable item.
What are you suggesting we should do? Martha asks.
We are going to Devra country. I bet we will find the answers there. No sooner said than done. The two detectives go on a trip to the distant land. They drive for about 7 hours southward and reach their destiny. When they arrive, the air feels thick. Devra country is a tropical place with beaches and hotels on the shores, but a less impressive history and government budget. Garso immediately sees the difference. The population looks poor and desperate to make a quick buck. When he gets out the car, 3 people come towards him to show them his new hotel or guide them through the city. Garso and Marthas politely decline unneeded services and set out on a journey to the city center of the capital. What they see there surprises them both.
Oh, wow, Marthas says.
So that was it then, Garso agrees. Marthas, I think we may have found our motive. Chapter 5. Competition. The two detectives watch in awe as a big red cloth gets pulled off a statue in the middle of the city square. The statue portrays a swirly dragon with 4 legs, lots of scales, hollow eyes, and a mouth with sharp teeth. Its demeanor looks threatening and powerful, the exact image the population is trying to sketch. The message they want to convey is recorded at the bottom of the monument, the strong rule. Marthas shivers.
Why would anybody create a statue like that? He asks.
The question is, why would anybody erect a statue at the exact same time that ours got stolen? Garso adds. They listen to the clapping of thousands of people who show their respect to the statue, which is nearly as big as the stolen youth statue from Garso's hometown. The crowd is going wild when a ribbon gets cut, and the mayor announces the dawning of a new era for this city, prosperity and abundance. He emphasizes the opening of new restaurants, hotels, and sites in the city, all starting with this new dragon statue. Hooray! The citizens cheer. Garso and Marthas watch the ceremony, the band, and the dancers that add to the celebration. It is obvious that some big investor in this improved tourist hub wants to beat the competition, and has taken a first step by eliminating the Shining Star monument. Garso and Marthas have already come to that conclusion. There, Marthas suddenly says, as he points to a man with a black hat and yellow ribbon on it. Well, he has the hat, Garso admits, but so does that guy. He points to another man in the opposite direction. And that woman, he says when he points to someone else.
Okay, I just thought it could be the thief. We have to find him, Garso, and take that dangerous pearl away from him.
I think so too. Let's go to one of these hotels, since they're new and look nice anyway, and figure out a way to uncover the truth. Garso takes some pictures of the entire happening, and after a few minutes, they leave the city square and check in at one of the hotel's lobbies. They get the key to the room, take the elevator to the upper floor, and walk into their hotel room.
Ah, this is the life,
Martha says as he falls down on one of the beds. Get up, Garso says. We have work to do. We need to investigate this case.
Fine, show me what you have.
Well, these are the pictures of the square. I also got a map from one of the organizers that shows us where the hotels and restaurants are going to be. And over here, he says as he points to a location on the map, There will be nightclubs and minibars. It's all set up to become a major tourist destination.
But why is the statue so important?
Marthas asks. Look at these names, Garso says. Marthas looks. All the names are related to a dragon. The monument is the central theme in the whole city. Dragon Hotel, the Dragon Club, Dragon Moon Plaza, Hotel of the Fiery Dragon? You're right, Garso, but couldn't they do this without stealing our statue? They could, Garso answers, but it just gives them a bigger advantage. Think about it. When someone decides to go on vacation, will they come here or will they go to the city where we live?
That depends, Martha says.
On what?
On whether they want a beach, a historical town, or a shopping mall.
Right, but now this place has it all. What do you think the main site will be on all the postcards, in everyone's photo album, and in all the magazines? This gigantic monument, of course. Marthas and Garso discussed the matter for another hour, looking for clues on the map and reasoning together, while trying to come to a conclusion as of who has the biggest motive and who would make the most money by having a monopoly with the big dragon statue. They find nothing.
It's getting late, Marthas finally says. We'll talk about it in the morning. Let's go to sleep.
I want to go out, actually, Garso says.
To do what?
You know, hit the nightclubs, hang out in the city, that kind of stuff.
Be my guest, Martha says. I am not into those things.
Garso leaves the hotel and goes to one of the small restaurants. The restaurant is full of men and women who are chatting away and having a good time. One of the men approaches him and asks,
"And who might you be, stranger? I've never seen you here before. Are you a tourist?"
Yes, a tourist. That's what I am. My name is Garso."
"Well, Garso, it's good to have you here, especially after our little upgrade with the statue."
They start talking and become best buddies. Garso is doing his best to get as much information out of this guy as possible. He figures that doing research requires a lot more than just searching the crime scene or becoming obsessed with papers and maps. The real life, the people, they know what's going on. That's what Garso thinks. Then, after some small talk and some 20 minutes of talking, the guy across from him says something interesting.
"You know, this monument is only good for the extremely rich. We don't all benefit from it."
"Why not?" Garso asks.
"Have you heard of that guy Richard? He owns about 90% of the hotels here. That's right, he's the lucky winner in this game."
"Really?" Garso says. "How interesting." "Yeah, have you heard of that rumor?" another guy says. "What rumor?" "They say he made the Shining Star Monument disappear completely in one night. Scary stuff, man. It's crazy." "Even more interesting," Garso says softly. He figures he knows enough and says goodbye to these men, after which he returns to the hotel. Chapter 6. Getting It Back. When he gets to the hotel, something is wrong. His sixth sense, as you will, tells him that he has to hurry. He reaches his room and finds out that the door is open. The window is open as well, but there is no one there.
"Marthas!"
he yells.
"Garso, is that you?"
"Marthas, what are you doing on the balcony?"
"I was attacked. Some guys with guns came in here, but before they were here, I heard them in the hallway, and I hid on the balcony, hoping that they would just leave without looking there."
"Do you know where they went?"
"They must still be in the hallway. I am surprised you didn't see them when you were there."
"Okay," Garso says. "Let's see if we can find them."
"Are you crazy? Didn't you hear me? They have guns."
"I have one too, but we don't want to fight them, we just want to follow them."
"Ah, now that's more like it."
No sooner said than done. Garso gets the gun out of his suitcase and the duo moves to the hallway, where they see some men with sunglasses and guns walking around. Garso and Marthas hide behind a corner and occasionally look around it. "I think they're leaving," Garso says. "Let's see where they are going." They follow the men at a distance, out the hotel doors, through the narrow city streets, and into a big barn. They hide behind some crates and watch as the men report what happened to their boss.
"Sorry, sir.
one of the men says.
We couldn't find them.
Where did they go? Unbelievable. I just know those two are here to figure out who stole the statue. I recognize them.
Did you see them when you stole it, boss?
No, but I know they work there as detectives. Oh well. You idiots couldn't even find them? Then forget about it. Leave me alone.
But boss.
Now!
The men leave the barn and the big boss is left to himself. Garso winks at Marthas and signals to follow him. Slowly, they walk around crates and get closer. Suddenly, Garso gets out of his hiding place. "Hold it right there," he says while pointing the gun at the boss.
Ah, the great detective Garso has come to get his monument back, he says. Do you have any idea who I am?
I was just about to ask you, Garso says.
I am Richard. I own almost every hotel in this city. I could easily snap my fingers and have 100 men show up here and arrest you.
I would shoot you before you would blink, Garso says.
What do you want? Richard asks.
I want to know where the monument is, and I want the pearl. Richard takes a turquoise object out of his pocket and asks,
Oh, you mean this object? Here, catch.
Richard throws the pearl at Garso.
No, don't catch it,
Marthas shouts, who jumps in front of him and catches the pearl instead.
Poof!
Marthas is gone, and the pearl falls on the ground.
You evil snake! Where did you teleport him to, huh? Oh, let's just say that he is going for a nice swim in the Bay Area.
Why would you send him there?
It's one of the first places I thought of. It has sharks, and it's close to the monument you're looking for. I don't mind telling you that, because you'll never find it in this big city. Ha 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 ha!
I should kill you right now, Garso says.
Go ahead, let's see where it gets you. A lawsuit? Prison? Go ahead, Garso, shoot me.
Garso really wants to kill this jerk, but he knows he can't just get away with it. So instead, he picks up the pearl and runs off. He doesn't care if any of Marthas's men follow him. All he wants is to save his friend. Garso runs as fast as he can to the docks in the Bay Area. He arrives after about 12 minutes.
Marion! He yells. Marion! Garso!
After a few minutes, Garso sees Marthas swimming back to the shore. He is struggling for breath, but he swims as fast as he can.
Get out of there, Marthas! Garso shouts. There are sharks!
I know. I haven't seen any of them yet, Marthas says. I guess I am lucky. Garso looks at Marthas, who is soaking wet. I almost thought you had become shark dinner, Marthas. I have to tell you that this was one of the creepiest experiences ever. I caught that pearl, and all of a sudden, I landed in the sea. Did you happen to get it? I did, and thanks to you, I was able to. Well, I guess I would have had it if it would have hit you, but then I had to come get you out of the water.
True.
Any idea what we should do now? Marthas asks. The monument should be near here. We should look for it.
How do you know?
Richard told me, Garso says.
Wait, he just told you? Don't you think that's a trick?
I don't think he knows who he's dealing with, Garso says. Come on, let's walk around a little bit. The two of them begin inspecting the buildings near the docks. For an hour or two, they wander around, not sure where to find what they're looking for. It's the middle of the night, and both of them are getting tired. But Garso encourages Marthas not to give up, secretly encouraging himself to hang in there himself.
How about that one?
Marthas asks after a while. That could be something, Garso answers. Let's go check it out. In front of them is a huge warehouse, hundreds of feet high, suspicious to say the least, of hiding a tall statue like the one from their hometown. The warehouse is dark. It looks deserted. They sneak into the back door, breaking it open after kicking at it. Garso knows it's illegal to do so, but he justifies it by saying that the monument is worth millions and the door lock only a few bucks. When they get inside, they can hardly believe it. It's the shining star, Garso says. Look, I bet you he had his employees build this warehouse and then teleported it over here.
Wow, I know how it happened, Marthas says.
but it's still hard to imagine how it is even possible to move an object this big into a closed space.
But now it's going back, Garso says. Without hesitating, he grabs the pearl out of his pocket and throws it at the humongous statue. Poof! The statue disappears, and the pearl falls on the ground. Garso and Marthas walk towards the pearl and pick it up. Garso puts it back into his pocket.
Okay, can we get out of this town now? Marthas asks. It's dark outside, it's early in the morning, and the owner of the biggest hotel chains has already sent his thugs after us to kill us.
Are you scared? Garso asks.
Not really, just trying to be safe.
You're right, though. We have nothing else to do here. We already teleported the monument back to its place, so we can leave.
Good.
Wait. Now that I think of it, there might be one more thing I want to do. Chapter 7. Found It. The next morning, Garso and Marthas are back at the office. They are both 4 hours late, since they haven't slept much. Garso is still rubbing his eyes. What's up, guys? He asks.
Well, look who finally decided to show up. Did you know the monument is back?
One of the coworkers asks. Garso realizes that nobody is aware of his departure with Marthas, and that they are still amazed by the sudden reappearance of the big statue. And for some reason, he doesn't feel like revealing all the secrets they have discovered, so he just plays along. He figures he should tell his boss, but let the rest of them stay ignorant. You don't say, Garso says with a smirk on his face.
No, seriously, it just reappeared last night. Where were you?
Sleeping, of course, Garso lies.
Anyway, you missed a big news flash. Devra Country has lost 50% of their hotels. That rich guy named Richard has suffered major losses. His hotels suddenly vanished, and he won't tell the media what he thinks has happened.
Interesting, Garso says. Sounds like a weird story if you ask me. I mean, seriously, how can hotels disappear just like that? Marthas laughs. He knows that Garso is just pretending that he doesn't know anything, but they both know very well what happened. Garso looks at Marthas, who shakes his head and smiles before he walks to his coworker, puts his hand on his shoulder, and says,
Listen, Bobby, there are some things that will always stay a mystery, no matter how much you try to find the truth. It's just one of those magical things in life. Don't you think, Garso?
Absolutely, Garso agrees. I don't think we'll ever find out where those hotels got what happened to those hotels. The end. This has been Kids Detective, a story about a magical pearl, adventure stories for kids. Written by Jeff Child, narrated by John H. Feskins. Copyright 2017 by Jeff Child. Production copyright 2017 by Jeff Child.